Welcome one and all right back to the LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Rude Dude, and we got some qualifications to get to tonight. I couldn't be more excited, bud.
No, me either, Mazel. It's two best of ones followed by a best of three to decide our first team that's going to be joining 8 teams that have already qualified to the Ascend group. And then tomorrow is the do or die, the bare bones best of threes, where we get to see which teams are going to be joining that really, really disappointing group. That awful group to be in, to be honest. Like, you don't want to be there as a team. It's a scary prospect, and 2 of our teams today are going to find themselves there tomorrow.
Just imagine telling your sponsors, we're in the group Nirvana. That's the bad one, right? Oh, yeah. No. We'll see, though, as we look at the format here. Yes, it is very confusing, but if you can see right there about in the middle of your screen, the qualifiers section is exactly where we are. We'll see, again, the top 2 go to Group Ascend, the bottom 2 go to Group Nirvana.
Exactly. So we have 2 best of ones to start us off. That's going to be your effective seeding for the bracket. And then we have, it's effectively a double elimination, as it says right here. Perfect. Bracket on our screens. Thank you so much to Kelsey. We've got FPX LGD first. And then basically for any qualifying or any elimination stage, it is a best of 3. So we play 2 BO1s to begin for the day, and then best of 3s after that.
I hate to compare stages of the tournament that are completely different, but I like this so much better than what we were doing with the best of ones, because it feels fun to kind of go from those best of ones into best of 3s and kind of figure that out here. But we will qualify a team tonight and see who's going to join that roster. It is the 3rd place teams from all the groups joining. So if you're coming in here thinking we're going to get the best League of Legends, these are the best teams, I'm sorry, you're going to have to come back at a later date, because we're going to take a look at the scrappiness from these 3rd place teams. Yeah,
exactly. We're going to get to see some, we'll call it bare knuckle brawling down in the on Summoner's Rift. It should be some good fun, though, all the same, right? Like, the amount of action that we're going to get from these teams, expected to be that little bit higher. Not expecting the intricacies of a clean macro game. But for both of these 2 sides as well, we have seen bright spots. Ultimately, they're 3rd place for a reason. Those bright spots are coming at a cost as well.
They are indeed. I'm really excited because you have a lot of developing players on these rosters at this level as well. But as we take a look into that first matchup, we're going to go ahead and bring up FPX's team here. The Prodigy Sheer is finally showing up a little bit, and they had a little bit of fun to end their night last night.
Yeah, they did. Shadow dropped, I think, 14 kills, something crazy like that on an Fury game. Yeah, so he had a pretty decent time of things. Assume and Jue as well have been one of the decent points of this FPX roster. Also highlighted Sheer quite rightly, who for me has been the shining point for FPX so far.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see him kind of come into his own on a new roster, away from all of his big brothers over there on JDG. And it has been a situation where this FPX team deservedly got the 3rd, but in a confident way. And I think we have been seeing them put together a lot more performances consistently as of late.
Yeah, that they have, right? And I think that they had 2 games in the first round robin. One of them, obviously, they won. A second, which was incredibly close up against NIP. And then the second time round, they falter against OMG in their group stage, but then managed to take a win versus NIP as well. So there are, lots of things to be working on as well. But coming into split 2, there were definitely question marks around whether it would be FPX or OMG that made it out of that group. FPX were the eventual victors based off of yesterday's games. And the fact that they got to be here, the fact that they are the team now that ends up being, representing Group C in this qualification stage, shows that they have gone for that development, and that as a team they are slightly, at the very least, making those improvements.
At least. I do believe we have some clips ready to go to talk a little bit more about FPX here, which shows off a little bit of some of those combinations, but it really was an interesting situation nonetheless here to start off the groups.
Yeah, I mean, if we ignore that from Sheer, because that was a whiffed gnarlty, let's say. But the rest of it, though, you can see that the team are working quite handily together. And at the very minimum, it feels like they are working as a unit to make things happen, right? TP's in. Yeah. These first couple of plays are both off the back of somebody TPing in to support, to help out the remainder of the squad. So they're definitely on the right track, the right pacing at the very least, to give themselves, I think, an opportunity in this best of one to start off with.
And I think the adaptation and what the meta has been offering is to their benefit, at least as of yet. And I really want to see how they continue to pick that apart, especially once we get to those best of threes. Because we'll finally actually get to see Fearless for once in this split already. But you get to see some really good combos.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that the Fearless as well in the best of 3, right? We got a whole split of best of 5 Fearless. So moving down to the best of 3, we're not expecting things to be as crazy necessarily in the draft, but obviously our meta looks entirely different as well now. So some of these great combos that we do get to see, they can start to cycle themselves back up again. I think that this clip in particular, starts to highlight that FPX might be a little bit tentative as well. Like the opportunities for Sheer to go in here feel like they're certainly a lot more abundant than maybe he was giving credit for. But it's about picking your timing, going in at the correct opportunity, and as soon as there's a window for an engage or something of that ilk, we finally get there, do get the stuff that we need, and FPX can work on that maybe as a group. We're looking a little bit more closely in games at some in particular players that can help out with that. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for those engages and those killer moments to find the fight.
I'm happy to see Shadow coming back to work here. An oldie but a goodie there. But let's go ahead and talk about the other side of things. A little bit of an upstart here in this 2025 year, but a team that a lot of people have grown to love. This LGD team scrapping it out, earning 3rd place in their group off the back of some really nice performances from Climber specifically. I think YCX has definitely grown into his role. Xiaoya has been a really nice star player. The one question mark I have is the consistency of XQW. We have all these new players on LGD. We have all this new blood, but XQW has such high highs and then such low lows. I want to see that middle ground today.
Yeah, and I think that can be a bit of a story for the majority of today, right, is that idea of consistency. We've seen the great plays that some of these players can make, but we've also just been haunted a little bit by those rogue missteps, the slight overextensions, or that one missed skill shot that probably should have hit. So it is about leveling up that consistency and making sure that when it comes up to the clutch, we know what to expect from you, and that we're not looking at these team fights thinking, maybe they got it, maybe they don't.
Exactly that. But I think if we want to see some real growth, it has been through YCX. And taking a look at this guy, he's been a pretty big part to how this team kind of functions in terms of that mid-game macro, that late-game decision-making. But he's been around the system for a long time here. And I know it's only been a couple of years since he's been in the support role, but finally getting the shots he deserves here this year.
Yeah, and I think that, right, the idea that playing in Tier 2 for 5.5 years, it might seem like a quite daunting sort of big prospect to now take that step into the LPL proper. But with this role swap, right, he's really only had a couple of years at the role which he's been promoted in. So definitely excited for what YCX can do, not just in this series and in these sets of games, but going forward in the future as well. Second in gold difference at 15 for supports might not be a big deal in particular, but just getting support procs, getting those good trades in, maybe finding an assist here or there, certainly something that can be beneficial. And I think that coming up against Dre this game, we are excited to see what these two supports can end up working with.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Now, when we were looking at these teams, especially YCX, I think you can see, again, like that kind of theme of consistency, some great moments and some not so great moments. But I think we're going to see the duality here as well of what can be done, just in terms of space blocking and how he's able to kind of direct a lot of the team structure in these fights was really nice. But then sometimes it also feels like he gets a little bit lost, a little bit dizzy.
Yeah, like there's this fight that we've got where, okay, I've now taken down one target, but just immediately kind of backing away when your top laner needs support here. Sassy could have maybe done with a little bit extra. And you talked about the idea of buying space, and I think using HP as a resource is something so powerful for tanks. But you are quite right that we are sort of seeing this duality between the two.
Yeah, then we take a look at Dway, and I love the synergy combos that we actually get in this clip of things for Dway, and being able to follow up. I think his Rakan has been one of his best picks. It's really nice to see him flourish on these kinds of things and play within the team, because I think glue for these two support matchups are very important for their team specifically.
Yeah, they are real engage threats almost for their two sides, right? Like, I know that comes from being a support, but Dre even taking the initiative on the Renata as well. You can see here, like, there's a lot to be said for these two supports, but they go between being really the reason they're winning the game and occasionally being the reason that they've taken a fight that they perchance shouldn't have. So there are highs, there are lows. Again, it comes back to, are they consistently making the right choice? Because when they are, they look really, really good. But if on occasion they step one step too far forward, that's when we get those question marks arising.
Well, we've talked about the leaders, the shot callers. Now let's go ahead to the island in top lane. The island that's maybe been busted out of a little bit here, because I think Sheer versus Sasa could be a very fun matchup. I think the stats don't do it justice what the possibilities are in this matchup, but Sheer has definitely been on a tear as of late. No,
exactly right. And I think that the stat that I really want to focus on is that CS per minute one down on the bottom, right? And it may not seem like there's a big discrepancy between 9 and 7.3, but you extrapolate that into, like a 30-40 minute game, that's a decent amount of farm that's being left aside by Sarsi. And it's not to say that he's playing poorly. I think that late game farm allocation comes as a team-wide decision. FPX are choosing to funnel resources into Sheer, where LGD are accepting that Sarsi can forego a wave, can sack one thing to make sure that he's a part of whatever the team is doing. And I think that discrepancy could prove to be an issue if Sheer gets a bit of a side lane push. But if we do see those 5v5s and those team fights start to come through, Sarsi with that slightly less CS per minute, less gold overall, will find a little bit more purchase in those team fights just because it's where we're more used to them being seen.
Yeah, I'm very curious at the kind of priority of meta top lane picks here. Obviously, the differences between the two. Jack's definitely heavily favored by Sasa. Then we have like the Nars, the Ambessas, the kind of focus there for Sheer. I think Ambessa and Gwen are going to be the absolute kind of 1-2 that we have to look at least to start these days off, because it has been so dominant, at least in the meta as of late.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen bans for Gwen quite frequently, especially yesterday. We saw 2 red side Gwen bans. Neferi also something that we want to look at maybe for the jungle, but for top side as well.
Join the ban table.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like last split we had Skarner, which was always red side ban, and then maybe Callista as well. Now we're starting to see things like that Gwen, that Neferi, maybe they are taking a little bit of pride of place on that red side as well. So certainly a lot for that top lane to take a look at. I mean, Rumble, like I was trying to allude to, is something else that can maybe be an answer to a Gwen, or that can look to match it, but the team fight capability of both of those top laners, even the Ambessa as well, and the synergy that Ambessa has with any form of dive, which seems to be really solid for a BO1, tends to go pretty darn well.
Yeah, so I guess I do want to ask you then, if you had to go into today and you had to think right now, who is taking that first promotion tonight, who is it?
I want to give it to LGD. I think that just on paper, they've been slightly more consistent overall. And again, we're using that consistent word, but I'm looking to LGD here, and I'm probably looking more toward Climate, and just maybe a little bit personally excited about what he's been able to accomplish. And if that's going to be what tips the scale in their favor, that's what I'm looking at. I mean, my second matchup for is WE versus UP later on. Both of those teams have had extreme ends of the scale both ways.
Yeah,
so LGD maybe feels a little more tame, I guess, of an answer.
Well, we're headed to Suzhou, the home arena of LNG, yet again, to see them do battle. At least again, it's going to be 2 best of 1s into a best of 3 tonight, so we get a little mix of all the different styles of what we get. Especially those fearless best of 1s, man. It's so crazy, all the different picks you can
get. I love fearless best of 1s. Woohoo!
It's my favorite joke. It never gets old. Definitely doesn't get old when you say it a million times. But this first matchup, absolutely hope to get on it a little bit more. FPX versus LGD. I think it's a matchup where if you look at Legacy, you look at some of the things that FPX has done in the far past, I think long awaited now for a kind of return to dominance for them. Don't see that coming anytime soon, but you get confidence there. Look at that. They're on the star. They know that world championship, just as I was talking about it. Unfortunately, no remaining members from that team on the organization, but the pride is still there. And it's been a tough couple of years here for that team. Speaking of tough couple of years, it's finally turning around a little bit for LGD here coming into 2025.
Yeah, I mean they had, I mean, 3, 4, maybe 5 years of just not amazing LPL results. Let's keep it a stack, and then now even just making it to this 3rd place grouping puts them in a slightly better stead, because LGD of maybe very old, but definitely of old, were a team that you would occasionally see at those international events and making really good runs in the LPL.
It's been long days awaited to come back into the fold here for LGD for sure, but we also have to talk about the implications of what this is. I say, oh, you're qualifying for Group Ascend. What does that mean? It means that you get to face off against the best of the best in the rest of the groups that we had, the 1s and 2s that were already automatically put into Group Ascend. And it also means that you get to stay away from that deep, dark hole that is Group Nirvana, because the bottom 2 teams of that group are done for the year.
Yeah, Group Nirvana is not where any of these teams want to go, but like you say, bottom 2 being done for the year, 6-month vacation, you don't get to play any more league competitively for that long is a real problem, and what everybody wants to avoid. I think that's the big ticket of this is, yes, okay, we get to play against the best teams in the league, but also we get to play next split 100%. We can bomb out if we absolutely need to, and we'll still be playing next split, whereas in Nirvana, you bomb out and you don't play for 6 more months.
Which I still cannot believe. Like, it's just so mind-blowing, especially in, like, the state of what LP... Like, do you keep the team together? Teams are still going to be playing, so do you have scrim partners? But is this the team that you're going to have next year? Like, so many questions come whenever this happens. So 2 teams definitely going to be in some hot water. Yeah,
because you can't like try out new players that are still playing, so you're then looking for LDL promotees, but then again, maybe you don't want an LDL promotee, or they've also got a season to be playing as well. So it's a genuinely quite tricky position to put yourself in if you do get eliminated, and that again is what these teams are playing to avoid most of all.
They are indeed. Well, they are going to get their nights started off here. LGD are going to be on the blue side. FPX on the red side.
This looks like a 1v1.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Because we have the 1v1 started up for side selection for the best of ones, because there's no other way to do it other than to try to implement the best of ones. And when we got to see these before, they were all fun in games. I think we've turned into a little bit more seriousness for these best of ones, for these side selection, because of how important blue side is in the meta right now. And it's looking like a just fisticuff face-off right now with Wukong locked in for Sasa.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see whether or not Kerr takes the Kled, or maybe opts to something a little different here. Heimerdinger is still one of those like cheese picks that could maybe get locked in, not banned away. Okay. I'll just, I mean, when he gets locked in,
is he serious? Is he real? Is he
I assume that's fine. I assume that's got locked in now. We've been sat on the 0 seconds for many seconds.
It's the longest 0 second I've ever experienced in my entire life.
There
it is locked in.
I'll pat my own back.
So what do you do? Like, are you just trying to survive?
No, you're playing versus a melee champion, and then
I guess
they have to all in you. But then if they all in you, they probably lose.
So
it's about dodging the
flame
grenade.
Circle.
Yeah, that also works. If Wukong dodges the grenade, it's probably fine. If Wukong doesn't dodge the grenade, he probably loses instantly.
Man, I'm really interested. Again, Blue Side King is one of the themes of this year so far.
Yeah,
it's been really nice to see what you can do with the meta and the things that are left up after all the bans come through. So both these guys putting it on the table here first and foremost, getting warmed up. I am not gonna lie, I kind of favor the Wukong here. I know that's a melee into a range matchup, but I don't know. I just have a feeling.
There's probably going to be a break point where you can all in the Heimerdinger, and like I say, if you're able to dodge out on the grenade, then that's probably going to be the big ticket, right? If you get CC'd. So the way Heimerdinger turrets now work, they got reworked probably a couple of years ago, maybe even a little longer. But by hitting spells, you charge up I'm going to call it a pulse attack, where it just is not a random auto, but it feels like a big shock blast of energy. If you hit a spell, it charges that up to 100%. So by hitting the grenade, you get an instant proc of that pulse shot, and then immediately you can follow that up with a W as well. And that gets you 2 instant procs as well. I think that versus a Wukong, though, may be the hitting the clone with those spells still charges up your turret, so could be a little bit interesting.
Got the Haunting Guys versus 2 Doran's items and a longsword for Sasa. Still going to be a little bit of presence here at least. But hey, it feels like we're all the way back to Demacia Cup. It feels like we're all the way back to Split 1. We got 1v1s back, and they're not at the game number 4 between game number 5.
And what you can see already in this 1v1 is some really decent trades from Sasa. Right, just ease in, Q's care, and then just immediately W's out. So he's taking those short trades care. Not quite able to land one of the grenades just yet, and has found Sasa, well, I say that, in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, exactly. And it is nice as well to see that the idea about the clone is correct. So if you just hit the clone, you do collect the pulse charge and you know, fire away quickly. So the ultimate thing is that if that misses, that's where a lot of Heimer's DPS comes from as well.
Very true. If you don't remember what the 1v1 mechanics are here for the win, it is the first to 2 kills. Unless it's overtime, then it's the first kill, first to 100 CS, or first tower taken. That's why you see kind of both teams just taking it easy at least now, because I feel like that has been, at least the last time we were seeing 1v1s, a lot of them went to the Ring of Fire. Yeah,
that is accurate, right? And I think that for Sasa, there's going to be an element of attempting to stop that from happening. Great timing there from Care. Gets double ignite traded down, and remember this is 1v1s, so flash very infrequently taken, barrier on both sides. Neither one of them choosing to expend it here.
Ooh, Sasa gets hit by the grenade there, but not going to get hit by the beam. You see level 6 there for Care. Maybe he just goes for the machine gun rockets. That's always my favorite strat. But he doesn't have flash. That makes it way more fun. But unfortunately, you know, it's the 1v1. Does have barrier though.
Yeah, line up a sort of ring of defense. So he just needs to remember to stick by that, I think, more than anything. Just making sure that he's nice and safe and actually cheating away and trying to find this reset nice and early. As soon as that creep dies, it should give Care a little bit of an inkling that maybe a recall has come through. Hex Drinker picked up nice and quickly. So a good magic damage shield as well. Actually favouring Sasa for this time, for the time being. Should be a little bit happy with how that early position has gone. Very infrequently do you see CS be the winning factor. So it's about making sure that you get good enough amounts of gold to hit your item breakpoints and then be able to find a good fight as soon as that overtime starts.
I like it. Also, the bladed steel caps fully bought.
Yes.
Care. So those auto attacks can be doing a little bit less. Probably not too much though. The Hex Drinker I feel like gets a lot more value here in the kind of tense fights.
Yeah, the shield is really powerful, and Heimer does all magic damage, right? There's not a random physical damage spell that he's got thrown in there. It is auto attacks or magic damage. So you're gonna have to try and work through that Hex Drinker shield one way or another.
I'm wondering if Sasa can return to getting some of these trades in, because it definitely feels like it's getting harder to get that chip damage now that the plated steel caps are completed. And I don't know how the kind of 1v1 setup into the Ring of Fire with 3 turrets and probably an ulti turret down right around you.
Yeah, the thing is that I do think that Wukong is going to be a little better at trying to kill the turrets as well. Like Cyclone, AoE, probably okay at trying to take out those turrets. Depends on sort of how the HP works, I guess, more than anything. There's one Q from Sasa.
Because you never know how minions affect different abilities in this game.
Exactly,
it's like
right?
one of the most insane things. As a Jhin player, I've had to deal with it all my career, and it's awful.
Yeah, am I one-shotting this Zyra plant, or am I struggling
never.
to kill?
Not Jhin, but any support can. It's fine. I'm not mauling on broadcast. It's fine.
Never mauled. I could never and would never, Mazel. Never once.
Never.
And then you have things like the Neferi dogs as well that are just insanely tanky. Okay, well.
Malzahar minions that Jhin can't one-shot. It's great.
You can't one-shot them?
Mm-hmm.
I swear. Okay, the way I thought Malzahar minions worked was like one auto attack and they just die. But I guess you can't queue them, which is where you'd want for Jhin.
Okay, well, Care is actually landed some pretty good trades right now. And I think the Haunted Guys makes it a little bit more difficult to stay away from the damage. You see, he's pumping those refillable potions for Sasa. We got to be getting close to the Ring of Fire here.
I mean, I'd like to think so. But both of these...
Get us out.
No, both of
I'm
these
tired of
players-
watching two people farm in an ARAM map.
A little bit maybe. And Sasa has not really gone for those all-ins. More of my Morty is now fully finished up, so I expect to see that all-in happen probably next round out. An extra plating coming through. I think that means the Ring of Fire is coming in a minute's time in the top
He's
right
gonna
of our
stop
screen.
him.
Yeah, Kerr's going to have to walk the long way back. Sasa's, got his wits about him. He'll probably just keep walking and charging. Yeah, I think that's the appropriate place to base, actually, for Kerr.
Might as well guarantee it. You know he's going to try to be a little annoying, especially if it means you don't get to go back and get your Leandries, which is now completed there, and the refillable bot by Care. So he's going to be pretty darn healthy now and do a decent chunk of damage to Sasa.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is going to be like the final wave that Sasa pushes in. Normally you get to see them try and go for one final base. Yeah, exactly. And
I heard the announcer.
yeah, 20 seconds now. Maybe Kerr tries to catch this wave, try and take a reset after this as well, but he's not got the time to clear all of this out and then go back. So double long swords picked up for Sasa. Slight advantage for him moving into this. Has no boots, so maybe the Heimerdinger can just run around really quickly. But again, when that ring closes, tier 2 boots don't really mean all that much.
I'm expecting like the double spam of the ignites, the barriers, everything. As we get the last back from Care. He's going to get it off just in time, but he's got to start running. He's got to be quick. What did he get? He got a health crystal?
Yep. One whole ruby crystal. We'll take it.
We'll take it. We'll
Slowly
see.
closing in. So now one kill finds the win.
One kill. We farmed all the way for this moment. This is what we've been building towards. What does Cyclone do to turrets? And how many turrets can Care put down? And can he hit the grenade, I guess, is the big question.
Yeah, just trying to, I think, keep the turrets so that he can redeploy them once they get taken out. Early poke, proc the bone plating, really important for when these big all-ins will end up coming through. A little bit of extra mana, making sure that Care's fully topped up on HP.
This is the most anticlimactic start I've ever seen. We finally get the all-in, but Sasa's just getting chunked by the turrets. Care trying to get back over to the rest of them, but Sasa, he's too tanky.
He's just running away.
Oh my God, Sasa gets the slam down. Look at that excitement he showed. And that is going to be our 1v1. It does mean that LGD will probably take blue side.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big win for LGD, right? Getting that first side select is definitely on the cards for them. And I think that just one final Q coming in, you did get to see the difference in the movement speed there, right? Heimerdinger gets extra movement speed around his turrets. The Wukong had no boots, but the outright dueling power, the more coming through to just tank up so much of the damage as well, was a little bit too powerful in the end. And LGD net themselves, shockingly, blue side.
Hey, shocking.
Who would have thought, huh?
Now it's about what they do with it. And Sasa's already feeling pretty hyped up, pretty amped up. Maybe he gets a little bit more into his matchup. But I'm very excited for that matchup between the two because I think it's a lot of expectations on Sheer, especially since his time on the side of on JDG and trying to find that new balance here, but really getting into Sasa's big comeuppance this time around. I know comeuppance isn't that necessarily great, but it sounds good. And you can actually find a lot of track record of growth from Sasa over these last two splits.
Yeah, so hopefully we get to see both of these top laners really start to brawl, and we might end up seeing either that B1 or R5, right? Like, it's going to go one of two ways, where it's either an incredibly important pick for that top side that gets taken away early, or we're seeing that counter pick come through to give an advantage over to Sheer. Again, a reminder that I do think that for FPX to win, it probably comes from Sheer. Sasa maybe, not necessarily the weakest part of LGD, but somewhere that we haven't seen the brightest of spots, right? You're talking about Xiaoya as somebody who's been quite entertaining to keep an eye on. But for FPX as well, Sheer has been that go-to man for great things to happen. So he needs to find a bit of purchase in this game, and probably comes from Shadow facilitating that as well.
Get the junglers some good proactive picks to be active on the map. That's also a big ticket item for us tonight. Now, we are finally into our first real game of the night. It is LGD versus FPX. This win would give them a spot in that best of 3 for qualification. LGD chose that blue side. They ban away the Jace and the Nico. We get the Nefiri bans finally starting to come up on red side, as well as that Yone ban.
Yeah, and I mean, Climber as well has been a real big proponent of the Nefiri, right? He'd been playing this a bunch during week 1, and finally is now getting that little bit of respect that maybe it demands. Shadow also had a very good game on it just yesterday. So what these two teams end up going for, B1, we've still got the Gwen open as one of those picks. Skarner notably off of the ban table, not off of the ban table just yet. So plenty of choices for LGD to go towards, and I think that Varus being taken off the board, probably the only remaining like SS tier AD carry, and might even open up for a Kai'Sa just because the Varus tends to be the go-to to try to punish her.
Yeah, I think that would be nice. Also, we've just been seeing Kai'Sa kind of rip through bot lanes and in team fights here recently. I think the pick has kind of gone under the radar for a lot of time. The continued jungle focus is going to be there. FPX a little scared of Climber, I think. Skarner going to be the final ban here, but there's still some very big facilitator picks on the table. This one first and foremost would be huge. I think the Xin Zhao also being available there as well for the skirmish style junglers.
Yeah, I mean, if they're just going to trade junglers, maybe look to see LGD take something a little more higher prio, but they opt for the Vi, deciding that's the only real pick that they want first of all. This leaves Gwen open, right? This is just the killer AD carry combo, where if I'm Xiaoya, there's Gwen W down, then there's Xin ulti. Like, I can't auto-attack anybody in the front line. This is such a lethal duo to try to play up against. It's the same thing for anybody that's ranged, really. It's not just ADCs. XQW, a player who we've noted has been a little bit weaker for LGD, is going to struggle in this matchup too.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely a test of moments here and giving over some very powerful picks to FPX, but specifically Sheer. Now, Sasa will go with a classic for him here. His most played, at least in the split so far, in the Jax. They'll also get the Talia for mid lane for XQW. So it's definitely leaning towards these solo lane jungle combos for both sides.
Yeah, and I mean, just taking the Talia versus Gwen and Xin Zhao is very powerful already. Two champions that like to dash about, and you've got the Unraveled Earth ready to go instantly. So it's a really solid pickup, nice and early for XQW, and now what the answer becomes for Care, obviously going to be that question, and opting to just continue to commit to that dive. The Aurora gave them a bit of an out, could have potentially been something a little less, but for the Galio, they are just going fully in. I think that Kai'Sa ban on this second phase for LGD is going to go, would be pretty darn good for them, because so far it's triple dive for FPX. Best AD carry to help with that is just that Kai'Sa.
True. I would like to think on one of those pages in that long, long notebook, there's just a page of a circle. And that's the theme of FPX right now. We're in the second phase, though.
Yeah.
The Draven ban towards Xiaoya, very particular towards his comfort. You get the Ashe taken away from Assume, and he will not be able to have that kind of utility to set up the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I mean, if they're just banning out the utility marksman, then maybe the Jhin gets taken off the board next as well. So,
God, what a world.
Yeah, I know, a Jhin ban, especially. There was a little bit of a buff happened over. Misfortune's also something that they might want to try to take off the board as well. So a couple of options, and it's also worth saying that the Galio could potentially get flexed down into that support role if they want to make things a little spicier and go for a bit more of an aggressive bot lane duo. Still expected to be in Care's hands though, and for FPX, now comes their choice. They've got the pick of the litter with AD carries. Do they want to keep going for dives? Do they want to help something with layering over the top? And it looks like they're going for a little bit of early game dominance as well.
And just setting up with that layering you're talking about, that bullet time over top of all these Venn diagrams is going to be very detrimental to LGD's composition around the objectives and things along those lines as well. So look to see FPX try to push that tempo, push that pressure, but now LGD maybe looking for a little follow through for this kind of damage profile. They have some single target CC lockdown, now trying to find things to be able to burst that target down.
And I wonder if this is just Renata here for LGD. Well, I no longer wonder. It's not Renata. But the Rel getting locked in gives them an element of engage as well here. I was looking at the FPX side and just thinking they are so forward going that some sort of disengage might work out well. But instead, YCX decides he wants that Rel, wants to be able to dive forward and find some engages, help out Climber in this one. And if we're seeing this, fully cemented by LGD, they're going for their own set of diving as well. Some good backline with the Ezreal locked in. Some good backline with the Talia as well. So LGD with that nice little front and back, where FPX seems to be just all front, all go, no gas, no brakes.
Hey, and if there's an FPX style, I'll take it. and it is the all gas no brake style. Now the Ezreal is interesting here. I definitely think I would have liked the Kai'Sa a little bit more. The lack of range, maybe the lack of safety there being the big ticket item that LGD wanted to adapt towards, because I think Xiaoya can have a lot of impact just peppering in those Mystic shots, but it's going to be a while till he's very impactful on his team. So I'm looking at kind of LGD to hold on for a lot of FPX's aggression.
Yeah, they are going to have to sort of sit back and absorb a little bit, but I do think as we get later on into the game, they're going to find that the fights become a lot easier. LGD definitely have that slightly better scaling composition. They've got that element of range with the Ezreal and the Talia as well with that Unraveled Earth. It's going to make the engages quite difficult for FPX as well. Xin Zhao notoriously very good in the early game, but can struggle as the game gets later. And for FPX, right, if this game does go late, it's going to be in the hands of that top laner Sheer that we'd been highlighting to begin with as one of those big ticket win conditions.
Yeah, exactly. That's where we were kind of putting our biggest focus on in trying to figure out how much impact these guys would have. I think it's funny. We want to focus on both the top and all the way at the bottom at support, but two very impactful roles for teams that have struggled in this split too. These are not the best of the best teams, but these are teams scrapping it out for an attempt and a try at being in Group Ascend, staving themselves off of that Group Nirvana darkness that we talked about earlier. And this win would sink you into a best of 3 in the upper bracket here in this qualification section and put you that much closer to Group Ascend itself. We're off to the races here, and we're off for the night here at LPL. It is going to be LGD versus FPX in this best of 1. Oh my god.
It's definitely quiet. Yeah. Not what I expect from an LPL game, but it's not the end of the world. As
it is the end of the world. That was cool.
No.
That was Porcelain Lux. That was kind of cool.
Okay,
Had the little rabbit on her head, which is so cute. So cool.
We love a good rabbit.
True.
I think for this game, Mazel, right, we've highlighted the FPX are the team that have a little bit of a burden of execution on them. I think that's not unfair to say that if they want to win this game, they're going to have to go out and win it themselves. If LGD want to win this game, they can just sit back and wait till 30, 40 minutes and probably be fine with that. So it's Eyes on Shadow, right? One of these players who has been in the LPL for quite some time at this stage, has been working his way quite significantly to try to make it a success, and has not had that success so far.
Yeah, I think his biggest shot, I mean, he was on LGD, funny enough, for a little while after he had spent that time on Mad Lions. But I think his first big shot came on NIP, at least, where it felt like he was trying to join the fold of a pretty decent team. Unfortunately, he had to bow out a little bit, then ended up being a sub for a while. And now he's back. He's trying to find that rhythm. Right back again, but honestly been a story that I've really appreciated, especially as a transfer from kind of the EMEA region over back into the LPL from having been there before. And I think it's really cool now for him to go up against Climber, where we actually get the kind of duality of their stories of Climber trying to be that next iteration of a attack aggressive jungler that can find picks and be a carry.
Yeah, and already with a nice hook down on that bot side, we're seeing Jue and Assume use that level 2 advantage to their advantage exactly, but to carry on, right? That Climber is that next generation almost of LPL junglers, and to show, yeah, he's had a year in the LPL at this stage, but from just split 1 to split 2 already, so much growth, so much development between not just these splits, but between this year and last year. The upward trajectory has netted him a decent position in this LGD roster, and I think a decent reputation for 2025 so far. And it's about him continuing that build path and continuing to build on his own legacy of the LPL.
We'll see if they want to get to skirmishing early, as both junglers coming to the ends of their first paths. We had those same side stars pathing up towards top lane. I want to take a look at this top lane matchup a little bit more. No flash there for Sheer. He went with that Ignite TP combo as well, and it's the Conquer versus Grasp matchup.
Yeah, so typically as well, we've started to see Gwens go for the exhaust, but this is Sheer opting into just kill threat, right? And maybe thinking a little later about denying the recall from Xiaoya. Will Jue have to flash? Okay. But I think
Those
flash for flash
flashes.
between the supports is worth there, especially for Jway, because his AD carry got to base.
Oh, the flash, the counter-strike, the Vault Breaker, and Sheer goes down. LGD first blood right under the nose of FPX.
Oh, and that's one of those criminal timings to get ganked on there by Sheer. It's, you know, 3:30 junglers gank. That's the rule, is as soon as they finish their full clear, they're free. They can do what they want, and they make the play happen on the top side. Sheer TP's back onto that top lane. Sassy as well, with the flash expended, now a little bit more vulnerable, but all the more beneficial because he's got a couple of 100 gold extra in his back pocket for it.
Climber did really even have to use anything for that as well. Thought maybe the flash Vault Breaker would have to come through, but now Shadow trying to put pressure.
You got to respect the timing. You got to respect the timing, okay? He's in trouble, though.
He's not going to have the Vault Breaker. He's going to be in some trouble as well. He does have a decent amount of damage with that Tunneler, but look how many members are at least combining onto him. But it's going to be the Krug taken by Shadow there. Climber did have to burn his flash.
And this is, again, a little bit of a... by proxy of what happened in that bot side, where Jway held the wave, was allowing Assume to get a recall in. This MF, even though it's only a cull, still has a little bit of an advantage over the Ezreal, and even just a refreshed mana pool, it's going to feel pretty decent as well. Care, this is out on 3 melee creeps in the mid lane to make that roam happen, but again, they burn the flash from Climber, so going to be something that they're looking at, and maybe something that they look to punish now. With Climber and Sassy both not having flashes, Grub spawning in about 45 seconds, you would like to see FPX try to make something happen in this top lane, and try to make something happen around these objectives. A reminder, it's their composition that needs to do things early.
It is indeed, and Care not having flash is also going to be something they have to think about moving forward, because he's got those kind of flash taunt combos and things along those lines. But the Grubs are coming up. We're probably going to see full adaptation from both sides. We already got the back coming in from Xiaoya. Assume is heading out the mid lane as well, but the first spawn of Grubs looks like we're going to get a little bit of scuffling.
Yeah, and remember that this is still level 4 MF making her move up to that top side. We're not going to see the big bullet times. It's if either of these solo laners can tick over to level 6. Sarcy's already there. XQW as well, so eyes going to be on that needlework from Sheer. Potential hero's entrance from Care as well. Climber already started this one up. Shadow's here.
Oh, he
Steal.
missmited it. Oh, no. Shadow just instantly flashed to get the 3-talon strike here. He just has the 1v1 pressure. Vault Breaker will get away, but that's FPX taking the Grubs, and they're going to get all 3 of them.
Let's look at the map movement as well. FPX will secure these 3 Grubs, so that's a win for them. But there's going to be a wave down in that bot side that is going to be missed out on a little bit of. Looks like Sheer recalled and making his way down to, or he's making his way down to that bot side. Depending on how much of it he can catch, it's actually a world where this is just extremely beneficial for FPX. And despite LGD attempting to make that first move, might have actually shot themselves in the foot just with a slightly bad smite.
That feels so bad. I think it was like 25 is what I saw it on before it went down. That's going to feel real bad, but you got to keep on going. You still have that little lead for Climber right now in the 1v1 matchup in the jungle setup, but Dragon is up. I do want to see FPX kind of push that and try to get the stacking started for themselves. They're transitioning across the mid lane now.
Yeah, they're going to have to, right? They need to start making these plays once again, and maybe just a little bit more aggressively, right? 3 Grubs is a great start, but it's not going to win you this game. And with that in mind, FPX, start to take those resets. But I think they're probably waiting for the cash in on the cull from Assume. He's taken this pretty large pit stop to delay his power spike. That BT typically so important for Misfortune, but it's for the benefit of a slightly bigger mid-game payout. Something that is going to need to pay out big, or otherwise they will just end up getting outscaled and not really having the foothold in this game they need to take it to the late game.
Dude, how is Assume so far leveled down than Xiaoya? He's like half a level down, just not able to get into the minion range there, but should be catching up here rather shortly.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it was just a mid wave that he got dropped, because it's about 1 wave of XP that I think he's down here. And overall, you just miss like 1 or 2, 3 minions every single wave, or like for 1 or 2 waves. It does add up quite significantly. And Assume just in a little bit of a trough here with the experience, but overall, once again, reminding us of the stakes at play for both of these 2 teams. This isn't just a best of 1 in regular season. This is a best of 1 to put yourselves in an upper bracket, best of 3 to make sure that you don't have to play in the Nirvana group. The group of,
yeah.
Honestly, like, you know, every Worlds people talk about like group of death and stuff. Nirvana is literally group of death, just domestically.
Yeah, exactly. With more teams than normal, it feels like too. But yeah, like imagine you can literally be done with it tonight. You can be done and think about your group ascend journey tonight if you can have a good performance. You can have solid back-to-back games. And we'll see which team rises to the occasion here. I will say, I'm really bothered by Assup still having 3 biscuits in his inventory. He's going to use them one day. He's going to be a hungry boy. He hasn't eaten any of his snacks.
Hey, man, that's 15 gold and 15 max mana sat right there. Don't you snuff your nose at the power of 3 biscuits. Maybe an attempt to
eat them!
dive.
I want to see them eaten. They might actually be able to with that wave crash there. Care is going to stop the back. Oh, caught window shopping a little bit. Was XQW. That's 4-man dive. Drujah Barrage hits Assume. Sheer going to hit a nice little combo there as well. And they end up getting the kill to Shadow. That's the person you'd want the gold on as well. And turret plates going down. That's going to be multiple and a ton of gold going the way of FPX.
So this is good. This is the type of heads-up play that we were looking to see them play and take. Looks like they're going to lose out on that dragon and maybe a little bit of push in the mid wave as well. So this is gold going into Xiaoya, one of the highlights of LGD. But if FPX can break down this whole turret, this is a very worthwhile exchange for them. So much gold in all of those plates. 10 minutes in. Incredible.
That's so much gold. Like it's only 1,000 lead, but to just have that funnel in at 10 minutes where you can still pick up plates elsewhere, I mean, that's huge. And now you also have a little bit of an unlocking factor on what this top lane leads out to the rest of FPX's map state.
And hopefully, right, FPX can begin to leverage this, right? They've given up 1 dragon. Would like to see them probably not give up really any more and then move into this mid game with a couple of Drakes stacked up and a power play onto XQW.
He's going to try to Weaver's Wall out of there, but there's no hope. FPX, they are dominating in Shadow. He's feeding off of his performance from just last night.
Some good plays early on here for FPX, and this is the right momentum that they need. They are sort of sacrificing those neutrals, which I do think are quite important for them. But the idea is they get gold, then they can fight the neutral objectives a little bit later. And there are 5 plates down on this bot side, and we've seen their propensity to head for these plates anyway.
Yeah.
Those 3 grubs early on, going to do some good work. I mean, the first 2 to 3 plates are going to get absolutely melted.
Yeah, and you're giving gold to Shadow and Sheer. Honestly, the wombo combo of FPX here as the rest of LGD going to move up towards top side. Trying to get this dive onto Care. I think Care might be able to get the minions here, but he's gone a little bit too far. He's going to get the taunt. He's tanky, but not tanky enough. The turret can't ramp fast enough, and the beautiful dive comes through from LGD.
A trade once again. So this is going to be turret for LGD, probably turret down on that bot side as well. And Sheer looks to have been funneled a significant amount of these plates. Not quite sure of the total distribution between Sheer and Shadow, but Sheer is getting a lot of solo gold. And again, for a player who we've been excited by, I've said maybe that this is the best part of this FPX roster, that the brightest star that they've got on their side. We're expecting very, very good things from him, being funneled so much gold, so many turrets as well. And despite Care going down on that top side, LGD didn't quite commit enough members, didn't quite commit the right resources, and find that they didn't actually get that tier 1.
And the reason to be so excited about Sheer is because in split 1 he didn't really show up. Like I'm gonna say that outright. Like I think FPX was in a pretty sad state in some regard. I think there was some performance that you're like, oh my god, wait, what's going on? But I think majority you're like, okay, what happened to Sheer? What's going on? And I feel like this split he's definitely more enabled. It is still just a small advantage. Like even though Sheer has gotten like almost 2 full plates, turrets of plates, he's only like 600 gold up of Sasa.
Yeah, and I think that Sasa as well has been sharing in some of the rewards from LGD, right? Like he actually picked up that kill in that top side and or picked up, you know, at least a decent amount of gold for it, and then some of the plates as well, and now trying to find this 1 versus 1. I mean, Sheer as well, we have to remember, did get ganked very early and taken down at that level 4, 330 marker. So this has been a big comeuppance for Sheer, and now Shadow sort of sniffing about, trying to find Climber, and Yeah, I think Climber reading better into that one, just saying, yeah, my bot side jungle, unfortunately, is not mine.
It does not exist for me any longer. We are on first item spikes for everybody here. Bloodthirster did end up getting completed for Assume. We do have the Sundered Skies for both junglers. Going to feel a lot more confident to take some of these skirmishes in between fights. We do also have more objectives to come up. The 3 grubs did go the way of LGD, as well as that first dragon. So they have been doing a good job of recouping some of these objectives for themselves. Looks like LGD might have an easy turret take in the top side as well, but about 50 seconds for that next dragon to spawn. Rift Herald in about 2 minutes.
I do want to take a little bit of time before that and before those neutral objective fights start to pop off to look at some of those key members that we've been trying to highlight in those supports, right? Dre has had 1 year in the LPL, feels like he's come into 2025. Hold on.
Okay, maybe they just find care.
Okay,
and,
there we go.
All right, you'll take the pick.
Nice and easy. And, like I was saying, Dre, one of these players who's played for a split or played for a year, has come into this year quite well. And for YCX, 5.5 years in Tier 2. This is his first year in the LPL proper. And for a rookie support up against Shui, who's only a little bit more experienced, both of these two players need to find those engages and need to be those big engagement factors for their team. And I think that this game in particular, Dre has a little bit more emphasis on him with that Nautilus. There's not as much initial follow-up or initial engage. So Dre has a pretty big task on his shoulders to find the correct fights and the correct targets.
And I think as the LPL, people have been looking for the next generation of supports for a long time. It does not feel like we've necessarily gotten the next iterations of the Makos, the Crisps, things like that. And I think it's so difficult to make your name known and support, especially if you don't have command and control and that experience, at least. So that's why I love to see some of the growth we've seen from these two guys, specifically this split, and especially that they get more games here that are going to turn into best of 3s here really quickly. I think that might be the biggest boon of all the teams that get to do these games, is that there is just physically more games to play, more experience to be had for these teams that are in third places and that are having those kind of developmental rosters.
And I think that to sort of slightly harken back to what it means to qualify here. Hold on, another fight.
Okay, Weaver's Wall is coming across. Dway and Shadow on the other side of it. Crescent Guard gonna buy a lot of time. Re-engage from Dway. Heroic entrance coming in. That's the 3 knock-up special that Climber just got hit with. Now it's YCX in the middle of everybody, and his life is forfeit. The martyr of LGD. See if they can try to defend a little bit here. As the last needlework going to be dashed for there, but that's Rift Herald going the way of FPX.
Yeah, YCX will fall for the sins of his team there, just throws his life in and says, okay, I'll be the one to go down and you guys stay alive, keep farming, keep getting that XP. It's going to be Rift Herald picked up, though, for FPX, and Care as well, sniffing around on this bot side, trying to deny Climber any sort of avenue back to get some gold. And if they can deny this Tier 1 turret going down as well, that'll be even better. But Care, it's a big task to try and stop this from happening.
It is. He's been in this situation 3 times already in this game. See if he can this time make his way out of it. And he does. Makes a difference when you got some tanky items there, doesn't it?
Nice and easy for him. Actually, as it turns out, cease and desist used as well. Grandmaster's Might went down, so that's 2 ultis committed by LGD to get nothing. And FPX, I think, can continue to be happy with how the pace of this game is going. Yes, it's not a rampant, explosive mid-game that they've gone into, but they are, by all accounts, ahead at that mid-game marker where they needed to be.
Yeah. And how are we feeling about the scaling objective for LGD? Are you okay with this little lead going the way of FPX because you're not that far behind?
Yeah, I think the neutral objectives is the real big kicker for me if I'm FPX. If I'm LGD, I'm quite happy, right, that we're 1-1 on Drakes, and that's not necessarily a bad place to be in. We've got effectively 15 minutes before we need to fight, before we give up a soul of any description, which might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. But this is something that's going to be really, quite scary for them. The heads-up play from Chue there curbs the ulti so that he can knock up Climber as well. Fully channeled bullet time onto XQW means that he can never really get involved in the fight either. Zoom, really nice timing, making sure that he's timing his ulti for the knock-up from that Nautilus as well.
Just the CC shading there is so disgusting. Now Climber Gonna find Shadow there. Shadow a little bit stronger in the 1v1 for now. Xiaoya's on his way though with Sasa coming down as well. Gonna get Crescent guarded out of his counter-strike. Wind becomes lightning and Shadow wants a fight. Xiaoya also going to look for a little bit of something, but he gets Dredgelined buffered out of it with his Arcane Shift. And FPX, we're putting pressure on this top side, but won't find any picks with it. Do get a couple abilities used in some ultimates.
Yeah, Xiaoya's been really good at using that Arcane Shift to get out of Jue's engages. But other than that, it's looking still pretty decent for FPX, right? Dictating how that topside play goes down, making sure that their jungle is, their jungle in their own right is nice and clear, but also that the jungle they're trying to invade onto is getting lit up like a Christmas tree.
Oh, Sasa caught in the side lane. Heroic entrance, dude. There's literally the same combo we just saw earlier used on a YCX. And it works again. FPX go all 5 in the top lane looking for a tier 2 turret.
Knock up into knock up, and LGD not quite ready. Don't quite have the answers just yet. XQW.
Well. Shadow's in a lot of trouble here. You might look for the fight back on XQW. XQW needs to be a little bit more careful there. They did defend the tier 2 tower though, and that's pretty big.
Yeah, it is. I think that Care sort of posturing aggressively there, and honestly the whole of FPX just sat chomping at the bit behind that wall. Made it a little bit more scary for LGD to go for that fight than they might have liked. And at the end of the day, they're trying to pick off a target who's already at this stage quite tanky, just with the Sundered Sky, excuse me.
There you go.
And the healing that you get from that plus Conqueror can be a little bit tricky to take down.
God, I don't miss Divine Sunder.
They made them so similar and gave them such similar names.
And they're both weapons. So,
yes.
The subconscious tie-in. Dragon is being taken up by FPX right now, though. It would be a second for them. It is an Infernal, so fitting for the Phoenix if they want to keep stacking that one up. But again, we go back to what we said from draft. This team needs to put the pedal to the metal in every way possible to try to keep their head above water that LGD is working for. So now onto the map with no real objectives coming up, but LGD trying to keep presence around this top side river and enemy jungle.
I think my concern for LGD is that they don't have the damage to get through Care. That this Ezreal probably will get to a 3-item point, right? That Muramana is pretty much there. But Ezreal, not the greatest of tank killers, needs a lot of time to try and get through them. Natalia as well opting into this Liandry's helps them out a little bit, but it is going to be a tricky position to take out this FPX composition, because not only do you have to get through all of Galio's health bar, you then have to get through Crescent Guard Xin Zhao and through Hallowed Mist Gwen. Like, there's so much sort of zone control as well as tankiness that LGD might actually struggle all the way through.
So I guess my biggest curiosity is, what is Sasa's job here? Is it to stop Sheer? Is it to jump on Assumed so he can't get a big bullet time? Is it to buffer for the rest of the team composition? I'm trying to figure out how. Obviously in side lane we know what his job is, but in these team fights,
I think he's got options. And I think that if you can keep Xiaoya and XQW alive, it probably means that LGD end up winning out in this fight, in these games, because there's nobody that can take him down.
Another buffer. They got the heroic entrance combo there, but Shadow's a little bit caught out. Crescent Guard going to be there, but he's going to flash over the wall. Going for the fight over on a Climber. Climber's going down, and now the bullet time onto 3. Gets a little bit of chunks on LGD, but it's just continuous one-kill win fights for FPX over and over again.
And importantly, despite these kills going over, they've not really been able to break open those objectives, right? That tier 1 turret still stands in the mid lane, and yes, they're able to find a dragon earlier on, but these are all very inconsequential kills that are coming through. Just a couple of 300 gold injections here or there may prove to be the deciding factor as we move into those team fights where we're going to see larger scale 5 versus 5s. But for the time being, FPX are just kind of coasting along, and I do get scared for them.
We're going to take a look back at the initial fight. Both the buffer there, but as well as the engage onto Shadow.
Yeah, and it's just not quite a correct target to go for. We see that Crescent Guard come through. The fact that we end up with Climber on this side of the wall just gives a free out as well, which is always pretty tricky.
Whoa!
Again.
Shadow goes across the Weaver's wall. YCX caught. How does this just keep happening to LGD, a team that we've lauded for some of their togetherness, the plays we've seen? and they are getting split in half here by FPX.
Still bound by this mid wave. Xiaoya trying to step up, but FPX move their way toward the Atakan. And that's going to be the objective sort of picked up without really any recompense, it looks like.
Whoa. How did he get there?
The Weaver wall maybe did a little bit of work.
But he was on the other side of that. We're going to have to check that one out a couple more times.
Goodbye.
Dway's going to have some time to check that one out potentially. That he's in the death realm. Roses are going to go the way of FPX, though, as well as the Atacon. They must get all of them, or at least try to. They go back in for the fight. Shadow's almost dead. Crescent Guard to buy time. He's just outside of the range, but the Vault Breaker's going to get the kill. Climber goes for the combo with the cease and desist there on Assume. XQW throwing rocks and going ham. Now Xiaoya, he's chased down the remaining members of FPX. Heroic Entrance is used, but he's going to be chased down by Xiaoya too and LGD. They're right close to the lead, and this is a problem for FPX.
Just as we thought that FPX had got their sort of ideas of how to play the game together, they weren't quite able to convert cleanly. Dre gets caught out looking for a Hex Flash angle for a fight, assumes bullet time goes completely wide, and then Shadow throws his life away in an attempt to bail out the rest of his team. I'm curious as to see whether or not they could have just exited out here through this top side, but maybe Shadow's just sort of thinking, we're strong enough, we can take this fight, but then Sasa ends up with a nice double stun, which really disrupts their fight. Cease and desist comes through, meaning that Assume has no real chance to take this. And Xiaoya as well, 1v1 in Care, who's 2 levels above him. Definitely not something that you're looking for.
I'm just so, like, those fights are so ridiculously scattered. Like, Xiaoya was on the biggest flank as the ADC. Things are getting chaotic. That's what we came to the qualification stage for here. And now we get to see this chaos unfold just right behind the leader, LGD. FPX, they're feeling the heat, and now they go for an engage. Oh my god, the magnetic hook. Bullet time over top of it. This is the combo that they were waiting for, and these are the moments that they capitalize on. They're looking for the turret now.
Open the playbook, Mazel. Page 42. Circles, baby. They found them. It happened. They got the wombo combo. Dre plus Assume link up. They find Needlework over the top, and that might just net them the Baron.
Dude, what is this game? It is just going back and forth, and then FPX just slammed the door out of nowhere. And this is going to be like a 1,000 goalie that gets ballooned so highly if they can utilize the Baron buff efficiently. They've already got a push starting to build in the top side too to look at a tier 2 up there. Meanwhile, Dragons will be evened up by LGD while they take the bot side jungle of FPX.
Yeah, and I think that they, as FPX now, need to take at least all of the tier 2s. There's so much gold sat in them that they can just leverage that to win fights in the future. They're not really close to a soul win condition. That Infernal Soul would do so much work for them, but they aren't there yet. They're not really in a good position for it. And they're going to take a little bit of time to get there. So hammering home an advantage in this stage is going to be the really important part. We get to see another glimpse of Dway.
Dude, what?
I think Fog was doing a lot of work there to keep us from seeing quite how extended that Nautilus hook was.
I saw it go very far to the left, Rude. I don't know.
Yes. Yes. There's gonna be a Twitter screenshot later on.
There's that and how the hell Rel got on the other side of the Weaver's wall. We already racked up 2 of them. We're only 1 game in. You'd love to see it.
For FPX, right, the win early sort of necessity has now largely been met. They, find a good engage, but it's all back to Dre, that player who's had a year in the LPL but has had so much development and growth just in 2025 as XQW looking for something.
You caster cursed him. He gets the Weaver's well. Okay, he's going to be fine. Shadow's taking the fight into YCX now. Oh, TP's coming in. Sasa on the flank of a Century is going to be spotted by the TP coming in. Oh my god, Dway, call him Spider-Man right now. Or else, Sasa, you have to counter-strike out. Bullet time over top, and there's the Venn diagram of doom that FPX have put together. Might as well call it a fire pit because the Phoenix is alive and well. They're right on to the next turret here as they have easy pickings as this Baron buff is still up for another minute for them.
And Shadow bullied out Xiaoyu. Double summoner spells burned on the Ezreal, which we didn't quite see, was caught off screen. But the Ezreal not able to contribute to that fight. Didn't have the peel, didn't have the protection of his front line. And if you don't have that, then your entire composition breaks down. This requires concise front-to-back team fighting, which is not something that LGD have.
They just used the Gwen immune to burst down that turret. Shadow's been taking mid lane as well. What did I talk about that burst and bubble that was about to be this gold lead? It went from 1,000 to over 6,000 gold now.
For a chance at a best of 3, which sends them to the Ascend stage. FPX, for me, came into this a weaker prospect, and Jway, I think, on this Nautilus having a heck of a performance. Making, once again, these flash plays with the Nautilus ulti, and then turning it around with the hook. The foresight, the heads up to know what he's doing, and that, as much as we, meme about Nautilus mechanics, and maybe that hook before was a little bit bogus, that play right there was clinical.
Yeah, that was good. You have to know the buffer time if you're going to be able to execute that kind of stuff, and that's what maybe some of that experience he's garnered over the last couple of years has given him. Now this composition from FPX just gets to run rampant. This lead enables them to just be reckless with their advantages, and now they can just move into this bot side, this mid lane. Looks like they're trying to go for a bit of a 4-1 setup.
If they can break open that tier 3 in the mid lane, they can sort of fluctuate between the waves, use the mid and bot lane together. They don't need to play really through that mid lane with no Baron. Bot side, no turret to take is a lot easier.
Oh, Shadow. Oh, Shadow. Okay, they're going to just pop the emergency button. Oh, my God. They just eliminate YCX. That's your front line. Zwei gets caught by the seismic shove. Nice flash, counter strike. He's in there. Bullet time is there onto 2, though, and in the middle of the cease and assist. Now it's FPX splitting apart the rest of the fight, but Sasa, he's found another one. He goes down immediately after. Now it's a 2-4-2. If they can find the push, they'll back away. Xiaoyu trying to pop shots into them now, but that'll be all she wrote here. Massive chaos right in front of the nexus of LGD.
Both teams will take that as a win, right? For FPX, they take down the inhibitor. They've got now that point of pressure for the next 5 minutes. For LGD, they didn't lose the game. And I think that that's honestly the big win that they can take. Shadow here, second time out that he's been maybe just a little bit overzealous. Forces the flash from XQW and then ends up maybe baiting in this fight. Again, it's Shui just picking off YCX, just saying, oh, actually, you are not in a position for anything good. And Sasa finds a 5-man counter-strike, but it's just without the follow-up.
That was the dredge line from the grave. He literally got the pullback after he died, and it pulled him into the bullet time. What the hell was that, Dwayne? And I love it. This man's been popping off on the dredge lines. He's been popping off on this Nautilus. And again, he is that glue for this team. It feels like we've seen, especially over these last couple days, is just the guy that's making things happen and letting everybody play off of him.
Should now be a Baron take for FPX. Work their way into that topside jungle, make sure that they are fully set up around it. Work on that Baron, and I think that for LGD as well, having Sasa catch that bot wave, see how far out he can push it. This is the sort of final Hail Mary for LGD. If they find a fight around this Baron, they can stabilize, keep themselves in this game. If it goes wrong and if they lose this Baron, very real possibility that the game just ends shortly thereafter. So Sasa push that bot wave in nice and deep. You've got teleport to get up to the play. And then you've got sort of a minute, maybe if you're lucky, to work with before you have to come back answer those next set of super creeps.
Yeah, 4 items being brought up for many, many members here in both sides of things. FPX definitely going to have a bit of advantage across the board. Baron Vision is the target right now for FPX. Maybe not feeling super confident, just rip it now. But once they get these waves pushing, that might change. As they do go ahead and pull it out there. And now it's about Jway and Care bodyguarding the entrance to this Baron buff as they will finally see that it's being done. Jway is getting lower and lower. TP coming in, but the Baron's already gone. Shadow's taking it. Nice engage from YCX, though. But is the enough damage going to be there, though? They've already popped one, as now they'll get the other. They'll be able to turn back into the GA there. Glimmer goes down, too. Oh, no, not like this. Xiaoya, he's being snipped alive, and Sheer gets himself a fat old triple kill.
FPX are going to go up into that upper bracket. They will play in the upper best of 3 to secure their spot in Ascend after their next game. A Baron fight to end all Baron fights, and FPX come away clean.
Look at the smiles on the FPX faces, the elation in that they ain't even done yet. They started. Look at those smiles, man. How is it not infectious to see this team go at it here? They've had a hell of a last 24 hours. And now we get to see them in a best of 3 against whoever wins the next match there for that spot in Ascend. The story of FPX is just one of blazing glory in the latter half of this first opening part of the split.
And right, they had so much, I'll call it sort of animosity around the early game for that specific best of 1, where they were a little bit timid, a little bit slow, a little bit delayed, but when they needed to, they bit the bullet. They went, okay, now's our time to find the fight. They were patient, they were biding their time, and managed to get in and get out and do exactly what they needed to.
They did indeed. Sheer, looking as young as he is, but still looking damn good on the Rift itself. This combination between him and Shadow has been wonderful to watch, but Jway had a heck of a performance in this game as well. I have to think about who gets those MVPs, but I have to say, disappointing for LGD. I mean, yes, it's double round robin. They still have a best of 3 to go to in the lower bracket now that they've lost, but this is a team that had such high highs and had such high expectations for a kind of middle of the pack team, and things just haven't been clicking.
No, and it does make their life a little bit more difficult. Obviously, they've now got to win 2 best of 3s to progress into Ascend. And I mean, like we've talked about, being in the Nirvana group is so disastrous just as a concept that 2 teams can't go and play in split 3 in summer. It is a real concern for players, fans, coaches, everybody. If you are supporting this organization, you want them to be in Group Ascend, even if they're going to get smandangled by top of the top. They'll play split 3, and that's a win. So for FPX, taking that first step forward, a very big boon for them.
It is indeed, and I think they'll be very happy, but they're going to have to refocus in. They only have a little break until they have to go into that best of 3, which should be a lot of fun to watch as well. But man, I just have to say, like, the drafts are working out. It was even on red side. It wasn't even blue side. Like, I'm just imagining back to when Sasa was so excited about winning that 1v1, and now how bad it feels to still lose on the red side, or at least lose on that blue side, lose the red side itself. And now what that means for FPX moving forward in terms of what strategies they can bring out in that best of 3, because we're finally going to get to the fearless section of things here in Split 2.
Yeah, and again, reminder, right, that best of 3s for pretty much all of the Split 2. This is technically Split 2 placements. We're moving into Split 2 proper from next week, the week after, right? We've got the rest of these qualifiers where the best of 3s will start to take place, and some best of 3 practice as well. It's going to go pretty well for them.
I'd say so. Get another headache of a watch at the format rundown of what this split is. But we're right there in the middle. You see the qualifier section? We're right there. We're getting further along. We're moving from left to right slowly but surely. But, you know, FPX getting that much closer to putting themselves within that 10-team roster of Group Ascend, the best of the very best. And they had a cliff that they built and pushed LGD off of, it seemed.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see the slight discrepancy between Shadow and Climber, really. The only real area of the map where it's not what you expect. I mean, Care, low damage percentage, he's playing Galio, right? Like, we're not really that bothered. But the worthwhile mention goes to Shadow for playing so aggressively, it feels like, on this Xin Zhao, and actually having a very decent time of things.
Yeah, he had some really good moments. And moments that begged a couple questions a couple times. We were like, oh my god, why he's being so aggressive? But then it works out for him, or they at least get out and force a couple of spells, or at least force some tools out of LGD. But then like, it was always the re-engages for me. Like, you always knew it was coming. That's what they drafted this composition for. I said they had a page that was just circles. The circles look damn good, man. Like, it turned out that if you do engage onto a team composition that has invulnerables or at least untargetables, and then you have the heroic entrance on top of it all, like, it just makes it that much harder.
Yeah, I mean, for FPX, sometimes just going back to the oldie but goodies will just work out for you. They went back to a tried and true strategy of wombo combo, and it ended up being exactly what they needed.
The classic anti-dive, at least. But the bullet times on top, I give a little shout out to Assume. Had some really nice layering on top of that. I don't think he at all was the biggest piece to the puzzle here, but still had something to say in it. And these are the kinds of performances that give you a little bit more confidence in an FPX that has wavered that confidence over the last couple months.
Yeah, and maybe Dwayne just now becomes the...
Look at that, that's dirty, man. Like, dude, somebody check him PC. There were too many times. There were too many moments.
Yeah, he's just doing the exact best thing.
Inhuman.
I mean, even in this fight, right? What's happening off screen right now is Xiaoya is killing a Nautilus, which, you know, isolated sounds great, but the rest of his team is getting absolutely owned. And you know, spending all of your time on a Nautilus, just not quite what you would have been looking for. Xiaoya ends up getting cut down as well. So for the way that game ended up playing out, I think Dway, for me, should come away with that Pog vote. Certainly up there with definitely one of the most standing players of LGD.
I could see Sheer getting it just for name value, but I would rather see Dway or Shadow get it 100%. I think that's absolutely
Shadow's the other shout for doing like 2.5 times his enemy jungler's damage and being a good also component for the early game and how those ended up playing out. So a couple of options for our fan cast and for the votes, but we're going to be sad if it's not one of those two.
Yeah, I would definitely be sad. Although I will say it's fitting that we had so much impact from Dway when we wanted to highlight him a little bit more, and we get that kind of Nautilus performance. Now, I do wonder once he gets away from the kind of this Nautilus, maybe Alistar setup for them as well, what we end up seeing from him. But we end up getting our player of the game. It is Dway on his Nautilus, so well done there, my friend, and well deserved.
Yeah, numerous very good hooks. Some really solid Nautilus mechanics as well, just with his ulti. You know, not something that you typically think of Nautilus ult mechanics, but they were there.
They were there. Well, that's it for our first game of the day. That is going to be moving us into our second best of one. It's going to be Ultra Prime versus WE. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Rude Dude, and we are already getting into this wonderful day of League of Legends. It is the qualification for either Group Ascend or for Group Nirvana, and we already are into our second best of one to decide who joins FPX in that qualification best of three tonight. Now it is Ultra Prime versus Team WE. Now, before we get to that, though, I did mess up and I missed a little bit of something. So we have to give a massive, immense, gigantic shout out to all of our coffee and YouTube subscribers. It is without question one of the greatest additions to what we're doing here is your guys' support to help level up the broadcast and level up the show on a daily basis. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, paying on-air talent, the little bits that we can, but also getting this content and these this broadcast up and running here. So please subscribe to our coffee. That will be linked in chat to unlock perks like early access to content, and you get to see a little bit parts of the show as well. So thank you all so much for joining us on this wonderful journey that we've had to go on. But now we get to continue that journey, Rude Dude. We get to go on to Ultra Prime versus WE. The games that maybe nobody was waiting for. Both these teams had to go into tiebreakers to make it into this. WE was not the expected entrance into this qualification match from their group, but here they are.
Yeah, I mean they've got a big ticket on their shoulders, right, to try to prove that actually they deserve to be here. And I think they proved that in their group as well. It's worth saying, but they should also be looking at taking down UP as well. For UP in particular, there's so much. I'll call it history, but there's so much sort of pressure on them. I think more than anything, especially for how this game specifically is going to play out, and we can talk about the ramifications of that a little bit later on. But the roster obviously on your screen, a hodgepodge of various different rosters, but most importantly, some sort of new blood as well being brought in with Xiaojia.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a different setup here, and Xiaojia being brought in to pair alongside June Hao from their time on BLG Junior. Shout out to Kelsey for that info as well. Also, shout out to Kelsey for producing this entire show, being extremely sick. Shout out to you, Rude, for being here with me yelling at video games while you're sick. But please, everybody go wish these two very, very well wishes here to get better. But I'm wishing Ultra Prime some well wishes here to try to find out what works for this team, because I gotta say, it hasn't worked. In the past years, it has not worked, whatever they've done, but it is a different iteration. It is a new start for a lot of these players, but also this team and organization.
Exactly, and we can see the results of their past 2 years on screen, right? Never above 13th, which for any organization is going to be disappointing, but making Group Ascend would grant them their highest split placement in LPL since 2022. And that is the most important part for Ultra Prime in this series. Today, tomorrow if necessary, that they qualify, they automatically finish top 10. And that is so powerful and already such a big boost for their team, their ego, their power in the LPL. Taking that would be a big win.
And I love to see, I know they're little incremental movements, but I love to see teams slowly getting better. Like when you look at the TT story and you see every year slowly getting better, and every year for Ultra Prime it's been getting a little bit better here or there. But now this new iteration needs to improve a little bit of ground for themselves to stand on. On the other side, I'm trying to figure out what WE is standing on here. This team has been such an interesting look, but also question marks here occasionally. I mean, we see like big moments from Taeyun, we see big moments from Monkey, but then we see worse moments from the two. We have Vampire doing whatever he's doing. I need consistency from this team.
Yeah, it's that recall back to are these teams going to be consistent enough in these series? And for me, like we've mentioned, Taeyun definitely the most consistent on this WE roster, but there have been distinct high and low lights from everybody on this WE roster. So there is definitely an element here of maybe they've got what it takes. And I think that coming into this best of one, they should come in as underdogs up against Ultra Prime. But I mean, I think that was the same case for FPX in the last game, and look at what happened. So
that's very true.
There's a very real world where we see WE take this game, and where we see Ultra Prime once again just at not even the final hurdle this time, but at like the second to last one, just crumble.
Yeah, and I really am just like, there's going to be so many doubters in here. As soon as WE does badly, it's EDG should be here. EDG should be here. But WE are the ones that made it. WE are the ones that won the tiebreaker. And like we had said earlier, Taeyun has been kind of that linchpin for them. So we're going to take a look at some clips from him. But they need to, first and foremost, take a look at what this guy's been able to do for this team. He has been an incredible damage force and kind of that carry after being imported over here from KDF Challengers.
Yeah, and right, the import from the LCK Challengers was sort of two of the pieces that WE went for. The fact that Taeyun has had a pretty decent showing so far is definitely quite good, because I would say that in the mid lane, Kara certainly not had that exact same kickstart to their LPL career. But looking at the damage percentage as well, second of all teams, it kind of shows you that Taeyun, he's pumping out as much damage as possible, and that maybe his team just not quite giving him that backup, that support that is needed. And when they're winning, Mazel, 7.14 KDA,
Yeah.
I'm not even sure that like how many wins they'd have needed to get such a specific KDA, but even still, like a 7 KDA is impressive.
It is impressive, but then you also look at the contrast in losses. Still having a decent amount, right, but not anywhere as big of a splash zone as 7 is there. But it is obviously to be expected in losses. This team definitely functions around both jungle and this ADC role here itself. But I think the most important thing to focus on, and kind of the biggest difference and biggest change up, is the addition of Xiaoxia and trying to figure out if this mess up works, if this change up works for Ultra Prime themselves, and being able to bring this guy in and have that kind of existing synergy that we had mentioned earlier for BLG Jr. with Junhao, but seeing if this is maybe yet another addition of a prodigy and support role for the LPL.
Yeah, and we've talked about, right, just in the last game, that we're still waiting for that up-and-coming new age of supports. And, you know, this is Xiaoxia's first split in the LPL, so it's incredibly early to start trying to talk about him as potentially one of those players. But that's the type of thing that being a new support gives you, and especially when you've got some pre-existing synergy with your jungler. Junhao is, you know, probably been a lead component of saying, yeah, let's get Xiaoxia in and make sure that he's the player that we're looking to play with. So you can already see some good sort of stats on the screen about how much vision he's liking to play around, and I think kill participation as well. Exactly where you'd want it to be, up in that, you know, high 70s. Looking at the majority of fights, you're there and helping.
Only a few days since the signing, but here to make an impact and maybe make that run for Ultra Prime. That's what I want to talk about next, is what lies ahead of these teams, because we have to say this best of one, it means a lot, but then you go straight into, if you win this one, you go straight into a best of 3 that can be that qualification for you. And FPX is already waiting there after having to, honestly, in my mind, upset LGD and find that win. And now you have a very different bracket moving forward.
Yeah, and I do, you know, pity and sort of fear for whoever loses this game. Having to face up against LGD in that lower bracket. Obviously, they're in the lower bracket for a reason. FPX are certainly coming into a bit of form themselves, carrying over the momentum from yesterday of taking down NIP into today. And whatever UP versus WE looks like in this game, I know that the next game that we get to play is going to explode with power, and sort of what these two teams can show us in a best of 3 is something I'm excited by.
So now we get to go back to that prediction conversation, because you had said LGD was going to make it all the way through.
And I was wrong.
And unfortunately, that is not going to be the case. They have no chance of qualifying today. It's going to have to be over the next couple days. And now we have to readjust our statements. Is it an FPX dream here? Like, is it from the bottom to nothing and now to the top to ascend?
Well, whatever it is, I think it's going to be a 3-gamer on our best of 3 to close out the day, because FPX looked really good in that last game, right? It took them a little bit of time to get the ball rolling, but I really thought that LGD were going to be the best team out of this bracket entirely, and UP versus WE coming in, little bit less to split between the two of them, a little bit less to split between them and FPX, or the winner of this and FPX as well. So certainly a lot on my mind, keeping me on my toes, let's say, for where these two teams value one another.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Now we are going to also get another best of one, at least solo bolo here in the side selection 1v1 that we're going to have between Ultra Prime and WE. I remember looking at the tweet earlier. I'm not remembering off the top of my head who the matchup is, but nonetheless, side selection didn't work for LGD in game number 1, so no. I don't even know if it matters anymore.
No, exactly right. And I think that the important thing is that at the end of the day, if you are the better team, side select, we can quarrel over its impact, let's say. So getting blue side definitely helps you out, but also if you get dealt a bad hand in the draft, if your coaches are, or just the players as well, end up deciding something that might not be exactly what they're after, or that doesn't quite fit the brief of what should be done, that's when things start to get a little bit close, a little bit dangerous, let's say, and where WE, I think, might look to punish UP in this game.
I gotta say, it's the biggest hold on here maybe that I can take from this is also that FPX gets a lot of time to rest. Because
exactly. It's a tight turnaround.
It's a long turnaround here. We're getting back to like the 30+ minutes between games that we were in beforehand when we had the interviews going on between games themselves. But hopefully we'll be getting into this 1v1 here very, very shortly and get the games underway, because that's the other thing. We still have to get through the 1v1, then get into the game and the draft itself. It does look like we're finally getting onto stage and getting ready to go. I hope we have a more interactive 1v1.
It is the top laners going up against one another this time. So hopefully there's not I guess that they'll try and hands check one another in the 1v1.
I want Draven versus Draven, level 1.
Just bare knuckle brawl, okay? Because I remember they did one of the 1v1s early on, very early on, and maybe this was like the Demacia Cup. I think it was with you as well, where they did it on Summoner's Rift, and you had the stacking on blue buff. They went to top lane anyway, and then like you just absolutely battle it out, see who's coming out on top.
That was back in the good times of 1v1, where everybody just fisticuffed right at the beginning. There was no waiting for the ring of fire every time. One day we'll get back to that promised land. No, you're totally good. Hey, you're the one here doing this while you're sick. I appreciate you more than anything.
No, we battle through. We hit the mute button, and we hope that we can build for. Yesterday, I had a bit of a shocker where I forgot to unmute, and we were on air for a couple of minutes, and there was something else happening. But either way, today we're all good. We're battling through, and for how these 1v1s end up going, right? That side select power, but also the idea that this now decides, or rather that this game decides who ends up going into the upper bracket game after this, who ends up securing potentially a place in Group Ascend, has weeks of really good practice up against the top teams the LPL has to offer, and most importantly, doesn't get demoted out of Split 2 and Split 3. Yeah.
And also the biggest microcosm in each group is the fact that it is a double round robin in Group Ascend, a single round robin in Group Nirvana, so you even have less games, and it feels like you're just trying to grasp at straws there as we are into the bans of this 1v1. We have WE with Cube on that blue side, ban away the Varus and the Rumble. Wanjiang on the red side, gonna ban away the Corki as well as that Jace.
Okay, Heimerdinger time, surely.
Heimerdinger time.
Kled, Heimerdinger, and Draven are my go-tos. Udyr as well was one of them, and then you've also got all of the knockout champions like Alistair, Lee Sin, Poppy. I think Poppy's really funny in 1v1s.
That is very, especially with the Ring of Fire. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Poppy.
Yeah, me too.
Because you get hit by Keep Reverting, you're done. You're out. You're dead.
So those are my cheat codes for. Oh, okay.
Instant lock of the Aurelia. Okay. So maybe not as much scaling until the Ring of Fire here with the Aurelia.
Yeah, hit level 3, start dashing about, doing some tricksy maneuvers, and probably win. Or, look good doing it.
Or look good doing it. I like that part of it.
Oh.
See what the answer is going to be. Do you have, off the top of your head, what would be good to you in this setup?
Notoriously, I despise playing against Aurelias. Now, I come from a mid lane pool where I'm playing ranged all the time and just get owned anyway.
Nice.
But I'm pretty sure Renekton is one of the decent answers for Aurelia because she does all the dashing, and as long as you auto her once, you get the stun, right? And you can follow up on the majority of your damage just in that stun duration. So pretty sure this should be good for Cube in a 1v1 setup, right? Like, if I'm talking about this in the Summoner's Rift perspective, I'm happy with Renekton here. But in a 1v1 where backing and recalling is enabled and things like that, there's definitely some workarounds for an Aurelia to try to find purchase in this 1v1.
I want to see early and often trades. I don't even care if it's detrimental. You can back. You can get health back. Just take
scrap it out.
I don't want to watch a Heimerdinger versus Wukong for like 15 minutes. Do nothing, dude.
No, I don't want to watch that either. Fortunately, they've given us bruisers. They've given us a bruiser apiece. So you would like to think that they're not just going to sit and farm for the foreseeable future.
That's what you think.
Yeah, and I think that in theory that looks good, but these teams, believe it or not, Mazel, they want to win, and I'm unfortunately going to be the burden of bad news and say that the most effective way to win is just to wait until that final 1v1 and hope that you can outplay it.
The funny thing is one of these teams has to win.
This is true.
We'll hopefully be getting into a very, very shortly, seeing who takes that side selection for the best of one that is ahead of us. Remember, first turret, first to 100 CS, or first to 2 kills, unless it is the overtime Ring of Fire, where it is just the first kill.
Double Dorans and a long sword for Cube, and double Dorans and a cloth armor for Wanshong. A little bit of a discrepancy. Early on, the cloth armor has a little bit more power, I would say, but once that long sword is getting picked up and built into a full item, you're going to be going there nice and soon. Wanshong here spending a little bit of time just waiting for his plated steel caps, I think.
I know Kelsey was telling us a little bit about the 1v1 Jiang moniker that he has just for his 1v1 prowess when he was in the APAC region, at least. But I'm already seeing some of the skirmishing that I love to see between this kind of matchup, and makes it a little bit more exciting. But I'm hoping to see maybe this kind of up and cover, this guy coming to join the LPL, showing up one of the long-standing kind of journeymen in Q.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he's been in and around the LPL, has certainly been one of those players that has had his successes, had his weaknesses, and certainly thrives around being able to get counter pick as well, I would say. But now being able to take on this fight against Zhong is who's putting the hands on a little bit, definitely styling with the Aurelia, not necessarily coming out favorably in these trades, all told. But one of the small things about Aurelia is that you can sometimes be incentivized not to queue something you won't kill, but when you're doing that on Aurelia, when you're missing out on getting an extra Q, it's a large source of your damage. So it's very worthwhile to just put your Q on cooldown if it's fully stacked, if your passive's fully stacked anyway, and start wailing away at them.
Try to get the connection there. Not able to get the CC chain, but he has got the level 6 advantage now. The problem is, though, when you get kills right now, it doesn't feel as good because you still have to get a second one. But he is going to get the back off with a little bit more CS as Cube is going to try to catch up a bit. Maybe even try to stop his back here. Oh, it's close.
That slice and dice though, Mazel. That was satisfying. Just E through, took like, I don't know, 7 creeps in 1 E. It was good to watch. I enjoyed it. Steel caps picked up for Zhong. So if you can stop the recall here as well, I think that this is very greedy from Cube. Knowing that Zhong... Okay, well... He walked all the way back knowing that you can stop recalls and expecting his recall to be stopped. Cube didn't do it, and he kind of got disrespected there, I'm going to be honest.
Happens, I guess, is all we can say. It is the plated steel caps versus the bramble vest now, though, so a little bit of difference in the itemization.
So Conqueror picks up for both of these two, so the little bit of healing that you're going to get from that's certainly going to be quite valuable. And now, okay,
Dominus. All right, they go for the all-in. It's going to be everything used from both of them. The flash going to be utilized as well. Jiang, can he get out the barrier? A little late there, but does end up surviving and gets the back off here. Don't die, my friend. It's going to be okay. I believe in you.
It's okay. You caught that. The audience didn't. But what Jean caught was just an absolute hailstorm of cubes damage there. And the flash on the Renekton actually coming out in force to try to close that gap. Jean with the classic barrier of actually, barriering nothing, but having it up there just in case. But Vamp Scepter now picked up means that the trades that are going to come through, if they don't stick for Cube, Jean will be able to heal those back up.
Yeah, he absolutely will be. Really intense little 1v1s that we get between these two, as expected.
Better 1v1s.
Yeah.
Than the one we saw previously.
Very true. At least there's something. At least there's like a little bit of excitement. It's
I'm
like going on the kiddie roller coaster. You know, it has like a little bump.
Yeah. Well, it's like
what was your favorite kiddie roller coaster?
Dodgems. I don't know what you call the bumper cars.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of like the little. Did you have like the quintessential like little dragon roller coaster ever when you were a kid? Like where the carts look like a dragon, like just goes up and down.
Yeah, we did. I was still like my whole life has been me enjoying driving into things, and when I get to do that, that's the fun part of the parks.
I appreciate that at least.
Not in my real life.
Have you ever done bumper boats?
No, I haven't.
No. Oh, bumper boats is like next level. Water everywhere. I'm seeing a little bit of water on the rift right now, though. I don't know what that means. There's ice. I don't know, something. 1v1 between Cube and Jiang, though. Is Cube looking for the dominance play? He's got his number here. And the solo will go over. First kill goes to Cube. He needs one more, but that's big.
Yeah, I mean, this is already over, unfortunately. Cube is now 2 levels up. Has the ability now to get that early recall in. And he's got the Eclipse finished up. So there's no world where Jiang wins the next 1v1. So he's not going to win the next 1v1. He won't win any short trades. He doesn't have the ability to sustain up in the long trades. And by the time that ring closes, Dominus will be back up.
Knows.
Yeah, like the game's over from here. Yeah, if somehow Xiong wins this, something crazy has happened.
The Eclipse, pickaxe, bramble vest, 2 Doran's blades, and the refillable. That is a hell of an inventory. And we just heard the announcer, so it means that the wall of fire is coming up very, very shortly.
And as well, for that final fight that we saw, or the first fight that we saw, where an actual kill happened, Zhang played it about as well as possible, right? He got the damage resistance in when the Ruthless Predator came out from Cube, so he's like planting himself whilst he was stunned. It's the best time for you to do it, and still just didn't stand a chance. He's still down 2 levels, has finally finished a Blade of the Ruin King, but again, pound for pound and just blow for blow, the Eclipse is going to do way more in an isolated 1 versus 1 where sustain isn't a possibility.
I mean, yeah, you would have to be the Crocodile Hunter at this point if you're young to have any chance here, because that's a 1,000-pound beast right there ready to go. And it's looking like the death roll might just be near. He gets him to half health before the fires are even close now. He's waiting to pop that Dominus. Going to go ahead and get it. Young going to pop that Ignite plus barrier, but he is just dead to the AoE. And an easy pickup for WE and Q.
Yeah, and that's how that's going to go for Renekton, right? We talked about it being a potentially winning matchup anyway. Cube did what he was supposed to do.
What happened?
We've lost the moniker, unfortunately. However, it was a good little fight, and Q, I think, coming out notably on top there, 2-0 in the 1v1, and wins it for his team. So side select now for WE, which means, last game's anything to go by. Congrats to Ultra Prime, you'll be in the upper bracket, but not to be said in jest, really. Both of these two teams still got a massive best of 1 up against one another to go, and to see who's really going to come out on top.
WE are going to be on the blue side, shocker, yet again. So they will be trying to take the prio over that. We'll see what the Gwen setup is, what the Nefiri setup is, what kind of prio on those bans we get specifically, because I think it's been established kind of what the premier picks are. The Rumbles up there as well. We've had a lot of bans towards the Callistas too.
Yeah, and I mean, We were talking about this as well for Ultra Prime, that we're probably looking a little bit more at that bot lane to be an area where they can look to carry, especially with some new support not tech, but like synergy between support and jungler as well. So certainly an area of the Rift that we do want to keep our eyes on, whether that Kalista gets locked in or whether it gets banned away. There are some really good choices as well about if the bot lanes do come to fruition, or if that Kalista does or doesn't get banned, right? Varus, Kalista have been two of the go-to bans just in general, so certainly keeping our eyes on what the bans look like, and I think specifically for Ultra Prime, how can they stop Taeyun?
Taeyun, an important factor here for sure.
No, in my head, he has been the most important factor for WE, right? Like that has just been their tried and tested player that seems to succeed for me, and that's really the part that I want to hammer home.
Well, and you see that kind of damage differential we were talking about earlier, and showing off like what he brings to the team. Now I want to see him step up here and earn that best of 3 to get through the qualification too.
Yeah.
As the Sejuani ban and the Galio ban are going to be WE's first on that blue side. They do end up getting the Jace and Aurora ban for Ultra Prime on the red side. Yeah,
and for now, so Neferi's still open, something that I want to keep our eyes on. Gwen, again, something that's still up and available. Skarner completely slipped through the last draft, so maybe not so much priority on that pick as I might have envisioned to begin with. But a lot of top side takeaways for WE, focusing one of each of the top side for Ultra Prime. And
is also still on the table, and it kind of enables bringing in the Ambessa not being an answer there.
Yeah, so Vi's still something that is open as well. Looking at if the Neferi gets locked in on one side, Vi has typically been the go-to answer, just because you're point and clicking. Regardless of how many dogs are around you, you're going to CC the Neferi. And maybe this is just a example of we've got higher priority on the Gwen. So this is, the power of blue side, right, is that WE got to pick between the Gwen and the Neferi. They elected to go for the Gwen, and Ultra Prime now, for Junhao, he's got that opportunity to take this Neferi out and give it a bit of a spin.
I appreciate them giving a lot of resources that way. I think they need to shore up the rest of the composition as well. I like the Rumble to start off, at least, but I really want to see some other pressure points for Ultra Prime, or this Neferi is just going to get single targeted out. I mean, you have a Gwen, you have the Xin Zhao. We saw how potent that was last time. Now you also have the Talia that's going to make Neferi's life hell.
Is it? Yeah, it is. So, okay.
Okay, bro.
Saber.
Let's go. Saber just says, bring it, bros. I'm bringing out the Zed.
This is why we love Fearless, Marcel. Best of one Fearless, baby. This is what we get.
Love to see it. It's not even like he's played it competitively, at least on a stage for Saber. And he's going to bring it out here into the Talia. Just very interesting in and of itself.
So the idea then is I don't have a dash, I have blinks. That's how Zed operates. He doesn't dash around, he blinks around. So the Unraveled Earth doesn't actually affect him when he wants to go from point A to point B. However, what Zed does do is have a very telegraphed landing spot for his ulti, which means that landing seismic shove can be pretty easy. So Karis here has got a that 50-50 toss-up of, do I want to get death marked or do I want to try and go for a seismic shove? Because the second I use my W, I'm incredibly vulnerable. But if I don't use my W, I'm never getting any value out of that spell or my E, and you effectively become a Q-bot. So the Zed pick in isolation here versus the Talia should do pretty well.
Now we actually get the second bans coming through here, at least the second phase. The Leona Varus is the focus for Ultra Prime. It's the Ziggs right now to take away some of that AP focus that we're definitely going to be looking at for Ultra Prime to try to even up the damage profile. The Rel is going to be that final ban.
So we still have Kalista open as well, and AD counter pick actually going for Wako here. If he decides to take something a little bit more spicy, I mean, they've already got Zed locked in. I'm not sure how much more we should really be looking at. But for Ultra Prime, what they already have is a lot of dives. So again, things like Kai'Sa start to scream out at you. And as you're getting locked in here, means that the Kai'Sa... shockingly, it seems like I say it every single game, but the Ezreal getting locked in does open up that Kai'Sa opportunity as well for Wako. Karma getting locked in, though, extra element of laning prowess here with this Ezreal to try and pair up.
And a little addition to the Venn diagram, you know? It's just
another circle.
Another circle. But you got a lot of poke, you got a lot of sustain there, and their team fight's going to be looking pretty damn good if they can space around objectives. Now, we got to see, it's going to be more utilitarian. It's going to be more carry focus on the side of Ultra Prime. It does look like it's going to be the Kai'Sa with the Alistar combo down there, but potentially a kind of poke Kai'Sa build.
I'm looking at Rumble being solo AP and thinking that's fine. I'm looking at the composition for WE and going, none of these guys are building armor, really, right? Like, nobody's going for a Randuin's on this roster, so the fact that we're triple AD doesn't actually impact us that much. But they're just all in, right? Ultra Prime are gonna go forward. If WE can resist that, then great. If not, then they're gonna get overpowered and probably get kind of ran quite quickly. I think that answering Gwen and Xin Zhao, two champions that are so good at making space with champions that quite easily cut that space down, is a very good look for Ultra Prime. However, this composition, on paper, looks like it will do okay versus what WE have drafted. This very high barrier of execution. These are not easy champions to pilot to the max degree of success.
Yeah. I think that kind of brings back the conversations we were having in the last game, as well as like that bar of execution versus scaling conditions and the kind of ease of access or ease of execution rather as well. But in this one, I think we have to put a lot of eyes on Taeyun to be that kind of carry for WE in a lot of ways, but also just be that consistent piece for them. Monkey as well, needing to find consistency on the Xin Zhao. When we just saw what the last Xin Zhao did, I need to see Monkey have at least some kind of performance like that along those lines. But then on the other side, we do have the Nafir. We finally get to see this on the day, and it's been a jungler that's been tearing apart the jungle here in the LPL, and I'm very excited to see what this game has in store. One of these two teams going to be going to battle FPX in that best of 3 for qualification to Group Ascend.
And I think as well, when we remember that context, that this is a best of 1 to play in a best of 3 in 20 minutes after you've just finished that, there's a little bit here of animosity.
Maybe more
almost.
than 20 minutes.
Yeah, probably right. But they have a pretty tight turnaround on it, and I definitely think that it's something that both of these teams need to have in the back of their minds. Of, well, actually, yes, they've got tape on FPX because they've just seen them play, but also Vampire here going to be looking for an early chunk onto Wako. We love that. But they're going to get tape on you as well, and they're going to have a little bit more information moving into and being able to prepare for that draft nice and early does give a slight advantage for FPX.
That's where Ultra Prime are just like, how are you going to prepare for a Zed? What's you going to do? What you going to do? Saber just pulls it out.
The coaches backstage as well, they must be working like, okay, well, if we win, we have to play this, so we have to prep this draft. If we lose, we have to play this team, we have to prep this draft. Maybe they're the same, and maybe that's nice and easy for them. But maybe as well, they're just completely different because they're 5 different players they're playing against.
Yeah, very true. It's going to be a wacky and wonderful night. I just think it's kind of chaotic to, have to prepare for a setup like this where you have to play a best of 1 and do a best of 3 against an opponent that you haven't played against or had to watch probably because you were scrimming all your groups and you were trying to pay attention to your group setup. But that's always the fun of these kinds of differentiations in the format here. But we actually see level 2 fight going the way of WE on bot side here potentially, and keeping a little bit of pressure with the double poke setup. Unfortunately,
Zhaojia may have been brought into this roster to have a little bit of synergy with his jungler. He's still playing level 1 Alistar. He is still a unfortunately useless champion until that level 2 comes through. And they get punished for it as well, it's worth saying, right? Taeyun already forced the barrier out of Wako, and it wasn't to keep him alive, but it was to keep him from having to burn that health potion and be in a tricky position for the remainder of that laning phase. And even still, you're playing against Ezreal Karma, you're in a tricky position for the lane.
Exactly that. Now I do want to check in on the junglers as we are getting the mirrored side starts, so a little bit of focus for Junhao up towards top side, with Monkey focusing on this bot side, on his strong side, at least for the moment, with the push that they have. Twitch predictions, man, a little bit one-sided for Ultra Prime. It must have been the Zed pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice prediction for Ultra Prime and for Saber as well. Clearly the beneficiary of that. Nice little engage for Xiaojia, just reminding himself that he's got Aftershock, as Vampire did take 1 Q to go just a little bit wide.
You just have to remind yourself sometimes that you have your abilities. Oof.
Yeah.
That's going to feel bad.
So, this is self-inflicted from Wako, I will say. He saw all 5 members of WE and decided Kai'Sa was the pick he wanted to play versus Ezreal Karma.
That's very true.
Again, there's only so much that he could have done with Alistair support at level 1, and even if he was playing Caitlyn, this is probably the outcome that comes with it anyway. But you do feel a little bit like this could have been offset by just taking something a little safer. Oh, they're going to bully. Wako's not allowed back.
No, he's got Void Seeker, but yeah, he can't even walk back up to the late. They're proxy bot side.
Just because you see
like, what did I sign on for here? what did I join? What is going on?
Seeing this doesn't make it any easier to get past and to stop. Fortunately, it looks like an early recall from Monkey is going to allow Wako at least a second wave underneath his turret, and exhaust coming down already.
Ooh, Cube. Actually trying to get some heavy trades into Xiang.
Oh, Cube needs to kill this, by the way.
Dash. Yeah, it's close. If he steps back up, he's dead.
Cube has already used teleport to get back into this top lane once. Xiang still has TP available, so he can take all the bad trades he wants, and then just TP, or recall, TP back in, and theoretically not have lost out on anything. So Cube is extremely pressured to try and find something here, because otherwise Xiang is going to have a really big advantage in that 1 versus 1, where he can go back base and then push another wave and theoretically deny Cube when he's resetting.
All right, we got the culminations of that first pathing from both junglers. We got nothing from it. Just a little bit of a tempo advantage for Junhao, which on the Nefiri you'll take all day. But it is a champion that it scales. It has good scaling. But I love to see it more proactive than anything. And we are getting a little bit of map movement from Ultra Prime to swap lanes.
So pulling the Kai'Sa up, and this maybe gets Xiang out of the bot lane, but I think more importantly gets Wako out of that bot lane. Keeps him away from the Ezreal Karma that have been bullying him out, and it looks like the TP from Xiang actually fed into WE. That actually, they're looking for this swap, right? If Rumble's TPing bot lane, who's going top lane? Well, probably the Kai'Sa, who's been having a miserable time of things down in that bot side. So just sort of trading wave states, and it probably sucks a little bit for Xiang that he had to go down here and now has to walk all the way up if they want to contest these grubs. But he has dinged level 6, so would like to think that they're probably going to come out on top on a fight, if there was to be one.
Yeah, there's no movement coming out from Cube, so it looks like WE will be okay giving this first spawn of grubs. So I will say it doesn't typically work out for teams if they give the next set of grubs. So something that WE need to absolutely plan for ahead of time. Dragon has still been up on the other side of the map. Oh, does Junhao? He does still have the last smite here.
Well.
Oh, yeah. He's not going to use it on his way out. Just didn't want to wait for it. Didn't want to give over a kill. And there will be a 2-to-1 grub split at least.
So again, no notch on either feat. So far, nobody has made any progress towards that. We are 0-0 in kills. We have neither side being able to take a meaningful objective by way of those grubs. And I do think that the game so far going quite favorably.
Oh my god. Marked for death. He might get him. The flash kill. It's not enough. Saber not able to do the calculations. And that will be the reset from Cars. He doesn't have TP though.
Final Shuriken went wide there. Actually, Saber could have found a kill had he have landed that, but he's playing it with Fog of War, so it's quite tricky. Monkey can come in and hold this wave, then keeps Karis quite happy about how that fight has gone down. But by Monkey sharing, it actually gives an opportunity now for Junhao to start up that dragon. The Nefiri going to make her way through the bot side and now start to take down a second neutral objective.
It's the kind of stuff you love to see in terms of decision making for Ultra Prime. Just trying to get things on the back end of plays, but we still have this lane swap that was active into top side. It's not getting any easier for Wako as it's 80 to 44 in the CS differential at 8 minutes into the game, by the way.
And my guy bought a cull, by the way. Like, he is not bothered at all about trying to fight this Ezreal and Karma. And I was going to say that there's a timer on this Ezreal Karma bot lane, especially versus Kai'Sa Alistair. The fact that you took cull and the fact that you're sort of using barrier for poke means that timer gets extended quite significantly. At some point, the Kai'Sa Alistair can just all in and try to take down the Ezreal Karma. But we are unfortunately not at that time just yet. And like I say, the Ezreal is going to have plenty of time to be more powerful and more strong. And it actually looks like Wako is pivoting back to one of the old school builds. I say old school like it's not, 2 patches ago. But that hybrid Kai'Sa that, as you theorized, Nozel, might pivot more into poke later on.
Yeah, I mean, just try, I guess, provide, like, if you are just a close range, like, on hit, you're just going to die. You're so far behind. It's going to be so difficult. But I guess looking at this now, like, Ultra Prime, I still feel like need to find advantages between Junhao and Saber to really feel confident moving forward, because we talked about from draft, like, WE's team fight around objectives feels really damn good.
Yeah, and I mean, they're already, 1k gold up. It's majority out of that bot lane. But they've got so much zone control with Xin Zhao plus Gwen, and then the Unraveled Earth that goes down as well. Extra circling Mantra Qs if they're going to come down from Vampire as well. So, okay, nice little pull back there onto Junhao. But it's definitely something to be fearful of.
Ooh, Young going to get poked heavily on the True Shot Barrage combo with Vampire and Taeyun. Oh, back on bot side, though, Ultra Prime. Surrounding cube. Monkey is right around the corner. Looks like that will dissuade Ultra Prime from going for the gank. Junhao will stick around for a little bit, but they're losing plates on top side to WE. Yeah,
it's a little bit tense here in this game almost. Now Vampire heals to burn. Maybe flash from Jiong? Didn't get anything. Okay, so Summoner Spell burned there by WE to try and get something that they end up failing on. Ultra Prime so far playing for the neutral objectives. WE playing more for that gold. And again, we highlighted this at the start of the game rather, but Taeyun has been the best part of WE, and in this matchup so far, making sure that he's getting all the resources and should be that carry once again.
Gonna try to be, at least the building blocks are definitely there. We're getting closer and closer to first item spikes though. Do you feel like that changes any of the tempo of the game, especially now that we have Grubs back on the table?
Yeah, I think that if we get, Ezreal's going to get hit Trinity Force so early on, and if it's not matched by the solo laners that need to kill the Ezreal, then that's a real problem for Ultra Prime.
Dude, he's at over 10 CS a minute. This guy's just working it. Oh, what? He's got the flank. He's just sitting in the bushes like Silent Snake here. He's going to come out, realize he's got a 3-level difference. I think Cube just tries to kill Wako here, baby, as he wants to try to get him, but that's the CC chain from hell, and Junhao will get first blood at 11 minutes for Ultra Prime. Meanwhile, they did end up giving the Grubs on the other side.
So that's a kill for Junhao. It delays Cube a little bit as well. I like that he just sort of sat and accepted his fate here, didn't use the exhaust to try to get out to safety. But delaying the Gwen is certainly powerful. Unfortunately, it comes at the cost of keeping Taeyun still more than easily able to farm on up. That's the 3rd plate that he secured in the top lane. Already 2 gone down on that bot side,
man.
and now it's 4 Grubs as well. You can imagine that they're going to go for a few more.
I just feel like it's so hard to deal with this combo, the double poke coming through. We will end up seeing Karis on the transition here. We'll get the back reset out from WE's bot lane. See where they decide to go. We do have everybody backing pretty much from WE, so they could re-swap the lanes now that they've done lasting damage to both the side lanes. It looks like it definitely is WE redeploying out towards mid.
I think that now Wako has that Trinity, the static shift picked up as well. You feel a little bit more confident, just sat in clearing waves and hits the wave 3 times, fires a Q, the wave's pretty much gone anyway. So that CS discrepancy, not expecting to creep up too much more. As I say that.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Dude, this is Karma. Like peak solo Q experience.
And this is exactly what I want from an Ezreal Karma lane. is this Kaiser has been bullied.
Equalizer that Vampire didn't realize he was fully surrounded, and Wako goes back in out of nothing. They make diamonds, but now Cube trying to separate the rest of the fight. Monkey getting on the other side of them with that flash. Xiong gets out with his own flash. Needlework not going to be enough to get anybody here. Taeyun does not have the damage just yet. Junhao goes untargetable, gets out of the last needlework. Taeyun finally kills Xiaoxia, and WE, they fight back in this middle skirmish.
Okay, and using this Ezreal now to just really push the advantage, it feels like. Vampire gets caught early on, and in a 4 versus 3 that ensues afterwards, the Ezreal is pushing people back. Wako can never really get in there, use the killer instinct to take out Vampire.
Oh my god, he's gonna die. He has true shot.
Bullied.
He could get it. He could look for it. He waiting, maybe. Go for it. Taeyun, the snipe. Oh, okay, Wako knew. He knew.
He knew. He was waiting for it. He was ready. He also had flash up and ready, so would like to think that he can flash it when he sees it. Had it have been better angled, but probably means that they're going to get another plate in this mid lane here. Remember, 4 grubs is going to be enough to take down at least something. And Vampire's, again, doing a very good job at just poking out and bullying under this turret. The score may read 0-1. I think Vampire's had a very good game so far.
Dude, the fact of the matter is that they are able to use this pressure around the map so well. They're now getting a dragon to even that up, so no more stacking for Ultra Prime. And we've said all along, their composition together is very strong. We take a look at Junhao. Again, a lot of Splinter Cell plays for Ultra Prime, and we see how Vampire got surrounded.
Yeah, and he gets knocked up, gets targeted by the Equalizer as well, and as an Enchantress, there's only so much that you could do. Monkey with a well-timed Crescent Guard there actually keeps Junhao out, and then he's just dancing around them, baiting them into Taeyun, who's, again, trying to get the max DPS out that he can, forcing barrier from Wako for the 3rd time already this game, and going invulnerable to dodge out on that 3rd needlework is great play from Junhao as well.
Nice little mechanics throughout. Sunder Sky did just get completed for Monkey, so it can be a little bit of an uptick in aggressive pressure that he wants to provide on this inside. Oh my god, that damage. Young, showing why Rumble's still potent.
Exactly, man. Like the answer to the Gwen has been the Rumble for a couple of weeks now, and the LPL this split has been showing us why. I would feel like Xiong has had a pretty decent run of things in this game. He's up 10 CS, up 100 gold. It's not lots of numbers, but it's in an answer to what is a very powerful pick in the meta right now, right? Like Cube.
Not again. Not again. Vampire's like, where these damn dogs keep coming from, man? Like, I'm just walking around as Junhao now forced to get out, as he will be TP'd on by Karis, though they should be able to chase him down. Xiong trying to save him now. Weaver's Wall coming across to block off their exit, but they are trying to take the fight onto the northern side, and Junhao will get out.
Alright, so again, lots of pretty colours, but nobody dies. My favourite kind of fight where there's a lot of ultis burned and nothing actually happens. This is free time for Saber on that top side, I will say. The Zed, who's been honestly quite muted so far this game, is slowly working his way up to that second item, slowly going to be an incredible threat. And I will say as well, Zed, one of these champions that when piloted well, scales exceptionally well. You get so many shadows, so many shurikens from playing the champion as intended and getting the max value out of E resets for your shadow and making sure that you can dart about. I'm expecting to see these, really high-end good things from Saber because Zed has an incredibly intensive mechanical kit.
Oh, we get the all-in on Taeyun. I was just about to talk about him. They can't take him down now. The shielding from Vampire is there. Taeyun makes it out alive, still has his barrier, still has True Shot Barrage. Okay, no longer has True Shot Barrage, but Ultra Prime will use that pressure sink to go to the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and I mean, they've expended TP as well from Xiong, thinking that fight may have been a little better, or a little more than it ended up being. As soon as Taeyun hops in there, kind of baiting himself, and he knows that he's going to have to flash at some stage. But again, this is cross-map time, and it's Cube that's going to get a turret in the top side of the map. A little bit of alone time in the mid lane as well for Taeyun to push in a wave, get a recall also. And for Ultra Prime here, they find a brief advantage, they find themselves that first neutral objective for them, or the second rather, with the Drake already having gone down, and now Saban, no W on Karis.
All right, he's going with the all-in, marked for death. Is it going to be enough? One more auto, and he gets a pop like a balloon, and he walks away with like a cool guy.
Yeah, Karis used W in the face of a Z. You cannot do that in this matchup, right? It just gives you, as the Z, the free opening to hop on in and find a 1v1, and that's exactly what happens. It's through the Seraphs, it's through the Flash, and that little bit of extra damage that the Ignite is packing for Saber proves to be enough. He's now opted into the Serpent's Fang as well, so things like Karma are going to be less impactful. The shields coming through from any Eclipse is getting picked up as well. The Seraph's weaker also. And this is through bone plating as well.
Yeah, that just feels bad. It's just a misplay from Karis, unfortunately, there. And followed up on as well from good mechanics. We get to see how to save. There's a reason why they felt confident to pick it. Must have been practicing on it very heftily, but love to see them willing to do this in a very pivotal match. Like, this might be a best one. You may think, oh, best ones don't really matter in the grand scheme of things. This one matters, though.
Putting yourselves in the upper bracket gives you 2 attempts at a best of 3 to get into the Ascend group, whereas losing this, there are 2 opportunities for you to lose and be in Nirvana.
You do not want to be in Nirvana, like we said. It is the Group Ascend. Even if you're getting trashed in Group Ascend, you at least are safe for being knocked out of Split 3 in totality. Now, Dragon coming up. This would be second Dragon for both sides. CWE already point and present here, trying to clear out some of these wards. We did miss the one there, so some vision still there for Ultra Prime.
Maybe they can look to use that as like an anchoring point to make their way in, but already scouting out with these Void Seekers. The Herald do very minimal amounts of work here, but now Ultra Prime, they fancy this. WE started up the Drake wall to attempt to split.
Okay, True Shot Barrage is used. Equalizer, really nicely done at the exit of the pit. The Dragon secured by Monkey, though, so W will go up in that fashion. Although the Crescent Guard is now down, Cube needs to find an angle with these needleworks. Monkey's getting low. Monkey's going down. Reset City for Junhao. Now he goes right back into Karis, who has nothing left to give, and Wako gets the kill.
So that's 2 for nothing there, and honestly, all off the back of Zhong, who just kind of melts Monkey as soon as that Crescent Guard wears off. The Rumble just kind of spit roasting and making sure that the Xin Zhao pays for his overzealous positioning. Really good stuff for Zhong, and great follow-up from the rest of Ultra Prime. A reminder that their composition is very high skill ceiling, but they can make it work. They're going to have a great time.
Seems like they're having a little bit of a party now. And with an interesting setup of composition, let's take a look at the combo Saber pulled off. Ooh, this
I think
is dicey.
This is skill order.
This is dicey.
But, yeah, they get the Atacon. Can they get out?
They just get the GAs. They're trying to get out here now. They do indeed. So, hey, no issues here, I guess.
Nice and easy. Thank you very much. And I think that's the power that, I mean, the early fight got them. A couple of kills means that WE aren't particularly emboldened to try and aggress, but now I want to see what Ultra Prime end up doing with this. What can they get as an advantage, more so than anything else? Get another little glimpse at this Drake and at this fight that came afterwards. Monkey, you know, well done. Get to smite in here very early from Junhao. But then as soon as the Crescent Guard wears off, look at how Zhong just turns around and decides, yeah, you're not allowed to be here. And the rest of the squad, oh, that's right. Yeah, he's not allowed to be here. Thank you.
He's not allowed to walk there. It's just not possible.
Exhaust used as well. Okay, Junhao.
You might be in a little bit of trouble. Monkey wants to try to fight him on that 2 items. Now Weaver's wall coming across. Flash immediately from Xiaoxia. And now you have Taeyun with the arcane shifts trying to put some damage in Wake Wako. And now as well with these at least Atacon GAs, you can play so much more aggressively for these standing turrets on the map by Ultra Prime.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that it's the standing gold that they should be looking for, and it's also the use of this Voracious Atacon that I'm sort of waiting to see. Just try and group up, try and find a fight, and make something happen, right? Worst case, you get withdrawn, lose 200 gold, but that's something that you're going to kind of need to try to play with if you want to try and take any form of objective. There we go.
Okay, they get Monkey. So there you go. You get an objective. The objective was the kill. Oh, Saber. He gets the GA popped immediately, trying to get the kill. Taeyu goes down to Wako. He's on fire now. He's got a couple kills. And all that early game struggle, all those problems, that Cole finally paying off, and it's all the long game here for them. 3-0-3.
I said that there would be a timer for this Ezreal and the Karma. The Karma's usefulness slowly dwindling away, where the Ezreal, the poke, slowly not quite having that same impact. But Kai'Sa and Alistar, the team fight power that these two have, really starting to come to the forefold. And Ultra Prime, they struggled through the first few minutes of this game and through the bot lane specifically. But it's a great engage for Xiaojia. Again, very simple, very traditional. Through the front door, take down the jungler. Makes the most sense, and that's exactly what they're able to do.
Oh, the double jump from Junhao and Wako to get over on a Taeyun. That's this composition to a T if it's ahead. And they did get ahead. Now about 1.5 thousand gold lead for them. Not much to speak of here, 23 minutes in. And I will say that there is that ticking time of Taeyun getting onto 3 items here very quickly that can enable WE.
Yeah, it's about how well the Ezreal dies if you're Ultra Prime, right? And I think that in fairness, they've got some very good dive tools to try and take out the Ezreal with Zed ulti, with Junhao as well, targeted point and click dash onto an Ezreal. Feels like there's a way to get there, but early equalizer onto Cube.
Okay, they got a little bit of damage on him. My God, Junhao on that Shojin spike.
Yeah, that's the power of exhaust there, because that was through exhaust, all of that damage. Yeah. So, yeah, slightly scary to look at.
A little bit. It's almost like this champion is like really, really good. It's kind of crazy. Who'd have thunk it? There's another dragon coming up in sub 30 seconds right now, and all of Ultra Prime are already on the bot side of the map, so they're pre-positioned for this one. Baron really not going to be a play right now, but Ultra Prime might be looking at a turret before the dragon even kicks off.
Oh, I like this, especially since Cube is so low on HP, no needlework to try to clear the wave. Where is the answer from WE there?
Wow.
Maybe going to try to push in a mid-wave, but that's a big, big injection of gold given over to Ultra Prime, and they'll be able to pivot that, translate it back into a dragon, even those up 2-2. Saber's on his way down. Remember, no TP for the Zed means that he's got to sack a couple of waves to try to make himself available for any fights with the squad. Drake's already started up. No contest
we were
for
hesitant. Oh, they were so hesitant. Like they couldn't decide if they wanted to walk over or not. Decided in the end, I guess, to wait a little too long. Ultra Prime will even up that dragon score here. Don't know if they necessarily needed to fight it, as they will be closer to third items now.
I will say as well, really happy with how Ultra Prime have played this game as a team. Worth remembering that Xiaojia brought into this roster sort of probably under the guidance of Junhao.
Oh my God, that equalizer is massive. It's cooking him alive. Junhao goes untargetable. They found Vampire on the backline. They got one, and now the resets are coming through. They had the Hounds, and they unleashed them onto Team WE. Cube, the last remaining member in the fight, will go down to a double kill to his laning counterpart. And I don't know, maybe losing that 1v1 might just be destiny.
It's an incredible fight in the top side jungle. Ultra Prime punish the overzealous aggression of WE. They get the Baron as well. And this game, Mazel, in the space of probably the last 5 to 6 minutes, has just trickled into Ultra Prime's favour. It's Vampire again going for a ward that's just a little too deep. It's a seismic shove that doesn't quite connect onto Xiaojia, and they're immediately on the back foot, immediately getting chased out. After getting absolutely destroyed in the laning phase, Wako was ulted into 4 people with complete reckless abandon, and it's all because Cube isn't there with the squad. The TP comes in late, he TPs into die, and WE, again, just that page that they need to all be reading from is separated. They're not on the same wavelength and they can't find the fight.
The combination now in multiple fights of Junhao and Wako has been very fun to watch. I mean, they both dive in at the exact same time, and they're able to do so because of this communication here. Maybe they're about to do it right in front of us as they go in. Killer Instinct is available. He goes untargetable, but it's going to get away from that ground as Saber had taken down that outer turret here. Looking at a tier 2 now for Ultra Prime.
Okay. And once again, this time it's a lot of pretty colours but no kills, but it's going to be a massive swing for Ultra Prime to continue that momentum being pushed in their favour. Right now, Wako with an extra needlessly large rod on top of the upgraded W is going to work out incredibly well. It means that he can poke people off the turrets, it means that they can take this tier 2 down. Looking at mid lane as well, Junhao just buffing up one cannon minion. He can take that one down as well. It's all going well, I think.
Yeah, I say so. If you're Ultra Prime, almost 3 items on everybody now. Young's gonna be there close, and they're just gonna. Oh no! Salcia trying to combine with his old BLG Juniors teammate Junhao. Unfortunately, not able to hit the combo, but they still do have presence and pressure down here in WE's side of the jungle. It gets a little bit worse for wear, but they're waiting for the pushes in these lanes.
Yeah, a little bit of a missed combo from Xiaojia there. You have to flash off of the Unraveled Earth. That's why that combo didn't quite work out, because as soon as he starts dashing, he stuns himself and can't input the headbutt to knock up the target that he's looking for. But even still, Ultra Prime, you can see they're getting a little bit aggressive now. They're 9k gold to the goods, 28 minutes in, and it looks like they're going to secure themselves that spot in the best of 3. And for WE as well, that's a real kicker. They're going to have to try and take down LGD, which I do think is a pretty tricky matchup for anybody in this bracket. So certainly going to have their work cut out tomorrow when that one ends up coming to fruition. But for Ultra Prime right now, job should just be to take down this dragon. You know, you've got 3 turrets still to break open. The key ones really to try and break open that base. But without the Baron, I can see this game starting to stagnate a little bit, Mazel.
I can indeed, and might work out for WE to some extent, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here. It is 1-11, by the way. Just slowly but surely. I mean, we had like, what, 2 kills in like 17 minutes or something, but then Ultra Prime definitely taking the momentum here in the game. Off the back of a composition that we still had question marks coming out of the draft, but if they had gotten that kind of hold on the map itself, it could work out, and we're seeing the fruits of their labors. I mean, the Zed pick alone was a scratcher for me, but hey, if you come away with a win, and right now almost everybody is unkilled, it's feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take it, right? Even if you've gone for this slightly off-piste meta pick, it's worked out, to be honest. Saber found a solo kill in the top side, had been constantly forcing Karis back, and the idea that you've now got this answer to Talia, who is such a staple pick in the meta as well, certainly something that will need to be respected for teams going forward.
And we get those dragons starting to finish up here. And there you go. See Ultra Prime. 12th is Ultra Prime's highest ever LPL finish since they entered the league in 2021. It's been a lot of years since then, but maybe they can make that push. Maybe they can make a little miracle happen here and get into that group ascend after facing off against FPX in that next best 3, if they can finish out here.
Yeah, that automatically gives them a 10th place finish just as a top 10 go into the ascent group. So it's a big win for them if they can make it again. Big if. They've still got a lot of work to do so far. And if they can make that final push in the match, presumably that they will have to play after this, will be their best finish since their entrance to the LPL. And it's a lot of dotting I's, crossing T's. Again, they've got a decent advantage in this game. Junhao's had one heck of a performance. Wako's had a very good recovery. But for WE as well, the stars that we were looking for, Taeyun getting all of that gold early on, having that early advantage, not quite being able to hammer it home, not being able to really do anything with that gold, let's be honest. As they move now through and into.
Oh, I am still here. Apologies. Yeah, what I was just saying is it just feels bad whenever he had like 10 CS a minute over Wako, and he had that much difference in the early parts of the game. But now it is the difference between a Kai'Sa and an Ezreal. You're still really waiting on those spikes, but you just have so much upfront damage as the Kai'Sa. Now Junhao
they know that he's
has
here.
been spotted out.
Zooming.
Yeah, they are zooming. They know. Wind becomes lightning, but it's not enough. Seismic shot. Oh, he gets out the untargetable.
Yes.
Easy does it. Now Ultra Prime have surrounded WE.
Oh,
Do they have a way out of here?
Well, Xiong wants this. I'm not sure the rest of Ultra Prime are fully committed to this, but
Dude, the flashes, the dashes. Monkey said, let's fight on Xiong. The rest of Ultra Prime here to try to back him off. Big equalizer, but Xiong's already down. Nice knockups. Headbutt into the rest of the team, and Monkey's going to join him in the dirt. Voidseeker coming across, but Ultra Prime will back away now.
I mean, honestly, for WE, that's not bad. I think you take the trade of jungle for top lane, keeping Xiong off the map for a little bit longer is quite valuable. There's no neutral objectives up to particularly... Oh, never mind. The Baron's up, which could be pretty dangerous. So there is actually going to be that window where the TP is available for Xiong, and maybe Ultra Prime are going to look to take that. Maybe they're going to look to take the Baron off the back of this.
Now we actually get pretty well start of the Baron right now.
I mean, the fight should be good for WE here. They have better...
It could be.
All
they
three
burn
solos.
it so fast. I don't know. It's already going down. WE have had this hesitancy of them in multiple objectives in this game so far. Just hesitancy to make the move, hesitancy to make the call, and now that hesitancy might just come back to rear and bite them as Saber looking for an angle on the side. Junhao connects on a Cube. Cube has no escape. Them dogs do bite. And they bite hard. He's got the reset. He's got the untargetable. He's got them darkened daggers. And that's going to be Saber picking up another one. They get onto Monkey. Monkey's all by himself. And just like that, WE is gone off the map. No, Vampire's still alive. Void Seeker. It's not enough. There's still one left. It's Vampire, the only saving grace of Ultra Prime. But Ultra Prime on the verge of getting to that best of 3 in the upper bracket.
Baron at their backs, 30 seconds on the death time as Mazel. Ultra Prime have done it. The best of 1 goes their way.
They'll be able to knock Vampire out of the game one more time before they do it as well. And we have a date with Destiny between FPX and Ultra Prime to see who'll be the first ones to book that spot in Group Ascend.
A best of 3 between those two should be delivering FPX off the back of a slightly upset victory versus LDG and in a good run of form. Taking a game up against NIP yesterday. Ultra Prime here with a composition that had a couple of head scratches, right? Zed gets locked in, Neferi for the jungler. Maybe that's a little bit too OP a pick to be losing quite that easily, but the Zed getting picked up for Saber certainly had a really good showing. Maybe not the explosive team fight that we were hoping for, but the side lane control, I think, largely in his favor.
First competitive Zed for the guy, but like it's not in his Leaguepedia at least. that's what I'll give. And that's awesome to see in a pivotal moment when you know you want to win the game to go with that. And it was literally just the full like assassin composition, right? You had the Kaisa diving in, you had the Neferi. It's so fun to see these kinds of compositions be a staple now in the League meta.
Yeah, and I think that's the power that you get with just being able to run some best of 1s is that you can just go, okay, we're doing full dive today, and that's the strat that we're going for, right? And I mean, I'm sat here saying we should be banning Kai'Sa or taking it away from them when they're picking all of this dive. Like, teams have to know that this is the dive AD carry, the quintessential dive AD carry. If you take Kai'Sa away, your next best bet is like a Tristana or a Samira, and again, the drop-off is just night and day. And you do have to wonder, like, how is Wako able to get that? Maybe it's an ego thing of, you know, Vampire and Taeyun going, we'll pick Ezreal Karma if they pick Kai'Sa.
Things were going good for them.
Yeah.
They were, like, winning so hard. He had so much more gold than he had. It's just incredible how it all works out. I guess that's the power of what Kai'Sa can bring to a composition that enables it, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. And it's what happens when a synergy an AD carry synergizes with the composition, right? Like, it didn't matter that she was so far behind because eventually she could just hop on whatever the Alistar knocked up along with the damage that had come through from a Zed or a Neferi and find a couple of kills, and those couple of kills immediately offset the 15 minutes of hardship that she had to go through. She's right back in the game.
Yep. And we saw what happened. Like, literally the timing on the Killer Instincts was so perfect so many times to join right at the right moment to kind of enable the Neferi as well. This is a good showing from Ultra Prime. Was this kind of to your expectations when we came into the day? This is the Ultra Prime we wanted to see?
It is. Now, Ultra Prime as an organization have proven to be flippy-floppy, let's say, right? We saw...
Fickle.
We've seen their previous results where since they entered the league finished no better than 12th, but this is a new Ultra Prime. This is a rejuvenated roster with different pieces from different areas of the world, and I think that Wako in particular, I mean, internationally we've seen him tear it up on the Kai'Sa before, so getting it in the LPL, it is no surprise really that he's able to deliver and able to perform, and to my expectations, I would say absolutely.
Are we as care now thinking about the Zed pick in mid lane and figure out what we're gonna do?
I think we're thinking don't blind pick Talia, or if
Don't
we're gonna
blind pick Talia. All right,
set
that
up
works.
for Talia, we'll throw a Zed ban in there.
Dude, it's like going down on a deep dive here. You start up above the water and then you just go down, down, down. 1,000 leagues under the sea there. It's an old reference. 100% KP there for Taeyun, but unfortunately it did not matter. No matter how much spotlight we wanted to put on this guy, it was the spotlight deserved by Ultra Prime as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, Cube got given a lot of resources earlier, right, with those 2 turrets in the side lanes getting given over, and then the damage percentage again just, not really being as high as you might have liked given the amount of gold and the amount of input that we gave over to the Gwen. But you do get to see that there was bright spots once again for WE. It's one of these games, and I feel like a bit of a tradition that I've had with them is that they are doing well in the early stages of the game, but then they're just not quite sure what or how they need to transition that and how to push their advantage more than anything.
Well, W are going to have to learn that lesson the hard way. They got another best of 3 coming up for them in that lower bracket. With the other side of things in LGD, that's not going to be fun at all.
It's not going to be easy, but at the end of the day, right, if you want to be in the Ascend group, you're going to have to be, at least LGD, and then obviously some form of best of 3 versus either FPX or Ultra Prime a little bit later on. So it's a hard road for WE. They may get a chance at redemption. They may bomb out immediately. The options are there, so we'll find out.
They are indeed. I think there's a lot to learn. Again, I go back to the statement that I said earlier, I think in the first best of 1, where it's like, even if these games sometimes feel a little bit one-sided in the end, like it's still the fact that players are getting more experience, getting more games under their belt, and having these kinds of extended experience to lean on going forward in the rest of the year.
Yeah, because we've been in positions before where you finish top or you don't finish top 2, and that's just the rest of your split done, right? And that's quite disappointing sometimes.
Yeah.
But being able to have these 3rd place games and then being able to play in placements as well, having a little bit of best of 3, any practice is good practice. I don't care what people say. Like getting the opportunity to play actual stage games is genuinely valuable. Even if you get absolutely owned, it's good to be able to look back at what the enemy team is doing so well that you can look to try and either not do again or try and harness some of that as well.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is like what lessons can be used to move forward. Now, who do we think MVP is for this one, for this Ultra Prime squad?
People have been really on the Neferi train, and I could see it going to Junhao, to be honest.
Let's see.
We'll see. Yeah,
it is Junhao. 4-0-10 on the Neferi. Really good counter engages to what Monkey was throwing at him.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that this could have gone to numerous places, to be honest. This felt like a largely team-centric effort for Ultra Prime. It wasn't just Junhao like carrying the team up by the bootstraps, carrying them over the finish line, right? Like 4-0-10, you can see he's got 10 assists. He's doing well.
Not bad. Not bad. That is it for our best of 1s on the day. That means we're transitioning over to best of 3s. We're going to get to see FPX versus Ultra Prime for that first spot locked into the group ascent here in the group qualifier setup. That here is LPL split number 2. I will be back. Rude will be back. We'll just be taking a little break, and we'll see you for that best of 3 on the other side of things. Welcome back, one and all, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Rude Dude, and we're getting into our third series of the day, but it is our first long one as we have a best of 3 between FPX and Ultra Prime to make it into Group Ascent.
And the winner here, like you say, Mazel, gets to play with the best of the best for the next few weeks, right? They get to go up against our reigning LPL champions. All of the bracket teams that we saw from the playoffs in split number 1 made their return to the Ascend group. And now we'll get to see what that looks like for either FPX or Ultra Prime. They want to be able to play against those teams, get the good practice in, play a ton more games, right? Like, it is double round robin versus 9 teams versus single round robin versus 5 teams. That's the night and day.
That's the biggest difference is, like, not only are you fighting for your lives, but you have less games to do it in too, and you have to figure out what's working and how to make it work, because the bottom 2 teams of Nirvana do get knocked out for the rest of the year. If we get to actually bring up the format graphic, if we have a little bit of a second here, because I think it would be interesting to get that kind of visual statement here, because these are all the third place teams from the groups, Rude.
Yeah, exactly. So we had 4 teams place into a third, one from each group, obviously. And we've already seen now WE and LGD struggle in today's games, but FPX versus Ultra Prime, they are going to be the 2 teams that would like to think that they can, at least in this game, be one of the top 2 qualifiers. From the dead center of your screen where it says qualifiers there, you can see the top 2 move into Ascend. They join 8 teams that have already been determined from the group stage, and odds are that they're probably going to go into that stage as the underdogs. But if you take a look at the bottom of Nirvana, on the bottom right hand side of your screen, 5th, 6th from Nirvana stage are eliminated for Split 2 and Split 3, and do not play until 2026, excuse me.
Yeah. And the biggest addition onto that is, like, you look at, there's only 6 teams. Oh, well, it's a single round robin. How many games is that? That's only 5 best of 3s. And I think that's so difficult to navigate. And we even saw the detriment that the kind of, like, 3 best of 5s that you could get in the first split of LPL, where teams, like, would literally get 9 games total before their entire split was done. It's just really hard to deal with. So the pressure is on for all these teams that didn't immediately make it into Ascend, especially these third place teams trying to qualify. We saw very nice dominance, at least from FPX in their series. It was led off a lot by Shadow and Sheer, that kind of duo top lane combo that looked really damn good. So Ultra Prime themselves as well had some really nice moments, but when we're looking at this FPX team, it was led off the back of carry performances from Shadow and from Sheer, and team connectivity from the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and I mean, Shui as well earned the POG for that game, just off of some truly solid engagements. And, you know, the intricacies of Nautilus ulti, right? We don't need to harp onto those, but a Martyr hook here onto XQW completely changes the nature of how this fight breaks down. Talia goes from being absolutely safe and probably would have been contributing to the team fight to getting pulled into a bullet time and one shot.
It's such a difference maker, and then they just lead that into the wins. And this was kind of how it started off as well, trying to get something back for FPX. But Chwei, like you said, on the Nautilus was looking really nice. And him feeling strong means the rest of the team feels so stalwart across the board, because I've said it a million times already today, but he is kind of the glue that really brings this team together. And you could see it on display in a lot of these clips.
Yeah, and just so you know, the successful Spider-Manning, I think this is the highlight play for me, where he ulties, flashes back so that it hits Sarsi, and then still manages to find the time to walk up and connect it onto Climber as well. It is exactly the best play that you can make here as that Nautilus. And again, a nice little hook here onto XQW. Again, we can talk about the lollipop nature of Nautilus ulti and how beneficial it was for Jouet in that particular instance, but that doesn't stop the fact that he was phenomenal for all of that game, to be honest.
And they took down LGD of all teams as well. That kind of upset going through. And now we're going to be taking a look at the 1v1. It is Sheer versus Saber. Maybe we get another Zed coming through here. Maybe we get a little bit of something, because we get the bans already. FPX banning away that Corki and the Akali and the Poppy. We
There
get
we
the
go.
Ultra Prime bands of that Jade and the Rumble. They're all just,
Sorry.
dude, I need a screenshot of him just...
This is, yeah, exactly. It's the meme of the guy who's like sweating, and then there's one guy like he's like spamming his keyboard profusely. The other guy's just payphoning, walking around. Like that was the perfect duality of players. One of them's playing the 1v1, one of them isn't. And I mean, these are both hovers so far, so I will hold my tongue before I speak on them. Shia locks in the Gwen for one, but Saber, we'll see. He's already played one spicy pick so far today, and you can see some sort of. The coach won. The coach won. The coach won. He can't play Rengar.
He's not allowed to play Rengar. That's actually hilarious.
We've just seen live
I
footage.
love that it was the coach that initiated it. He's like, you want to play rock, paper, scissors?
Okay.
But it wasn't even
yeah.
rock, paper, scissors. It was just like first thing you put down.
Yeah, maybe that's how it's done over there. That's you know, with chest as well. In fairness, the coach has gotten. Yeah, if you win, you get to play Rengar. If you don't, it's Pantheon, baby. Good luck.
What if he gets to play Rengar in the Summoner's Rift game now that he doesn't
Oh,
get to
God.
play anymore?
Yeah, he's like, Coach, we need to pick our jungler Ivern. You didn't give me the Rengar, so I'm gonna have to play it mid lane now. Oh, is that how it works? Okay.
Well, on the other side from Saber, you'll have Sheer, who we've said it already so much today. In that best of one, he had a great performance, but over this last little bit, he has definitely come into his own on this FPX team.
He really has, and right, the leading piece of the puzzle that got them to this part of the best of three was Jue, but I think that was definitely facilitated by some exceptional performances from Shia, not just in that best of one, but also in the leading up games through the group stage that got them to be where they are today and to be in that best of one in the first place. So certainly a good little look for Shia, as I also just saw the build path that he opted into to start that best of one out, and it is definitely not Gwen coded.
Love it. All right, we got the Bramble Vest start for Sheer. He was the one that it was the TP Ignite in the Summoner's Rift game they played earlier. Now keeping with the Gwen tech potentially, but it is against the Pantheon. What do we think about this matchup at all?
Probably very good for the Pantheon, I'm going to be honest.
Did you see Saber stutter step on Sheer right there?
Yeah. This is a serious professional game of
goat.
League of Legends, Mazel.
That's my goat.
We decided which champion we're playing with a 1v1, and now we're S-keying on them as well. Yeah,
It's incredible. Hey, that's much more thrilling than the first 1v1 we had on the day. All right, I'll
true.
take it.
Yeah, that's very true.
Kara needs to take notes.
Don't pick Heimerdinger
But
in my
wait,
1v1s.
I will just say, whoever has won the 1v1 has lost the game afterwards. So I don't know.
100% true. We have no counter argument to that, and
No results-based analysis?
Zero results-based analysis. Never once have we used that as an indicator for a metric. However, with Shia starting out on the Gwen with these double armor items, right? Bramble probably into steel caps. Saber is still coming out very much ahead in these trades. And that's kind of the power that the Pantheon gives you. He is just an absolute lane bully. That didn't change from his rework. And, you know, it's good to see that even through the slight identity change, he still does what he did back then.
I miss old Pantheon.
Me too, man. Like, not
It
as an
wasn't
AD
much
carry
different.
player, but... Oh.
It's like, no! Little spear. Not going to have the distance to get the next one when it comes on cooldown. Should get the reset now for Sheer, but he does lose out now with that wave crashing.
So the thing that I initially was caught by was the fact that Saber ignited to prevent some of the healing that was coming through from the healing orb. But then also the fact that Sheer just almost gets killed certainly wasn't what I was expecting. Saber is at least doing a budget form of this anti-tank or tank build, where he goes for a more at the very least to begin with. So there is MR in there, but there is AD. Shia has just gone, nah boss, I need armor. That's all I need. I don't need damage. Just let me live.
Just let me live. As actually looking like he might be able to have some scaling aspects to him here. I don't know how long scaling is going to matter here. If you do remember the rules, if you haven't been here for the other 1v1s, it's first to 2 kills, first turret, 100 CS. until the rings of fire come out. Then it's the first kill. So maybe Sheer just trying to buy his time here. Do you think there is enough time?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. So normally what happens is you sit on these items and then you opt into AP afterwards. This is obviously looking at traditional Summoner's Rift build paths, whatever happens in ARAM. It's not my forte. I'm just going to keep it a book. But
no way.
You would expect that Sheer will now begin to build up a little bit of AP. Whether or not he can finish a full item, I think is pessimistic. Is a pessimistic view to say that he could, but even still, if he does get like a Nash's Tooth finished or a Riftmaker or a Lyanges or whatever it is that he opts into, probably then has a very good set of items to try to take down Saber.
God, that wave is gigantic. Holy crap.
Huge, mate. Huge.
That's massive. It is also the Hex Drinker started up for Saber here, so he'll have that kind of AP, anti-AP setup that we've seen at least multiple times today in these 1v1s.
And I will say what you get from the Pantheon as well, it is the ulti, and infrequently will you use that in a 1 versus 1, so you typically use it to cheat a little bit of tempo, but Saber can probably get back and get almost a free recall by just using his ult to get back into the lane.
That's actually really funny. Oh, is he going to be stopped? He does stop him.
It's a big
stop. How much that matters. Does it?
I mean, this is a now experience that he's being missed on, right? So this is a chance for Sheer to catch up. And looking at that XP, probably gives Sheer... They don't have the little XP bars underneath the names in the...
Where's our 1v1 UI?
Yes, which is costing me here. But it does mean, like we say, when New Saber was going to look to get this wave and ulti back in, and you're seeing the E timing prove to be very important,
it's so
right?
Good.
And Saber's done really well with it.
Just can't get much damage in on Sheer's side of things. Should be getting closer and closer to that Ring of Fire. CS is not going to be too far out in front for either side of things. See some of those AP items starting to come through for Sheer. Try and get to that full item whenever he takes that final back. Looks like he's going to take an extra one here. It's still going to be a little while till that next one comes.
Yeah.
He's got a decent amount of gold in pocket, but he stops his back to try to catch the minions.
I think he was scared because he's now probably at risk of maybe even just getting dove by Saber. The trade for a 1-for-1, if there's a wave there under the turret, it's worth it for Saber to just take it and, you know, accept that he's going to die as well, maybe. But no dive came through. Well played using the W to keep Sheer, or rather to keep Saber at bay. But it's good to see Saber, you know, theoretically, not theoretically, literally, a mid laner. But he's taking these unique picks, right? You don't very rarely see AD assassin mid laners get pulled out. We had Zed in the first game. We've now got Pantheon in this 1v1. It's nice to see.
It is nice to see. We're getting a little bit of changing.
And even just personality, right? Like,
yeah.
Just the idea that he's the kind of player that will do something like this. And I think that the idea, the spotting those two, the coach and the player, play rock, paper, scissors to decide what he was going to play, that will stay with me. That is iconic.
That is really good. It is really good. Those kinds of moments are always very fun. Also, the whole, like, Care just lean back, staring over into Sheer.
Bro was not bothered at all.
Not bothered at all. All right. Well, it looks like Sheer has decided that's the final back he's going to take. He has bought the Elixir of Iron and has the Haunted Guys. So no full item coming through for him. I have to say, on base value, I feel like Saber has the benefit here. He has the Black Cleaver and the Hex Drinker as well.
Yeah, I'll agree, right? Like, the Black Cleaver is going to cut down a lot of the armor that the Bramble and the Plated Steel Cap was putting in the first place. You've got the Hex Drinker to deny some shielding, or deny some damage rather, from Sheer. It really does come down to the power of this potion and how much does an Elixir of Iron actually get you.
Well, he has popped it.
He's
trying to keep
again.
presence
Great
as the Ring of Fire coming in. The all-in has been started. Sheer just going for the throat here onto Saber. The needlework is there, and he gets him. Turns out it all matters is just having a little bit of tankiness.
All right, fair play, and that's the nature of a 1v1,
Okay.
I guess. That Gwen is just going to win that at a
uninteractive.
certain point. That, you know, we kind of know this about Gwen, that she's a bit of a side lane menace. Pantheon, one of those champs that falls off the later the game goes, and maybe the fall off is a little earlier than we expected.
Now he's like, you see, I should have chose Rengar.
I could have jumped. But now that means that UP win, right? Like they wouldn't. They lost the 1v1, so they win.
True. They at least won game. But the problem is this time it's not a best of one, it's best of 3. So
yeah, but they don't have to play for side select in the second game, right? I don't think.
Yeah, it should go to.
I hope not.
It should go to loser. I hope not to. Yeah, I just hope not. Let's go with that.
The loser picks is standard best of format. So,
it is.
It should be good juice for whoever takes the L in that to get themselves another game or first game on blue side as well.
But Rude, this is the first Fearless series we get.
True.
Finally, all the way. A huge amount of time since it feels like, at least since we started, it's only really been like a week.
Yeah. This is
we
the
finally
8th
get
day.
Fearless.
Because we're speed running through the LPL placements, right? Like they gave us 10 days to get it all done, and but by hook or by crook it will be done. And by the end of tomorrow we're gonna know which 10 teams are making themselves a nice little bed for 10 best of 3s. Or rather 9 best of 3s double round robin, and which teams are going to be terrified because they've got potentially a minimum of 10 games to stop themselves from being sent down to Nirvana.
That's so insane to think about, just in the longevity of things, is like literally 5 best of 3s.
Yeah. You compare that to so like the minimum so versus
18?
Maximum for both of these is pretty crazy. Yeah.
So 18 best of 3s versus 5 best of 3s. That's insane. That's
it's a maximum
despicable.
of 15 versus a maximum of 48, right? Or
that's
30.
Crazy.
Yeah, something like that. Math's not
no
good.
math
Don't do
on
math
stream.
Yeah,
that's the number 1
54.
rule of broadcast.
Say random
54.
numbers.
All right, yeah. 75.
18 times 3. Yeah, sure. I mean, even still, sorry,
12.
that wasn't a flame at you. I lost in the sauce. With you, Ultra Prime starting out presumably on the red side, then it's intriguing whether or not Saber will end up with a counter pick once again that is going to be quite as exhilarating as the Z. I mean, taking on R3 as well feels like it could have been answered a little bit better with those second round picks, but they just opted to go for Ezreal Karma and sort of throw caution to the wind. Now we'll get to see what it is that Ultra Prime want to do with their composition when they know that they're going to have a bit of an answer as well for maybe more than one role. That blue side pick, I think that them getting a hold of Neferi, it seemed like they were happy to give it up and they had an answer, but they got it in that last game, which might have honestly caught them by surprise. So I'm interested in whether or not they think that they've got an answer to Neferi, if they've got a draft in mind for that situation, because they didn't ban it out, and it's an entirely possible situation.
I just feel like every time we think about that, every time we try to say that, oh, this is the comp that's got the answer, it's fun. Neferi wins the game. And it's like, man, we thought we had it, but it doesn't work out. This champion is just ridiculous right now. FPX will be on the blue side to start this off. It is a best of 3, so keep that in mind. Anything picked here in this first game will not be available for the remaining games. I expect this to go all the way to 3, so we get the full breadth of the Fearless system here. FPX did ban away that Wukong and the Kai'Sa on the blue side, so a little respect there, as well as the Jace and the Corki ban by Ultra Prime. The Sejuani, the final ban by FPX.
Okay, so it seems like teams are happy to sort of go for these Gwen Neferi trades. I'm not sure that both of those are exactly on the same tier of broken currently from what I've seen so far today, but it seems to be the trade that these teams are opting into. And maybe there's like a third pick as well that I'm just missing on the red side that Ultra Prime are quite happy to pick up. Looking at whether or not this is Neferi or this is something else. Maybe? Yeah, Rumble's good.
They're just banning the Ezreal now as well. The Fury is going to be immediate first pick by FPX. They're going to feel very happy with that one.
Yeah, Shadow dominated on this yesterday. One player of the game got 12-0-14 on it. So absolutely, right? We'll take the Neferi hands down.
They get the potential Rumble lock-in, but now you have to think about the chess moves being played here. Ultra Prime get 2 lock-ins. They choose the Rumble and the Varus. They're waiting on to see what the choice is going to be for the top lane matchup by FPX.
Yeah, I do think the Varus is a very good takeaway here, and they've taken the Rumble knowing that the Gwen's going to get picked up as a response care back on the Galio, so
It
again, going to have a bit of time to just be a threat once more. So he's not necessarily going to be the damage, but he's definitely going to be doing his lion's share of CC and tanking. And I love this pickup for presumably Junhao, potentially Xiao Xiao as well, to say, okay, I can pick a Poppy here. You've got triple dashes. Let's stop that.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, FPX are just going with what worked for them in that best of one that worked earlier, right? The same pieces that they grabbed in the earlier series, but now Ultra Prime say we have answers. We have decisions that we can make to try to shore this up. Also, some respect to their previous picks. Like, they are literally just banning away the things that worked in game number one for them. It is going to be the Nautilus as well as the Yone to start off the second phase of bans.
Yeah, there's the saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But then somebody will break it for you, and that's the ultimate end here. That Ultra Prime have gone, yeah, we're just going to decide your composition is not allowed to function again, so we'll take this bit out of it, we'll take this bit out of it, and I like that they've taken away this Callista here as well. The thing that they were kind of missing, or are missing still, is that element of bot side priority in an area that they can attack. The Varus is going to win out in that bot lane with the AD carries for the most part, and the Callista may be one of the only picks that could have gone toe-to-toe with it. When you've got a Galio in the mid lane, you want two strong side lanes to try and enable, and that's what FPX are looking for in that bot lane.
The Pantheon ban comes through, and we don't want to deal with that just in case. So you can see a little cheeky smile there from Saber. It is going to be the Alistar locked in from Xiao Xia, so he'll get the same thing they just won with in that last game.
And now counter pick once again going into what you would think is Saber, so a potential chance that this Rumble gets flexed around a little bit, but I'm very curious as to why they took the Alistar here instead of taking the mid lane pick when they see topside for FPX. They now got themselves counter picked down on that bot side in the support role. And Shui here teasing us a little bit with some spicy picks, but the MF plus Nico does do very well. And, you know, just the innate synergy of, well, we have circles once again. It might just be good.
It's the most OP strat in League of Legends in 2025. Get as many circles as you possibly can. Feels just like we're back at some point in 2024 at the beginning of the year when it was just all about Venn diagrams. It is the Taliyah final lock-in, though, for Saber, so to try to provide a little bit of that in-between from the mid lane.
And again, right, Saber's just played against Taliyah, knows exactly what this champ is going to be working with, and takes it for themselves, deciding that the Poppy Taliyah combo, which can be very lethal, but it's a lot of space denial, it's a lot of creating a nightmare for FPX, to be honest. Yeah. I like that they've, you know, pivoted in their last two picks, right? They've gone for a Summon Jue to have these theoretically immobile picks, right? Yes, the Nico's going for a Proto Belt, but the idea is that they're now, you know, pivoting from that style, but they've still got three champions that want to dive in, four really with the Nico, that are all going to get stopped by Steadfast Presence, Unraveled Earth, and if those are down and if those are played around appropriately, Ultra Prime should have a good time.
And again, if the tried and true record right now in the day is to be said, it is Ultra Prime that should win this game after losing the 1v1. But it's also that kind of counter dive strategy that has turned out the victor in a lot of cases as of late. So I love to see that kind of adaptation. I love to see both teams having clear strategies going into this one.
Yeah, exactly. They both kind of have an identity. For FPX, it is a lot about diving and a lot about finding the big wombo combo. The same to be said for Ultra Prime. It's sort of about that mitigation where they can actually play quite heavily with poke, and I'll be curious to see what Wako goes for here, because I think that their long range game is actually pretty darn powerful, with the Varus poking, with Taliyah laying down traps, with the Rumble equalizer as well. And yeah, there we go, Comet in for Wako. Just being able to poke out from long range is really going to be something to keep our eye on.
Well, we're headed into it now. We're into game one of our best of three of the night. Winner of this best of goes straight into Group Ascend. The loser falls down to that lower bracket and awaits their challenger, the winner of the next best of three that we'll be playing tomorrow. So a lot riding on this series for both teams just to stay out of that group nirvana. I think FPX, Ultra Prime, earned their first wins on the day very handily so, and now this one deservedly so. A very split focus between the Twitch predictions.
53% in favor of FPX, so maybe a little bit against what I'd anticipate here. I do have Ultra Prime coming into this theoretically the better team of players here, and I think that their draft has given them an opportunity to harness that. I think that FPX are all on the same page, right? Don't get me wrong, but I do think that FPX are going to struggle up against what Ultra Prime have picked in for themselves.
Execution is going to be key. Trying to find those avenues, but also to get Shadow ahead of the game early. Maybe looking at this 2v2. Both junglers going to be started on bot side though, so maybe a bit of top lane focus for them in that early pathing.
So what we have to remember as well is despite these junglers pathing up to that top side, that this bot lane is going to be miserable for Ultra Prime to begin with. Again, only so many times we can say this. Level 1 Alistar, useless, does nothing, gets poked and dies, right? Like, you have to play at this range. And that's Alistar's level 1 combo, everybody.
Let's go, level 1. Hey, they got the heal, you know?
Yeah, sure. That's a win. That's a win when they're down 300 HP. I think that Wako, we saw him actually do this in the last game where he just used barrier to preserve HP. Maybe a little surprised that he didn't do that this time around.
Now we see the clear speeds coming to fruition for both sides of things between Junhao and Shadow. I personally really like the Poppy into the Nefiri. We have not seen it really work out, though. I'm not going to lie. Okay,
hello.
level 2. Dway, he overextends the play. He got the double tangle bars, but now Assume gets first blood in the end of things, and Dway gets out. That was the ultimate bait, and FPX are off.
And also a great sidestep from Dway. Knew that he was in trouble under the turret. Knew that there was blight stacking up from Wako. I knew that there was damage coming through, but that piercing arrow went just a little bit wide. If we get a replay, you'll have to check it out. Just a little sidestep that comes through and gives over a very easy kill. Shadow now looking in the mid lane.
Kair trying to go for the taunt play here. Shadow has a lot of damage early. Get the flash out of Saber. Gets hit back by the seismic shove as well. Won't be able to find his second play, but Shadow's about to walk right into Junhao, and he dashes into him. So now Junhao might just have it, but he realizes Kair can make the difference with the amount of CC chaining that he can have. Shadow will win out on the scuttle fight.
So Saber, right, with no mana in that mid lane, just can't contribute. So Shadow, even though he walked straight into the face of the Poppy, actually more than happy to take that fight, take down the scuttle on the top side, can finish off his Gromp, might even find the scuttle on the bot side as well. But this is that replay of that bot side fight. The minion dies, Dway knows he's in trouble. It's not even blight stacks, but look at this Q that he just pops back. Oh, little sidestep. Whilst max DPSing as well, Xiaojia gets hit by the Tangle Barbs, which actually connects onto both people. And then we get the little Q pop as well. It's doing so much, and like Dway once again just stepping up and playing perfectly.
And on the Nico of all things too, Kair just TP'd back to mid lane. Shadow gonna get the double scuttle completion. We do have lane swaps coming through though. Wako and Xiaoxia have gone to top side preemptively to get away from this pressure that FPX have on bot side.
Yeah, and I don't really think that Shia is particularly annoyed about this, as I say that as he's moving down into the mid lane, but they might just be looking to commit to a mega dive onto Zhong here. Yes, Junhao's here, but looking at the map, looking at where everybody's gone to, they're just forgetting about top lane, and Kair walks in loud and proud. Is Junhao going to stay under the turret, or is he going to sign his top laner to death?
They're going to move out, try to get another ward there. Wave's about to be crashed, and decision needs to come here. They're moving Saber over, but he's not level 6, so he have to walk the whole way there. Looks like FPX are actually the ones that pull off, say it's not a sure thing. They don't want to go for it.
Okay, so Ultra Prime then, for the time being, sort of stand firm, bide their time, and call the bluff almost of FPX. And this is actually going to be really good for them because there's a significant amount of farm being lost on that top side. And the spread of where gold is being picked up for Ultra Prime is, much larger at this stage. FPX are missing out on an entire wave of CS, so that it's getting picked up by their counterparts.
It's going to be the little in-between moments that I feel like make the most difference in this game. Oh, Saber, Saber, Saber. You didn't count the minions! You always have to count the minions when it comes to the Nico. And Asub will get on the board with another kill. 2-0 to start it off for FPX's Gunslinger.
And it's Dre once again finding the engage. He starts out perfectly with that Nico under the turret. This time round as well, knowing that if you're going to make those plays, you have to be the first melee creep through. Counting the minions isn't a surefire thing. You have to be pressing tab on every single wave to spot the highlights. See if you can see this Nico on vision. This great pathing as well. Act like a minion, finds himself a kill. Just in time for Assume to walk up to this top side and catch the wave, which UP have now begun to bounce back.
Looking back at the draft, I'm just so happy that they were kind of looking to enable Dway. They like just letting him pick what he wanted. They even flickered through a couple different ones, but being able to lock in on the Nico and say, no, this is the one that I'm just going to mess with their brains, but I'm also going to have such big setup for the entire team. And now with those 3 early grubs for FPX, that next grub fight becomes even more important, and they're just putting pressure on this top side, playing away from the side of the dragon.
Yeah, and this Nico has been a controversial pick for Dre. Has had great successes, has had equally quite low success rates when taking the champion, but so far in this game has been exactly on point. 0-0-2, no deaths, even though he got flash pulled under the turret. Seems to be in a very good position, and so far so good for the first year. Look away, look away, look away. Turn off the stream.
Nothing happened. Junhao, nothing happened. Your screen is tearing, and for some reason that minion got in the way. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he was just taking a picture or a play out of Shanji's book from yesterday, where he was just flashing and hitting the thing that he wasn't supposed to.
It feels okay. Now, okay.
He's not the first minion. Yeah.
It's not. It's not gonna be the same. I think it's a little bit more obvious that time around.
Yeah.
That being said, they're still going to keep presence down here on the bottom.
No.
Take a look back. We get the slow-mo zoom in. Woo, baby.
Oh, me when I hate Poppy players.
No! Oh, my God. And the minion didn't even get the wall either. That's the funniest part about the whole thing to me. Oh, he's going to want that one back. Junhao, though he's in a lot of trouble. They got Care coming over. Bullet time, but it gets stopped. 2-man seismic shove there as well, and Shadow's just chasing Junhao. Wako's coming a little bit late out, goes with the flash play, gets the kill there, is now FPX running for the hills. Saber couldn't find the damage, and unfortunately Shadow fell after all of that.
Yeah, 1 for 1 in the long run, so, I mean, that's not that bad for either side. I think that the fact that Wako flashed is actually the big deal. FPX also coming out on top because they get a little bit of time with these plates for Sheer. So for FPX, I think just the small advantages here. They'll know that the Varus flashed. They also got the flash out of Saber as well. So small wins, as little as they come, but definitely very valuable. And Junhao sends his blue buff to Narnia instead of the Neferi, who's able to go invulnerable and sort of duck her way out of it. And then Wako flashes in, he gets the kill. That's all that matters, really. We don't need to talk about the fact that his ulti didn't connect.
Then why did you talk about it? Rube?
I don't know what you're talking about, Mazel. I didn't mention anything like that.
Nothing happened here. Nothing at all. About a minute until that next grub spawn comes up. You have to think Ultra Prime want to reposition over to that side of the map. Nobody's taking the dragon just yet. There are some pings down that way for Ultra Prime, but it does not seem like that will be the biggest prevalent objective in this game number 1. As you were showing off there earlier, they got a little bit of history here between some of them.
Yeah, I mean, Dre also was on Ultra Prime after playing for BLG Junior, so the sort of BLG Junior scouting grounds are certainly churning out.
Prime.
It's just all BLG, right? There's a bit of a comparison to be drawn in English soccer, which I'll not get into. But the idea that BLG Junior is actually Ultra Prime Junior, it's a nice little thing to think about.
That's what it truly is. The pipeline's truly working. We are on first items for some members of FPX before we get into this fight for the grubs. The redeploys have already been signaled. We have Sheer with TP coming back out the top lane. A big importance. We have the Eclipse for Shadow. We got the Bloodthirster for Assume. Grubs started up by Ultra Prime here, Rude.
Remember that Wall is available for Saber if he wants to try to cut them off. Playing on this pink ward here, Xiaojia as well, looking for an engage. If they can defend this banana bush, it could be a good fight for them.
Keeper's verdict used, but that's just care, and he's about to have heroic entrance. The last grub is there. Sheer decides to kick off the fight. Heroic entrance is in. Junhao gets that last grub to a split. 3-man knockup from Xiaoxia, though, and FPX are fighting tooth and nail, though. They have split the fight a little bit, and now Shadow is in a 1v2, but has Saber blocking off the rest of the team. You had assumed take down Junhao in the end, and maybe they could chase. Shadow going a little bit overhand, loses a couple of doggies, but that should be FPX's advantage.
So a 2-0, and the grubs, in fairness, do get picked up, but Zhang now.
What a 2v3. Sheer taking the angle here. I think Karen's about to go down, but Shadow is there to help secure the kill. Sheer is up taking down Zhang. I have no idea how that even started off with that angle, but Ultra Prime are punished.
Yes, and for honestly illegal behavior, to be honest with you. Ultra Prime, once again, Junhao, the only target you can't knock away here is the Galio, because he's got this global ultimate to just rejoin the fight immediately. Sheer, just such a good position. The Gwen Galio combo has been lethal for so many years, and at this stage, the idea that getting it to work out to perfection is difficult. It is just a novel concept, and for FPX, they find a couple of kills. They don't get all of the grubs, unfortunately, but they're able to get a couple of the early ones, and then find themselves in what is now a 2,000 gold lead. So small advantages across the board, but one that you'd like to see snowballed.
And we were talking about kind of the differentiation between the compositions and the kind of dive potential that FPX had in a lot of regards to what Shadow can kind of kick off for them. And that lead is going to help feel confident in that factor. Dragon did just get started up by Junhao, but I don't think he can actually stay to start it up, or finish it rather, because the rest of FPX are surrounding that side of the map.
And I think that's probably what they should be looking for, right? When you've got this lead, you don't really want to let it go necessarily. And for me, with Shia being quite far ahead, with Assume being quite far ahead, this is a pretty decent showcase for FPX, right? This is one of the few teams that made roster changes coming into split number 2, and when we're looking at what we get for Sheer in particular and for Assume in particular as well, the idea that they've swapped their AD carries with EDG and then moved into a successful spot really, and potentially into a position where they can move into the Ascent stage, pretty darn good.
Yeah, pretty awesome to see, and a little bit of a engage here now on bot side from Shadow, going untargetable. Still not able to get the kill. Sheer tanked that turret shot. Now Shadow is just playing like a demon.
Oh, double
just gone a little too him. FPX are full committing to this. Oh my god! Venn diagrams of death unleashed again by the Phoenix, and they'll find more picks.
And there we go. I mean, Junhao here not quite able to get in and really do anything there. So nice to see that the Ultra Prime squad are attempting to fight back, but even nicer to see that there's a successful bout from FPX that stops them in their tracks.
Now, the theme of the day, the word of the day that we came into these matches with was consistency. And seeing these kinds of performances from FPX, not only that first game we saw, but now kind of following it up with good macro decisions, I mean, that is a breath of fresh air for this team.
Yeah, it really is, and it's not just one player in particular as well. This feels like the most consistent we've seen the majority of the FPX roster. There's not particularly been an instance where I've gone, ooh, this player shouldn't really have been there, or that, Shadow, I think, who were on the Xin Zhao in, the best of one that they played, probably was the closest that we got to, but that felt like maybe just me not understanding the limits and Shadow actually having the better read on what he could and couldn't get away with. So, actually quite happy with how FPX have played in the last 24 hours or so. I've had a pretty decent run of things.
Pretty decent indeed. Gonna try to finish it out strong. But I know we're going to 3 games here anyways, so we gotta expect a little bit of longevity for FPX to show that grittiness and come back and get that spot in Ascend. FPX though, they'll just be farming it up. I mean, you've got Shadow up CS over Junhao. You've got CS differential for bot lane as well. Now Xiaoxia getting caught out. Maybe Junhao can help him over the wall. He's lost about half his health. Unbreakable is down. Now TP coming in for Ultra Prime. Shadow might get caught. You don't get the Pop Blossom. The TP got stopped in the top lane, though, as well. And now Shadow is going insane-o here. He's got dogs, and they barking. I think trying to get the hail there from Assume. He gets the flash play. Yes. Nice little bounce. It's Junhao now going down low. And Bullet Time just used for the mental damage there. And FPX go to 11-3 in kills.
Zhong forced to flash out on the top side as well. I think he may have even found a solo in the back half of this, but that's a very small silver lining for what is an incredible fight once again for FPX. Just the aggression coming out of this Neferi. Like, I don't know how many times we need to say this. This champ is pretty darn good. It might just need to be a red side staple. And Shadow has proven that he's either put the time in on it or knows exactly what it is that he needs to be doing.
All right.
This is that 1v1 on the top side.
Oh, Zhong, come on.
He does turn this round, though. He does make care pay.
He does, but...
The flash over the equalizer on the top. Yeah, okay. You care. He did this for the team.
He did this for the team. Because it does make a difference. Like, if that TV goes through, it's actually probably a game changer.
Yeah, no, it genuinely is, right? Like, imagine equalizer in a big choke like this, or...
Oh, he didn't get the wall bang. Oh.
Junhao's Poppy has left a little bit to be desired. And
in live!
Yeah. Saber's dead.
Dude, they just can't stop, man. It is just oppressive.
And Shadow's still going, right? Like, just aggressively sort of flexing his chest almost, and knowing, all right, well, I'm going to keep vibing. I'm going to keep going for this. And that is really what you want to see. It's when you've got this lead, not letting it go is such a powerful tool that very few, I won't say very few people, but that most people won't really look to leverage.
More turrets falling there. More siege to be done, as the Rift Herald did get used in topside. Not going to get too much back from it. Second items are coming through for FPX now. And this lead ballooning up to over 5,000 gold. 18 minutes in. A massive differential being developed here by FPX. And they have the tickets to go again. They got all ultimates. There's a dragon up on the table. Shadow is just running through the enemy side of the jungle. Might have picked off a little bit more than he could chew. Does get taken down by Wako there. Assume still in the fight. Sheer getting the heroic entrance as here comes Care with the double taunt. No, only one, but the Pop Blossom onto two. Trying to lock down Saber. They end up getting the tank Xiaoxia. Junhao goes back in for the claim kill onto Jue, and FPX, I mean, they're playing a little reckless.
Yeah, that was that instance that I was talking about. Okay, Shadow, you're a little too far forward here, and that not really going to cost FPX that much, but it's definitely a worrying sign, an indicator that UP aren't all out of this game just yet. A fan of the fact that we're able to get a couple of kills back, and Ultra Prime not out fully. Really good heads-up play. Ultra Prime thinking, okay, well, Wako stepped up here. We have to try to defend him. Chain of Corruption instantly into the wall bang from the Steadfast Presence, and even with the flash, there's just a little bit of damage coming through. Red buff plus the equalizer managed to take one down. Good response from Jue as well to try to buy a little bit of space, but ultimately steps in just that little bit too far forward. If you'd caught Young there, maybe it's a little different, but it's again Saber with another really solid team fight where he's just catching there, a little flick back, pulls Jue back in and takes him down as well.
Just a little side note, Junhao, he hit 2 wall bangs in a row there. Let's go.
Let's go.
A little comeback.
Poppying. We're poppying how it's supposed to be.
We are getting equivalents of the second items for some members of Ultra Prime now, but Atacon looks like it's the target for FPX. They have a lot of strength, especially with Assume down there on 2 items with that Essence Reaver.
So Jue can turn into, yeah, this thing's gone. TP's in. Saber's not TPing to respond.
There's dogs everywhere. Okay. It is secured by a Shadow, but they will lose Jue immediately. Bullet Time really doesn't get anything there. Trying to get as many of the blood roses as they can. Care trying to get out the other side as well. Joy will pay his life. Now they're going to cut them off. This is a big play from Ultra Prime. And a huge steadfast presence flash from Junhao. They're going to clean up Shadow. Shadow can't get anything, and Assume's going to go down too. And these are the chaos moments that we expect in this qualifier match.
FPX throw their lead again. The fight around the Atacon does not go their way, and it's Ultra Prime sniffing blood in the water, deciding that they've got a lethal injection that they can deal to FPX and dealing it mighty strong.
Wow, just picking up on the throw from FPX there, like you were kind of mentioning. Chains of Corruption onto Joy. Really nice fade away from Wako.
And they've got so much space here. This is FPX trying to overextend and overstay their welcome. They could have just used that space from Shadow, from Assume, to pick up these roses and try to bail out. Junhao already failed on the ulti, this Poppy Copter, to get people out of fight, but not really looking for the right fight, not having that opportunity to get a good engagement. And Jiang cashing in on the Assume shutdown here, now finds himself with a fully completed Void Staff as well as that Leandri's. And you know, the chances for FPX, they're slowly getting smaller and smaller.
They are indeed. That lead that was getting a little bit too far out in front of Ultra Prime is now cut down to size, only about 2,000 gold up. Still some big item completions there for FPX to keeping up some pressure. But it seems like they're going to be a little bit more humble now moving on to the Rift. Especially like Shadow.
Yeah, that was the warning, I think, more so than anything else. It doesn't change how they are. It doesn't change that they are ahead. It changes how far ahead they are, but it means that they need to be much more cognizant of how they take these fights in the future. So hopefully they can play with a little bit more tentatively, and they can play that cautiously, but still with the same level of aggression, just maybe better exerted overall.
Yeah, maybe not Shadow jumping into 3 or 2 people randomly by himself. That might help things. I don't know.
Could end up with them having more success. Yes, more success.
And we actually see Shadow moving into the topside jungle, trying to clear out some of this warding here, but FPX taking these next moments very slowly. There is, though, in about a minute and a half, a dragon spawning. It is another Infernal Soul on the day, but it would be a soul point for FPX that Ultra Prime do not want to give over.
So, attentions toward the bot side of the Rift. They spawn, like you say, right, alongside that Baron, which is about 10 seconds desynced. Would like to see Infinity Edge picked up for Assume as well before any real skirmishes start to come to bear. He's probably got the gold for it, just needs to try and find a reset for that timer. Muramana picked up for Wako as well, so this virus now a little bit more unleashed as he picks up another Serrated Dirk just to add a little bit of extra bang for his buck. But Ultra Prime still decidedly behind in this game, still definitely going to be struggling, and we're looking at the build paths as well for Ultra Prime. Would really like to see this Locket get finished into, or rather this Aegis get picked up, and start to see Junhao have that second item finished as well, because this Poppy, not particularly tanky right now, needs that second item before we're really expecting any sort of stopping power in the front line.
And once he gets tanky, I think it'll feel really nice. You do get that second item completion there, but you'll just be able to space Shadow out even more. I think that's like your one job. The reason why you grab the Poppy into the Nefiri matchup is because of that steadfast presence that you can just lock down Nefiri. And Junhao gonna have to find a way to do that now. Dragon is on the horizon, under 10 seconds to spawn.
And again, this is one where Ultra Prime, they can give this if they don't feel confident to take this fight. And when they see Assume's items and see 3-item misfortune, I'd be scared as well. But walking around, this banana bush is completely unwarded. FPX have got all the control around this river, and they've even warded their flanks to make sure that there's no unique angle for them to get in. I think this should just be a gift for Ultra Prime here.
Now hovering around, but don't need to hover too long. They might get in trouble if they do. TP's coming in. Shadow just going to dash over the wall. I think that's a bold TP setup, but both TPs will end up being used by the top laners. Joy is just a little puppy. He's going to throw the Tangle Barb there, try to get some mid lane presence from FPX. I don't think this is a situation where FPX are super confident to just burn down the Baron, but it's getting closer to that fact.
Yeah, and I mean, the issue that they've got is that their damage comes from their jungler, and typically, you know, the jungler might be one who wants to look to tank it. Maybe the Gwen can deal some good damage as well, in fairness, but their AD carry is not a Baron killing AD carry, nor is their mid lane, and those are typically the two areas of the map that you look to for success. But it's worth saying as well that in this game, where coming into the day we were looking at FPX and highlighting Sheer and Shadow in particular, that Shadow here with this 1.8k gold advantage, 2 items on the Neferi, 4-3 and 3 had been a large linchpin of why the early game had gone so well. Needs to just dial it in a little bit, right? He's got these 3 neutral objectives in those dragons, but in recent history was a little bit of a reason why FPX have stopped that snowball, just dashing in a little too aggressively, a little too overzealously, and just needs to rein that back in just a little bit before we can start to see those successes happen again.
And that's been a little bit of the story that we've seen, honestly, for both junglers a little bit, but to some extent Shadow as well in his track record, and maybe even a reason why he didn't consistently have a starting spot over these last couple of years. But now, here on FPX, he's definitely wrestled control of that, and now FPX with him at the helm of a carry jungler can make the difference here if he could just play it a little bit smoothly.
Shadow spotted here, trying to put some deep vision down. Takes 1 piercing arrow to the face, loses about 300-400 HP. But not going to worry about that too much with the Hex Drinker in the back pocket as well. The damage coming through from Zhang and Saber going to be significantly reduced, and clearly not too worried about the consistent DPS of Wako, as Junhao here throwing the buckler will catch a little bit of a heal based off of that Sunderer. And now it's business as usual for both of these two teams. Back to catching waves, waiting for a Drake to spawn, because neither one of them is going to start the Baron.
We're too scared. We're too scared. Also, just don't want to throw away game number 1 of the game, especially with the track record of blue side. I think FPX definitely have a little bit more wariness to throw this game away, because especially they get the Gwen, the Neferi. Could you imagine losing in this meta with those 2 picks?
It would be shocking, to be honest, and especially given this game's context as well, right? Like, they came out with a heavy lead. They were winning this game for the most part, and I think it's sort of well played on both sides. Ultra Prime have ceased that aggression, but also Ultra Prime were, you know, starting to swing that metronome right back in their favor, but FPX stopped that momentum in its tracks. I think that right now we've reached this sort of neutral point. It feels like both of these sides are pretty scared for trying to take a fight against one another. Neither one of them particularly knowing who is actually stronger.
I think if you had to look at what we were talking about from draft, I definitely still really like Ultra Prime's objective setup at an even state, and as time goes on, potentially even more so. But the individuality of FPX is working for them, as he's going to get the charge here. Try to get the double taunt over the wall. Can't do it. Xiaoxia is going low. Bullet time there onto Junhao. Junhao charged back into the bullet time. He's still alive, though. Shadow gets out with a little bit of his chunked health. Maybe some flashes burn, some summoner spells burn, but that's about it.
Yeah, maybe Baron, honestly, for FPX. Lots of low HP bars, but
they're scared.
They are, man. They force TP out from Zhang as well, and Blue Ward goes in to spot out that they're not doing this. I think kudos to Xiaoxia in that fight, by the way, because he protects Zhang with his life. Doesn't end up even having to give it up, but just body blocking the Galio so that he can never get in and find the taunt onto the Rumble, which probably would have taken down Zhang. Pretty darn important. FPX, they did take their reset, and if you look at the Drake timer, you'll begin to recognize why, because if they'd have spent a little bit too much time dilly-dallying around the Baron, any potential contests mean that they don't get Soul. This Dragon here feels like a much more surefire thing. It's also a lot lower stakes. If they lose this Drake, not the end of the world, but if they get it, they get Soul.
They get the slowdown here on the other side of the fight. I will say, before the scoreboard went away, we didn't get third item completions for a couple members of FPX, so the fight still could be pretty even for Ultra Prime. It's all about execution.
A pretty big chunk. Care has been doing so well at being the one absorbing these Keeper's verdicts, making sure that he can ulti back in. So as long as Care is the one standing point and center, FPX should be good.
Shadow's on the weird side of this fight. Needs to be a little careful. Into the Pop Blossom, into the knockback from Xiaoxia. He just saved that fight. Dragon denied by Ultra Prime, now they actually try to find the fight on the Shadow. Sheer going in. Sheer going with the Unstoppable. Going at least a little ham here. Needlework is in there. And Heroic Entrance too. Junhao about to lose his life. FPX, they've got Assume leading the charge. And now Shadow gets the resets. And that is off to the races, off to town. And a triple kill for Assume.
It's a bullet time to start the fight and a triple kill to end it. Assume destroys Ultra Prime and is going to send FPX to 1-0 in this game. A clean 5-4-0 ace in the bot side. Dragon be damned, they take the game.
It felt a little dicey here or there. FPX did not feel confident, but damn, did it look good in the end. They just catch one slip up of Ultra Prime, and they just end the game. Almost 10,000 gold up, and that is a first game win for FPX. One win away from Group Ascend.
Coming into today, right, FPX may be one of the teams that I was definitely least hyped on, but I mean, they are now one game away from being a part of that top 10 teams and the pack of 10 teams that get to play so many more games of LPL next split, or for split number 2. And coming off the back of, honestly, some really solid early game play from Junhao, from Jue, excuse me. That Nico, right, started off the fights. And started off the snowball, particularly for Assume, who 2-0 to begin the game, felt quite confident, was moving around the map. And then in the late game, Assume was like, thank you very much, support. You've done your hard work. Now let me step in. Now let me carry. And did exactly that.
Yep, and it feels good for FPX's side of things to be able to see these strengths, to see Sheer still, man, having such powerful impacts, but it's really the entire composition, the entire team. Yes, maybe playing a little bit, little too rough for Shadow there, but the rest of the team able to keep kind of stable enough to enable those kinds of moments and let Shadow go off the leash a little bit, pun intended.
Yeah, literally, right? Like, he kind of got overzealous in a couple of instances and got punished appropriately, but FPX sort of righted the ship. Maybe, you know, somebody else sort of reined it back in. Is like, okay, calm. We've still got time here. We don't need to throw like that. And making sure that when we got to the critical juncture, the team fight that was necessary, that the rest of FPX were there, were ready. And for the most part as well, felt like that was a series of ultis going wide and not quite connecting, right? Xiaojia knocking away Jue with the Pot Blossom, not really finding any purchase with that, but Junhao as well. Keeper's Verdict goes wide, means that it is a 5 versus 5, and the flash follow to try and connect onto Shadow, not quite making the impact that it needs to. Just so many small little things, and it's those players that are having the successful execution on team fights that aren't missing their skill shots and that are right-clicking appropriately. Assume, in particular, going crazy.
On the misfortune too, out of all things, in a very difficult matchup, I think with the Poppy, the Alistar, like, it just feels really difficult to layer that damage down. There were some tough ones to get in there, but he had some really, really good ones in the end. And when you see this version of FPX, you're like, I could see them taking a game or two off some of the top teams in that Ascend group, and it gets you excited. It gets you excited for this run from Group C all the way to Group Ascend.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they've had an absolute nightmarish sort of run of games, and for their group stage, right, they took one game against OMG, they then found one against NIP as well. Maybe came into this as, you know, for me, again, for my money, one of the weaker teams in this bracket, but just goes to show you that, well, I don't know what I'm talking about, to be honest.
Show up on the day, I guess. That's all that really matters.
They're doing exactly what they're supposed to.
Yeah, we're taking a look back at some of this. We'll see some of those overzealous moments from Shadow, but then sometimes it just worked out for him.
No, absolutely. And with Shadow here, you can just see flashing on top, just recognizing he's doing what he needs to, right? Like, I'm finding this Poppy, and maybe the need is the wrong word, but want is maybe better, because he's just devastating this Poppy at every given turn. And Junhao, I think, you know, ups and downs on the Poppy. There were certainly some very good Keeper's Verdicts that got a good fight start, and some good wall bangs as well to catch people off guard. But there are also instances like this, and you know the keeper's verdicts that don't quite connect, and them on being on to care,
in
for
the bot
example.
lane.
Yeah. So it's a tricky one for Junhao. I think he'll know as well that mechanically there were a couple really important moments that he didn't quite connect on. So for Ultra Prime, there's not necessarily a they're clearly better than us moment, but definitely some instances where you can think, yeah, we could have done a little better.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the Nefiri question has to remain. The Nefiri question has to be the in group Ascend Nirvana. Like, please, I do not want to see this champion just easily led over and given free wins to, because you can see how much pressure it has in the jungle. The clear speed is insane. You have to keep tabs on it at all times, and you have to stay proactive. And with all the objectives, everything else going on the map, it's so hard to keep up.
Yeah, and I mean the way that this fight breaks out on the top side as well, it's Dway finding a double route with the Tangle Bobs to connect and to lock up Saber to take him down, because the late game Talia as well, no shy of damage, could have probably carried that team fight, who was able to kite appropriately, but got caught by a Tangle Bob. Dway once again may not have found the perfect engage with the ulti, but found the route where he needed to, and it's just these small skill shots, small successful pieces that end up making the puzzle look real good for FPX.
Yeah, and it was Dway's final pick there with the Nico to kind of lock it in. Even got that play on mid lane onto Saber with the counting minions tech thing going on. Who gets MVP though? Who do you think?
Again, this one, I could honestly give this to Assume. I could give this to Care as well for body blocking really well. I could give it to Dway for the early game proactivity. So, yeah.
Assume.
Yeah, good. I'm happy. For the one time that the Nefiri didn't go absolutely crazy. Oh, it did go crazy, but it also
went crazy,
lot,
but then he also inted, so you know.
Yeah, can't give him that. Assume was consistent, and I think for a player like Assume as well, it's really important, you know, being traded over and then performing like this.
Absolutely, that FPX one step away from that group Ascend saving grace. Ultra Prime needing something to come back into this one. We'll see you after a short little break. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Rude Dude, and we're into our second game of our best of 3 of the night. It is FPX versus Ultra Prime for a spot in Group Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, if that game's anything to go by, we could very easily still be in for a full 3-game series, right? FPX took that game, but it was by no means clean. There was an element of measured to it, but there were a couple of dicey moments thrown in there. And remember, best of 3 fearless, so the fearless is actually important. Neferi, Gwen, both off the table. So the power that FPX will have had from that first game and the champions that they were able to pick is now significantly reduced.
I think Xin Zhao has just skyrocketed in his stonks for this next game, especially between these two junglers, and seeing exactly what kind of aggressive junglers we get in terms of either facilitation or skirmish-heavy junglers. But that means that we have to also take stock of what has happened. I think Ultra Prime looked a little bit disleveled, looked a little bit disjointed as well. And if they can't win here, if they can't push us to 3, they will end up going down to that lower bracket and facing off against the winner of LGD and WE.
Yeah, and then they've got like the do or die best of 3 tomorrow, the back half of tomorrow even, where the winner, like you say, of LGD WE goes up against potentially Ultra Prime, the way that this game and this series is looking currently, for a very, very scary best of 3 where one of them gives you a lot of safety and a lot of security really in your future for the 2025, and the loss gives you the exact opposite, and it gives you, right, like honestly 5 weeks of devastation really. Like you'd be super worried like that you might not play for the rest of 2025.
Yeah. Again, we've labeled all the differences over and over again, but you want to be in Group Ascent, you don't want to be in Group Nirvana. That's pretty much the gist of it. Because it is important to think a little bit about the stakes for these teams, but also the track record moving forward, where we talked about Ultra Prime and the lackluster performances, you know, the highest being 12th since 2021, since coming into the league, trying to make that push into that upper echelon, the top 10 here, but FPX also struggling to find that real lasting success. Yes, they've made it to some playoffs here as of late, but it's not been the glory days that FPX once knew. But now getting into it, it is going to be that adaptation of draft here, Rude. We have to talk about what's available, what's going to be those prio picks. I know I talked about the Xin Zhao. I think Vi also comes into the fold there as well. And Bessa maybe now that the Gwen is gone too.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple of options, and I think that with those high power prio picks off the board, it opens us up for a little bit more. I think that engage supports are still going to be very important, right? Like the idea that Dre had got to pull out a Nico and still was a really powerful engager means that support pool is still largely open and has like a very good breadth to try to pull from. There's still going to be a good couple of AD carries open and available as well, where, you know, Misfortune's been taken off the board, Varus as well, but Varus frequently gets banned. You've still got your utilitarians like your Ashes, your Jins. You've still got the hyper carry that you might want as well, and the Kai'Sa still something that may well get taken aboard.
All right, so you see those fearless bands down at the bottom of the screen. Ultra Prime will be on the blue side this time with FPX on this red side. We get the Jace, the Corki band by Ultra Prime. We get the Wukong Kai'Sa band by FPX. So a lot of respect being paid at least, to what was played. There you go. Yeah,
and I mean, like I say, right, Wako's Kai'Sa is not just LPL infamous, apparently, but has been, you know, tearing up international stages for a while. And with the Sejuani taken off the board as well, some control maybe rested back into some other tank junglers. We've got Wukong out of the picture as well. Ultra Prime, choice of first pick here. I'm curious to see what they go with. The Rise taken away here from Saber, so maybe something spicy that they're cooking in the mid lane.
I'm curious. I'm very curious. Xin Zhao has to be the immediate pickup here by FPX, I would think. It is a kind of the dueling fates of the Vi versus Xin Zhao that we've seen as of late. It's the Skarner instead. Xin Zhao not even the play. Gonna go with the Mbessa Skarner double lock in for FPX.
Yeah, and I mean this now opens up for a potential sort of disengage style composition for you, Ultra Prime, right, where you see so much engage super early on. Definitely a window for you to try and take something.
Renata maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Focused on keeping people at bay. But Ultra Prime just say, none as to that. We're
dive.
Yeah, we'll join you, actually. We will just have no backline. Well, how about that?
Get the Zed in here. Just do it. Get it back in here. Let's see what happens. If you do want a little bit of dive, though, to pair up, you need some kind of mid-jungle duo for Junhao and Saber.
Ahri?
I think Junhao has been, kind of pillar for the team in a lot of ways. Camille is the lock-in here into the Mbessa, it looks like, for Xiang.
Yes, this is like a hybrid of A, an answer for the Ambessa, but B, something that synergizes really well with the composition.
Yeah.
Renekton is your go-to answer for Ambessa, but the Camille gets locked in as a pseudo answer. Not nearly as good as the Renekton, but can also dive very well, much better at diving, in fact, than the Renekton. So locking in the Camille here gives Ultra Prime access to whatever it is that FPX are looking to draft for themselves. And for the time being, we are just 6 champions that are all going to butt heads.
Yep. I love that Care goes for a classic for him in the Sylas. Pretty good melee mid player, as we've seen as of late, but the Sylas unlocking him here now. Also was hovering the Ahri, knowing that that could be a potential combo for them in the mid jungle for Ultra Prime, and being able to take away that Spirit Rush would be very nice. Now we're in the second phase of bans. It's the AP focus right now for FPX. They ban away the Ziggs. We'll see if any of those kind of team fight supports are going to be the focus right now for Ultra Prime, the first one being the Braum.
Okay, so Braum gets locked in, suggests that they're immediately looking for some sort of engage, like a Nautilus first off, to maybe look for, something that wants to fight aggressively, doesn't want to get pummeled by Braum passives on its entry. The Aurora taken off the board actually from Ultra Prime, so happy if they want to go for something aggressive in that support pick. Happy as well for them to lock Ahri in, like you alluded to earlier, Mazel. So with the disengage options taken off the board, yeah, I mean, FPX had that choice, but FPX decided to go against it.
They did indeed. See if they're going to be able to pick up anything with the stragglers on the support setup. Could just be the Rakan, if it is going to be anything. The Xayah is the lock-in for Assume. It is a comfort pick for him for sure, and also providing some safety to that dive that Ultra Prime are bringing.
Yeah, it's one of those, you can immune the Vi ulti, you can actually also immune Camille ulti if you time it right, so there's some really, really good interactions available to Assume if he gets on top of it. But my concern is that there's only so many things that you can use Featherstorm for, and Ultra Prime are seemingly doubling and tripling and quadrupling down on their dive. A True Shot Barrage over the top as well is just adding insult to injury, so there are so many tools available to Ultra Prime to get to this backline. And then the question is, what support does Assume have? Because there's no way that he can get a dive pick to go in with it. He's got this Xayah to be left alone with. I mean, Rakan's a great lovers duo, but you think about it in practicality, Rakan's also probably going to be diving, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think it's a little difficult. I don't read too much into it. I know he hovered the Poppy. I think it'd be hilarious if they thought they could pick Poppy here, and they're like, "Oh, this is this is it. This is the. Oh, wait, it's gone. This is fearless, by the way.
Excuse me. The referee's just tapping on glass.
This is perfect setup to get us to 3 games. That's all I'm saying, Rude Dude. I think Ultra Prime are really well set for themselves on that blue side.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, is that they've got this really aggressive composition. If it fails, if it falters, though, through this early game, through that level 6 marker, they're probably just going to get DPS checked at a certain stage because they are without really a tank shred. Camille, maybe you could argue, can get through the Skarner, but again, if my Camille's focusing the Skarner, something's gone severely wrong. So trying to keep our eyes on how well they can get through the front line that FPX have drafted for themselves, because that is the real discrepancy between these two teams. Yes, they're both very dive-centric with AD carries that are attempting to peel for themselves, but there's an element more of the front line for Flumpus.
It is indeed. I'm really curious to see exactly how Shadow navigates this one. I think I'm looking at the proactivity from the side of Ultra Prime to get the ball rolling for themselves. I know Akali really needs that kind of level 6 mark to get the ball rolling for her, but I want to see a lot of proactivity, at least from Junhao on the Vi, to get some control of the map, to get some control for Ultra Prime in this series. And as we go into it, it is match point for FPX. If they can win here, they are automatically into Group Ascend. If Ultra Prime can bring us to 3, we got a series on our hands.
First little smatterings of chants from the crowd as well there, as we're starting to, get into the weeds of the evening, and knowing that this game in particular could very well be the final one that we play for today.
Let's be real.
Ninth team. I know, could be.
Let's be real.
We're going 3. It's the LPL way, is that we go for 3.
It's the LPL way. Ooh, the double grasp. Interesting.
Yeah, and especially for the junglers, or for Shadow, I should then say as well. Really, putting a little bit of emphasis on the scrapping that he's going to be doing.
Yeah, and into a Vi, I kind of appreciate that, because Vi typically likes to either take invasive jungle paths or just be a menace with early ganks as well. Looks like we're going to be getting mirrored side starts for both junglers, though, so maybe some differentiation in the focus they want to bring.
Mazel, am I seeing Unleash in 2025?
You are seeing Unleash, mate.
Assume?
Maybe. Did he?
Dre?
Did they actually? Yeah.
Looks like it.
It looks like they did.
Maybe
Maybe it's like a level 3 gank bot.
Yeah, like trying to power clear Shadow through and make it so that he's a little bit further ahead of the curve than Junhao. I mean, eyes on Shadow now on that minimap. What is the thought process? What is the attention that they're putting on this jungler super early on to try and outpace the Vi by so much?
Yeah, it is curious. See what it pays. We might not actually get a payoff all that much just yet. It is looking like just full clear setup. Not going to be any kind of level 3 stop-offs for Shadow, at least. But I will say he's heading away from this bot lane, and bot lane's going to be under pressure very heavily against that Ezreal Rel combo, as we get very heavy trades in mid lane too.
Yeah, I mean, both of these mid laners, like, next round of cooldowns are going to be very important. Double potion popped by Care, second potion still in inventory for Saber, who looks to be, for the time being, just a bit more bold.
Oh, he gets the abscond, potentially. Looking for the abduct, doesn't get it. The flash coming out from Saber saves his life.
Okay. So, small things, small victory here, but it's going to be a victory well earned by FPX, and Care with some good trades in the early stages of the game forces Saber out. Now, if that's what the gank was for, or the leash was for, then very well spent, but this is Junhao getting now an advantage in tempo. Shadow spent his time mid lane instead of clearing his camp, so going to be forfeiting probably that top side crab as well as that bot side one. Junhao going to know that he's got the opportunity to cross back up to this top side if he wants to, whilst the Skarner still clears his camps.
See if that's the decision they want to make. A couple pings coming out. At least the direction from Junhao is down towards bot side. Does end up throwing the missing ping up there towards that top scuttle. And we actually see now double crash down on bot side. Little blade collar action there from Assume. Gets some damage on Owako. And nice mystic shots to rain some back. It is just a back and forth in this 2v2. Can lead out to a nice little snowball for them if they can end up getting any advantages there. Shadow does scoop up that top lane scuttle. Saber and Care, the premier show right now that Shadow has his eyes on.
Yeah, and you can see Saber just sort of expecting Skarner to be on the top side, trying to hover away from it.
Ooh, gets him. Waiting for the abscond. Doug, now Saber's in trouble. No flash at first blood for FPX and Care.
And I love that from Shadow, just knowing, okay, well, Shroud's down. He's got no flash. Best he can do is Shuriken Flip, but that's also been used in the trade, so it's just going to be an easy pickup. Walks out of the lane into it and decides that that's where he can start channeling his E. No way for the Akali to interrupt it, and overall, very well played. Shadow making his mark felt early on for a second game in a row.
It's not on the Nefiri this time either. I will say, though, his bot lane is feeling worse for wear. They are still even with CS. The push and the priority is definitely in favor of Ultra Prime consistently. Dragon is coming up on the table. We've seen these teams not really put a focus towards that early. It's more so the Grubs that have taken prio for both these squads today.
Okay, and you can tell that this mid lane matchup has been altered. Care had that early Dark Seal, right? So he's now 2 stacks on that from the kill, and Saber landing the Shuriken Flip instead of taking it, getting a good little chunk of damage there, opts into just sort of tanking it. Now Care spots out that this Drake is being started, and Junhao going to get nothing for all this, so that's a lot of time spent where he doesn't actually net any advantage.
Gonna try to wrap back around. Oh, it just barely resets. Does end up only getting back up to about half health, though. Its way is here. Care gonna move down. Oh, God, he's level 6. Oh, that's terrifying. He's gonna back up. All right, it's fine.
They'll be fine. Fortunately, I mean, they can just hop out over the wall, and that makes it okay in the end, because they do get the dragon. It's, again, a little bit of time wasted, and I think that about evens up the tempo in the junglers as well, because Shadow spent a lot of time trying to clear mid lane, to be honest, as opposed to clear his camps, and finally Junhao spends a bit of time clearing the Drake instead of clearing their camp. So both of our junglers about on even footing as Shadow heads toward these Void Grubs, your standard trade. And again, as we move a little bit later on into this game, denying Void Grubs from Camille is a very, very powerful tool. This champion will beat the Ambessa in side lane, will beat the Sylas in side lane, and will start Cho'Gath ulting turrets on a 3-4 second cooldown if given the opportunity to. So taking those Grubs away, definitely a valuable asset.
It is indeed. Oh, the Abscon of Duck combo. Got a little bit wide there from Care under the shroud. Tried to guess where he was. Not going to be able to find him that time around. Assume, though, he might have to flat. Oh, okay.
Like
it's all the bait.
It's the mind game, right? Like, if he channels Q and baits flash.
Okay. Oh, really good time on the Hextech ultimatum. It will be down now, though.
Connects on the
double
shattering
crash
strike.
That time, you know, it sticks. Blade Caller used too. Wako able to get some serious damage down onto FPX bot lane. There will be a back initiated by Xiaoxia.
So trade of ignites there, and that probably prevents any sort of dive coming through as well, because Xiaoxia is so low on HP, but it gives us Zoom time to free farm this wave under the turrets. Two-shot barrage.
Barely
wouldn't
get
have
that
killed.
out. Wow.
Oh, but I mean, BF versus Sheen as well. You wouldn't expect these trades to be going so favourably for Ultra Prime. This is an Ezreal who, yes, with Sheen can do some good damage, but BF Sword on Azaya is a really big spike in the early game and should really be looking to leverage that as an advantage.
Not been able to do so just yet. Now Saber is looking for a play onto Care, waiting for Care to overextend, but it was a little too obvious. Ultra Prime just going to try to push in this wave.
Yeah, everybody just turns up in the mid lane there, and I think that Care may even still fancy it a little bit with the Akali's ultimate. It does give Asuma a chance now to push in the spot wave, catch a recall, and regenerate some of that health, some of that mana that he was missing. Makes it so that the early damage that we got to see just in that fight down on that bot side, not as impactful, not as important. Xiaoxia now, when he walk up, doesn't have an ignite to stop the recall, so will just be killing himself by walking under that turret.
Let's go take a stop in the island. Let's go see what these fellas are up to up here in Xi'an.
How long do I have to stay?
Not very long.
Cool.
Who wins? Because it's been the most even fight fest up there that I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain stage, the Camille just locks the Ambessa and the Hextech ultimatum, and then all the dashes, all the kiting that Ambessa can do doesn't really matter because Camille just stands in the middle and chops you. So it turns into the Camille's favour at some point. Not going to pretend like I know when, but you know, at some stage, I'd expect the Camille to start winning.
All right, we'll see if that side lane pressure can actually pay out for something for Ultra Prime. Care, just like Saber was the focus early from old FPX, it looks like Care has caught in the eye of Junhao. That's multiple times they've tried to get him caught out, but they can't do it. Yeah,
I was going to say, he was spotted there, so Junhao definitely flexing a little too early. Now Care has no stolen Kali ulti, though. This is the opportunity, this is the window for Ultra Prime to try and make a play onto him. Maybe you can steal cease and desist, sure, but that's an ulti that is not going to be available for a good amount of time, and gives Saber really a good opportunity to start trying to find some scraps.
Yeah, we got grubs coming up in about 45 seconds. I mean, next dragon in a minute, but the grubs are really where we're focusing on, because FPX with 6 grubs would be very nice to have. Way getting caught out a little early. That control ward is not worth it there, bud. He just got 100 to 0. Gonna flash, gonna burn, not gonna die. Here comes the hook shot, though. Hextech ultimatum. They're impale over the wall. Sheer just getting damage down. Junhao getting low too. Sheer getting more kills. Sheer popping off. FPX, they've lit a fire under their butts, and that fire is burning Ultra Prime. Can't get that grand entrance, but you'll take that fight. It's now 2-0 early for FPX.
And in a fight that starts with Drake getting caught out hitting a pink ward, it's FPX that come out with the 1-for-0. A great impale from Shadow buys time and keeps Shia alive, and some great kiting from the FPX roster just baits in Ultra Prime just barely close enough to the point that they can get taken down.
And that's going to be all 6 grubs going the way of FPX too. The siege is going to be 9. We take a look at this. He doesn't even get the ward, by the way.
No, I know. He's just greeting. He's doing full support antics. Like, yeah, I'm Rakan. I can get this ward and get out. But everybody commits so much to try and make him die. Xiaoxia flashes with the Magnet Storm to get that. And then ulti from over the wall from Shadow just pulls Junhao out. Means that he can't contribute to the damage. And actually, Xia turns it back around. I think it must have been Dre's Ignite that took out the kill in the end, which is a little unfortunate. But keeping your Ambessa alive, keeping your Skarner on the board, exactly what you want. And for FPX right now, they are very happy with the state of this game. Yuntal finished for Assume. You've got Wako, who's not quite finished his Trinity Force out just yet. They've just taken 6 Void Grubs. So they are maybe not necessarily snowballing their way to a victory, but they've got a 1k gold lead and everybody's on fairly good footing.
Not too bad. And Shadow's full dopamine gamer right now. He's got the Grasp, which he got stacked in that top fight. He's also got the Heartsteel now. So full tankiness, but with that dopamine added on top of it. Dway gonna catch out Xiaoxia. He's gonna pop the quickness. I think Xiaoxia is in trouble here. Shadow looking for the knock-in, but that Magnet Storm is gonna be big. Impale into the combo from Care. They have a lot of damage, and it's gonna be another Dway kill. The guy's just got 2 now on the Rakan.
Yeah, that's an auto attack or something that probably shouldn't have taken a kill, but Xiong now the focus on the top side. Vi is here.
From mid to top to bot to anywhere. FPX will follow you and take you down. They're under turret. They're sheer. One more auto.
It's Saber's time.
Oh, this is where FPX just absolutely threw their entire lead for a top lane play that didn't even work out. Saber gets a double kill.
Teleporting in under the turret, saving his top laner and finding 2 kills in the process. That is the Akali way, and that is exactly what Saber needed. Had been struggling this game, was down the barrel of a very, very scary Silas who had that proto belt, or at least had the components, feeling very, very dangerous and quite threatening the Akali throughout the majority of this game.
3 games, 3 games, 3 games.
And Junhao was here, he was ready, he read this. The Hextech Ultimatum, invulnerables for a little bit, buys enough time, cease and desist locks up somebody under the turret as well. Just a little bit too much taken, too much bitten off there by FPX, and they didn't have the chops to take it.
Could have just backed off. Could have just had safety, but they wanted more. They wanted to find.
Well, it's because Dre's been taking all the kills, man. They need to get kills on other people, so they're searching for them.
They're like, man, we just still haven't gotten another kill besides Care in the actuality of things. It is going to be, though, a setup now where we have to think about dragon stacking, because Ultra Prime, with this next dragon in about 2.5 minutes, would be on soul point of yet another infernal soul, by the way. And I think that'd be pretty huge for their comp, especially for Wako.
Yeah, absolutely. If Wako can get that, that's just an insane addition to the poke. Don't get me wrong, there are 3 other damage dealers that will all love an Infernal Soul on Ultra Prime side, so don't go counting their blessings out, because an Akali with Infernal Soul just ease my AD carry and they die, right?
Yeah. It's going to be so difficult to deal with, and that's why I really liked Ultra Prime's composition, because it seems like FPX are beating themselves at this point, and it behooves Ultra Prime to kind of let things sit a little bit and have some of these items start to come through and have some of these breakpoints.
I love that vocabulary, Miss Elba. Behooves, yes. Yeah. Yes, it does. It does exactly that, yes, actually. It does exactly that.
Behooves so much?
And especially when the FPX are in this position where they are just 1 game away from being in that Ascent group and potentially having a good enough season to try and take some games away from the top dogs of the LPL. Hold on, Shadow.
I don't think they can get him, though. Yeah, Saber's a scary bunch to grab. He will just have his perfect execution, get a lot of damage on the way out. The Rift Herald spawning in 40 seconds. Dway get caught in transition here. Looks like topside is where Ultra Prime want to pull the attention of FPX.
Yeah, I mean, if they lose Herald and 6 scrubs, that's going to be pretty detrimental for Ultra Prime. Probably means just a secure turret in some area of the map. Fortunately, though, so far, it really doesn't look like there's been any emphasis from FunPlus in taking down those turrets, right? They've got 6 scrubs, but not really they haven't really been hitting on any of those objectives. So it's so far so good for Ultra Prime. They've got 2 Drakes to the good. They're just waiting. They're quite happy stacking those up with Drake spawning in 30 seconds time. They'll be able to attempt, you would like to think, a 3rd play. And I think that's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back here, one way or the other.
Sheer taking a little bit of an all-in into Xiang, but just to get him away from the dragon setup of FPX. Looks like all attention now has readapted from Ultra Prime to try to contest this dragon. Again, this is soul point for them on an Infernal Soul. Massive decision-making priority there if you can get this one.
So first items finished across the board for everybody of note. Important disparity here is that Xiaojia has got that Zeet finished, where Shui, even with those 2 kills, is still sat just on a Kindle gem.
They're just giving it.
Yeah, they're going to concede that, so that's soul point going, and you know, what can FPX get from this? Well, it's going to be an attempt at a Herald on the top side. Not really an opportunity for them to hit too many waves. Maybe Assume can go mid lane after this and try and take down that turret. But Ultra Prime, they'll take the dragon, they'll put themselves onto that 3-0. And FPX so far yet to reply.
There's the timer now. I mean, not only for this Rift Herald to hurry up and get done, but 5 minutes until that Infernal Soul fight that FPX definitely need to be at. I mean, like you said earlier, an Infernal Soul with this Ultra Prime comp is so deadly. So trying to utilize this Rift Herald in that in-between time, maybe even save the Rift Herald to use it as a distractionary play when that Dragon Soul is coming up.
And we just continue with this, honestly, fairly slow-paced game where there's not too much action for kills, and you can sort of feel that Ultra Prime, maybe in that last game, were a little hard done by how aggressive they tried to be, and that got ultimately bounced back on them. This time taking a much more measured approach, and with John underneath his tier 1 turret, you can see Dre, Shadow sort of sniffing around trying to find something, but it sort of smells of desperation a little bit here.
Shadow's it really does. Like, why are they even trying? Remember what happened last time you tried this? You threw away your 2,000 gold lead and gave 1,000 gold lead to Ultra Prime.
Yeah, so maybe we quash that a little bit, and it seems that has reached them. Now they've received that memo. But you know, we're waiting now probably for a good couple of minutes, right? We're waiting for 3 items onto the Xayah, who's opted into this Zeal second, which is part, definitely one of the routes you can go, but curbs your build path and makes it so that you're not hitting that 2-item spike of IE plus Yuntal super early on. Just really valuing the attack speed for the Xayah here going to be the case, and maybe if it's Flicker Blades, yeah, second, that kind of makes a little bit of sense. So you're going to have more damage from your Blade Caller, but we are very delayed on Infinity Edge, or just not getting there in any time soon.
Second item might be something. Yeah, that 3rd item is definitely what is looming large here. Get a little bit of push from Wako in mid lane. Junhao hovering over this top side as well of this fight. And I do wonder, though, with the Adacon coming up as well, neither team really has the damage, like at least right now or even anytime really soon, to kind of burn any of these big objectives, be it the Baron or the Adacon. Obviously the Baron not for a long while. So do you expect that the kind of Elder fight, which we're probably, if the Soul is taken by Ultra Prime, we're going to have very, very shortly, like these big objectives are going to be hard for both teams to kind of fight over?
Yeah, I mean, it will come down to those thresholds on items, and importantly, a second one has just been hit for Junhao. FPX currently, though, with a bit of an overload into the top side. They'll be sacrificing a little bit of their prio in the mid lane or that bot lane. And with this Herald going down as well, maybe they're making a bit of an epic play.
Interesting.
They've got 6 grubs, remember, so 2 turrets top side, definitely worth going for.
I only get the charge off, though. Very interesting from FPX there.
Deep TP as well. Look at the minimap.
This is tough. I mean, FPX They're in a really tough position here. Wombo combo there. They don't have any hope in this one. Assume is free firing though, but look at Saber. He is ripping them to shreds. Assume gets the play on a Saber. That's massive. Wako is still there, but there's
Flash
still
on.
4 members of Ultra Prime, and I said we're going to 3, and Ultra Prime are making it happen.
A collapse into the topside jungle. That's Ultra Prime, 5 members of FPX. And with only 1 being responded to, the Atacon will be their prize. Overzealous from FPX and underprepared.
Underprepared and under-executed, I guess is a nice way to put it. But this is, they put themselves in this position, and that TP flank was massive.
Yeah, just catching everybody off FPX just a little bit off guard. Double Magnet Storm starts it out, and this TP, even though she is able to come in and find a public execution, it's not quite in time. Xiaoxia able to flash out, buys a lot of space for his team, and Assume is doing great work, trying to take down whoever he can, but gets immediately snapped by Junhao. That Vi combo, crispy clean, nothing like the Poppy we saw earlier on, and really just ready to go take down whatever he can. The time that needs to be bought for Assume to take this game by the reins is long, and I don't know that they've got it in them when there's an Infernal Soul spawning in 15 seconds.
Yeah, I think the backs are against the wall for FPX for sure, but that dragon fight is here nonetheless. They're still trying to fight it. So, I mean, hey, if you're digging a hole already, might as well get out another shovel and dig it even deeper. Get us to game number 3 at least. Get
there even sooner, you know. Let's play the BO3 out.
And
starting
see what
up the
Fearless
Drake
has to offer. I think this dragon, though, I mean, they are on a good position for it. Young does have a flank, though. I think it's a little tough. They're being pincered right now. And there's the Magnet Storm into the back line, too. And it's just a huge 3-man impale, but it didn't matter.
Hold on,
FPX are fighting
hold on.
tooth and nail. But look at Wako. He's still alive. Saber is cleaning house, and Karen Sheer, the only ones left trying to dash away. But Saber and Wako, they still have their health bars. They still got everything. And they're going to try to find out Sheer here. They might be able to chase him down.
Sheer's going to go down. He may end up getting executed, but he will fall. Shield actually comes on through. Maybe he just walks it out, actually. But a 2 for 2 left on the people that are alive. It is going to be the Soul with the beneficial health bars for Ultra Prime. And a fight that looked so good, honestly, for FPX. That's about as good as you can expect for them to get. But now it gets harder and harder and harder. Timing.
No way. Okay.
I think he timed
it right. I like that they baited us.
Yeah. I think he timed it right, just aimed it wrong.
That is Infernal Soul, though, and you thought you saw Saber literally destroying the entire team last fight. It's going to be even worse the next time around. And this Akali pick's actually coming in super clutch for them.
Yeah, and again, it's one of these fights where you can see Assume once again largely free hitting. He gets out of the Magnet Storm, is able to take down Xiaoxia. There's a good little impale as well, which keeps the fight at bay. But he just gets obliterated by one Akali combo. It's ulti Q into ulti, right? Like, there's very little that you can do as Desire when you've already used your Blade Caller to get away from one part of it. You're sort of going for a more of Malmortius third item, and then you're looking at the rest of the composition and thinking, well, that's just a massive waste of gold. So, what do you even do? You're just getting one shot by Akali on cooldown, and if you don't get killed by that, you've got Vi and Camille diving on you as well.
And now they're also losing structures on the map. Standing gold being picked up by Ultra Prime. Almost 3,000 gold up now, almost 25 minutes into. We have the Baron coming up in about 30 seconds, but really FPX, let's talk about how their ins are looking. Like, how do they find fights? What do they look for in these fights to find success? Because it just feels like they have a lot of meatballs.
Yeah, I mean, they have to look for big impale into big Blade Caller, and then also have Sheer just do a little more than he is currently, unfortunately. The Ambessa is not quite hitting as hard as it needs to, and down 2 levels versus Young as well. Definitely could have stood a little bit more of the test of time through that side lane. But again, this is the notion of getting counterpicked, is that Zhang probably very comfortable in this matchup, knowing that the Camille's going to do fine in that side lane. And you know, when Shear's TPing into plays, he's not quite finding the same purchase, not quite finding the right targets. Waco's still untouched really on this Ezreal, hasn't died yet. Tier 1 turret is standing still for FPX, and you have to imagine that Ultra Prime are going to try to do something about it. They cannot defend this here. Yes.
Oh, no, they cannot. Oh, but they're going to try to.
Oh, okay. Well, they call TPs in, so that's fine, right? Like, if they're going to use TPs to do that, but to start it off with, you've got Shear, who was bot lane, Care, who was top lane, and now all that they're going to do as Ultra Prime is push one more wave and then do the same thing again. And, well, Assume's just taken half his HP from an ulti.
And that was one Shuriken combo, by the way, on his way. So, yeah, we're seeing how much damage is done right now by Ultra Prime.
LDR finished up for Assume as that third item, so not even with the Infinity Edge being picked up just yet. So that enhancement on the crit is going to be, you know, even further delayed, and the damage from the Xayah, you know, not necessarily super lacking anymore. That extra bit of AD is going to be quite beneficial, but thinking about how much he's going to be able to stand and auto attack versus these carries, it's quite minimal.
And, you know, the guy might be a little bit more of a veteran than some of the players that we have on the other side of things for Ultra Prime, but it's still something where Assume needs to step up to that level, especially on the Xayah. I think it's going to be a little bit difficult, but he is on those item spikes now, and one of the only advantages for FPX here. The Baron being pinged right now to get this vision off of it by Ultra Prime. Do we see them forcing the hand of FPX anytime soon?
I could see it, to be honest. I think they're actually far enough ahead to just play I call this the Mad Lions, where you just hit the Baron and watch the enemy team come to you. It's from a while ago, but yeah, this is, you know, just start hitting it, make them come to you, force the advantage. You have enough of one to make something work.
Well, they're doing exactly that. They have Jiang coming over as well, crossing mid lane now. Shear is nowhere to be found. He's going to TP, but it's so far back. 3 hits across with the Tree-Shot Barrage, and Care's already fallen. FPX are falling apart here, and Shear just goes with the public execution. He put himself on a stake and just put himself out there in the yard as Ultra Prime going for the Baron now. They should be able to just clean this one up.
Another 4 kills in the favor of Ultra Prime. This time round, they will secure the Baron as well. And Assume just cannot do the damage. Care cannot support either. And despite the best efforts of FPX to keep their carries alive, it's a great opening from Xiaojia. Starts off this fight, and that's all he needs to do. Saber immediately in on the backline. He gets charmed, he gets suppressed, but he just dashes and dances around and keeps himself alive. All the while, Assume's getting taken down by Junhao, and you can see how the Vi is full HP after that. It's nowhere near a close fight. And there's just not the time, not the pressure, not the help, not the support, not anything that FPX need to take this game.
Now you got Elder Dragon coming about 45 seconds. Don't think there's really much hope for the fight there for FPX. Maybe they'll throw themselves at the wall one more time. But we almost on 4 items there for Saber as well. And just looking at these big spikes, it is FPX with Way already out there in the Dragon side of things. But I guess, you know, you're going to lose anyways if you don't try to flip this one.
Yeah.
You're already losing your base, so why not try it?
Yeah, literally. Like, what's worse that's going to happen is you give Elder and then they end the game because they have Elder, or you fight them at Elder, they lose, and then they end the game, right? Like, at least if you fight them and you somehow pull off a miracle fight, right? Like, everybody on Ultra Prime disconnects and you get the fight, there's no chrono break, we have a great little time, and you take the Elder. You can then maybe start to come back in this game, but if you don't go out there, you don't try and fight them for the Elder, you're just going to lose, and that's just a certainty. So, I mean, at the minute, it does look like it's just getting soloed out by Junhao, so it's a little bit of a waiting game, and one that ultimately FPX are going to lose if they wait too long.
And see now that FPX is going to start this Elder Dragon up, losing their entire base for it. Just throw spaghetti at the wall, see what sticks. Saber's trying to clean up here. Oh, they're in it. Public execution is there. FPX are losing bodies, and they don't even... Oh, they actually don't. They do get the Elder, but they won't have any bodies left to have the buff. Yeah, and as we foretold, as we saw, it is a 3-game series to promote into Ascend.
Ultra Prime take us to match point, and even us up in this series then. So 1 apiece for both of these two sides. The winner of this, again, will go on to the Ascend stage, and Ultra Prime not down without a fight, as always.
Indeed. Had to go to 3, couldn't go to 2, because Ultra Prime showed some of those moments in Game 1 that we were like, okay, this is why this series is so back and forth, and why FPX never really have full control of a game until they win, because these are some of those consistency issues bubbling to the top that we mentioned all day long.
And it's one of those games, again, FunPlus had a little bit of an advantage in that early game, right? But credit to Ultra Prime, because they snapped their fingers, and as soon as FunPlus overstepped just a little bit, they wrested control back of that game, and then from there never actually really let it go. I think that had FPX not fumbled underneath that top tier 1 turret, there's a real world where they could have taken this 2-0. But there's equally a world where they fumble somewhere else a little bit down the line, and the world that we're in here is where they fumble on that tier 1, Ultra Prime collapse, and get themselves up to now 1-1.
Yeah, and that's what's crazy is FPX like had a pretty solid start to it, but then just kept fumbling the ball for themselves, which I feel like is the story for a lot of our 3rd, 4th place teams from our groups. A lot of the case why we get to see these kinds of back and forth moments, and some of those groups getting a lot closer than maybe they should have been on paper. But now in this qualification setup, like, this is what makes it fun. This is what gets us from those kind of best of 1s fully transitioning into best of 3s, best of 5s moving forward as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's what makes Fearless as well have that impact, and I do think that for Ultra Prime moving into a game 3, right, I think that they're probably coming in just a little more favored. I'm not certain of FPX's strategy going into this, but they need to try and rally, try and carry some of that momentum that they got from their game versus NIP yesterday, from their win earlier up against LGD today. So there's definitely roots for FPX. They found 2 wins already on today. They just need 1 more to send themselves into that Ascent stage, and to keep Ultra Prime questioning, I guess, a little bit.
A little bit. Try to figure out exactly, I guess, what consistency issues can be solved in the immediate future. Like, it feels so difficult, especially now with even more meta champions taken off the table, and we're getting kind of some spice from Ultra Prime in the way that they were drafting there, and the Akali and things like that, like leaving things open for that next setup in game 3 as well.
Yeah, and I think as well for Ultra Prime, like they've redone their roster for this split, and the idea that they've now brought in Xiaojia from BLG Junior as well to pair up nicely with Junhao, who they played together previously, and they've brought in imports from other regions as well, Zhong, Wako, 2 players that new to the LPL and had a really difficult time coming into split number 1, right? Like, the first split for Ultra Prime was not a good one, but at least now they seem to have changed something. Something's just a little bit different for them, and they're putting themselves in what is ultimately a very good position to go into a top 10 finish.
True that. I'm really curious to pick your brain. Who you think gets MVP for this one? I think it has to be Saber.
I'd lean on Saber, to be honest. Junhao also had like a really solid game, to be honest with you, but I think that Saber, just for the spice and for the idea that he was so far behind, that he probably finds it. Xiaojia also did start a lot of the fights, so I'm also happy with how the rel mechanics this game were looking, and sort of timing wise on that, for when we're talking about the supports being really sort of fresh and new into the scene. That for Xiaojia was a very impressive game to play.
Yeah, it was. I think a little bit of praise deserved to the newest member, at least, but it was a lot of attempts from FP. I'm just looking at these moments like, man, they were just trying. They were just trying to find ways to make this comebackable. But Ultra Prime, these are the kinds of moments where, like, if you can get a lead like this and then show that you can confidently close it out, that gives you a little bit more build up in that momentum for sure.
Yeah, and it's like, it's the good teams that will find themselves struggling in these games and then win it anyway. So good to see that. And the final replay of the Elder fight, Asun just what does he do, man? Like, he's using Featherstorm and then gets literally just popped. I didn't even see his health bar. And Shadow, fairness to him, secures the smite. Xiaojia goes down, but yeah, that was far too little, and unfortunately far too late as well.
Indeed. We're just waiting for the MVP See who exactly the LPL themselves voted for. I think it has to be for Saber. I don't think I would, like, there might be an argument. It's tough though. I just feel like those, like, to go down a little bit in that Akali matchup, but then to have, like, you're literally 100-0ing people left and right, feels really good for him, and especially after the Zed 1v1 earlier too.
It's retribution, right? Like it's that idea that, okay, well, I've been battered and bruised in the early game, but guess what, buddy? Does not matter. I'm playing Akali, and I'm gonna own you.
Zed and Akali on the day. Let's go.
Yeah, and he's won on both of them. Like, let's give this guy an Orianna, see what he can do. You know, like what Kled mid lane maybe.
Kled mid lane. Let's bring it out. I'm here for it. I do want to see what other assassins he brings out. Maybe the Zed does come back. I don't know. Maybe for a game 3. I think it would have to be a very particular comp. I do expect, FPX to be on the blue side for game number 3. So that does maybe open up things for the counter pick Zed or anything along those lines for Saber. But we'll be getting our MVP here very shortly. It is Jiang on the Camille that gets it. All right.
I think he did fine in the side lane. I don't know that he was the entire reason they won the game, but I think that's fine.
It's fine and dandy. That's all that matters.
It's
he
fine.
shut down Sheer, and then, conversely, it just made it to where they just couldn't play the game. But that's it for game number 2 of this best of 3. We're going to be heading off to game number 3 after a break. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Rude Dude, and here we go. The final game, the final moment for one of these teams to make it to Group Ascend, the promised land, the safe space.
Yeah, and this feels honestly quite nice as well that we get to see just a little bit of an extension on what playoffs looked like last split as well, where honestly all 8 teams that made it into playoffs just are already in Ascend. But now we get to see 2 more teams just join them and see what they look like in that grouping and what maybe they could have accomplished in the playoffs. So now we can... the one thing I do like about a league-style format is that you get like a good rundown of theoretically how well teams have been playing, or something that you just get from that, and how they all match up against one another just feels like it's a good little showing. So excited to see what either Ultra Prime or Fun Plus Phoenix can accomplish in that Ascend group later on. But we need to find out who's going there first. And for me, for my money, happy with what Ultra Prime were able to pump out in the last game. And I had them coming in probably as the favourites for this series anyway. So I'm sticking to me guns here.
I will say this group has not broken expectations. Like this whole promotion bracket, every game it feels like the teams have hot potatoes in their hands, and they're just kind of making sure that they're trying to deliver it to the oven or wherever they're trying to go with it. But it's a little bit jumbled every time, and that's why the third place positions were a little bit topsy-turvy. And seeing some of these teams here, especially obviously WE and Ultra Prime, who had to play those tiebreakers, it adds a little bit more oomph and maybe a little bit more look to what the fluctuation of these teams can be.
Yeah, exactly, right. There are high highs, there are low lows, and I think that from both of these 2 teams, we've honestly seen a good example of that on both sides. So, even in the game that FPX won, Shadow was sending it occasionally. In that final game as well, there was one overzealous dive that ended up costing them the game. And for Ultra Prime as well, right, they kind of got walked in game number 1. There were a couple of comeback moments that they could have had, but overall it never got offset by the disadvantage they found themselves in to begin with. But we go into game number 3 now, where we've got obviously Fearless, so we've got 10 champs from either side that have been played previously, making 20 champs total that are banned, plus the 6 that come from the first phase as well.
Yep, and we already see that first phase. FPX on the blue side, banning away the Kaisa, the Wukong, and the Jax, as we get Ultra Prime on that red side, banning away the Jace, the Maokai, and the Xin Zhao. So no Xin Zhao ever present for these 2 junglers. We'll see what's left up on the table. Those are kind of auto win conditions, and that's checkbox number 1. Yone.
I actually think that Sejuani steal here for Junhao is going to be really important, right? You can give that to Shadow, but then you give over Sejuani and probably another melee top laner. So immediately looking at what Junhao wants to pair with this, and maybe even preempting that as well. Like, this would be a great answer to a potential Sejuani that they're going for. So recognizing that, we've got a couple of picks that we think you're going to go for, and having an answer in their own.
Ultra Prime have thrown all the meta to the wayside tonight. The Zed mid, we had the Akali come back, that's a little bit more meta, but now just opening it up when you have these powerful combos for FPX, just saying, nah, we're good. We're going with the Lilia Renekton combo, and you have to expect FPX are just going to pick this Sejuani up.
Yeah, it's the Sejuani gambit, right? Like, they take the Yone super early. Ultra Prime have pre-counterpicked the Sejuani with this Lilia and taken away one of the best pairings in the top lane with it in the Renekton. They've basically said, if you want this Sejuani, it will be in the worst conditions that you can think of, because we have an answer in the jungle and we are denying the top lane pairing that you want, and FPX still take it.
They still go for it. They got the Kennen alongside it as well, so a lot of team fight potential there between the 3 that they've gotten already. The Leona is the last pickup for Ultra Prime in that first phase, so taking some long distance setup and CC chaining.
Okay, so, and again, this is an engage tool still being picked up for Xiaoxia. I think that for the most part, both of our supports have done a pretty darn good job at trying to protect and peel their team, and sometimes as well extending that into engagements. In particular, Leona versus Kennen, really, really good pick, because if you see him coming in, you just walk up, bop, little stun, and then immediately he's just stopped in his tracks. It can be so good to cause so much disruption. I think that Leona versus melees in particular always has a really good time.
Yeah, absolutely. The Ziggs is going to rejoin that ban table yet again. The Renata as well. A little bit of respect over to Jue. And I think rightfully so. We saw that clip at the beginning of the day with that nice little flash hostile takeover play. See if they continue to focus that supportal matchup here, or if they want to change that focus a little bit.
Ooh, so they could have gone Braum ban there, and that would be like the two takeaway disengage supports. The question now becomes, does Jue want to sort of sit back and play the Braum style, or does he want to continue being the lethal engager that he has been so far for his team? But we're looking at the picks that are still available. A fair few of them have been taken off the board. There's still some engage available. Noticeably, the Nautilus is still open for Jue if he wants to take that pick back down into the bot side. It pairs nicely with the rest of the composition. And versus a Leona as well, it's not really favoured either side. Definitely a world for
there
things to
we
go well.
go. Zed into Yone.
This is different. This is not Zed into Talia, where you have one spell that you have to dodge and you can all of a sudden all in her. Sure. Alright, Saber, you go crazy.
I love it that this is where you've gotten to. You've been broken by this man today, as have I.
He's earned the faith. Game number 1 earns the faith, but I'm still not sold. Like, he's going to struggle. It's a lot harder to play versus this comp than it was the last one.
For sure it is. Now the Nautilus lock-in is there. The Draven hover, at least right now, adding maybe a little bit more edge to things here for FPX. They do end up locking it in. It is something that Assume definitely loves to go for. Ultra Prime on the other side. I mean, I think the Jhin is okay. Hate the matchup, though, by the way. The Draven Jhin matchup. But we'll see exactly if that is it. And it's set up for the rest of the team, at least.
Yeah, and it's like you say, set up for the team. It's also, it's not an awful answer to the Draven. I think that with the correct placing of your traps and with enough CC as well, it shouldn't be too difficult to layer some deadly flourishes over the top as well. But for the most part, it is about enabling Zhong, Junhao, and Saber. 3 carries on that top side that will be able to handle a Draven quite nicely. And then when you're looking at that late game, right, how are they going to get through the Sejuani? Well, that's a bit of a question mark that they've not quite answered. Maybe we're ignoring Sejuani, leaving her till the end. But looking at the big team fight that they've got as well, right, Sej, Yone, plus a Kennen coming over the top as well. I really like as well the idea that FPX can probably just 5v5 if they wanted to.
It's cool, though, because as we've gone through this best of, we've really seen some spectacular singular moments, some individualistic moments from some of the players that we've wanted to highlight. I think the supports have been really integral to map movements and macro decisions, but the undercurrent of this whole series to me has felt like Shadow and Junhao. When Junhao was having that bad performance in game number 1, FPX dominated. Then this one with the Vi being all over the place, that counter gank top, it set the tone. Now in game number 3, trying to see what differentiation this matchup brings with the Sejuani versus the Lilia, and seeing which pop-off stars are going to kind of help tangle into that.
It's the pre-planned counter pick for me, and it was a gambit for Ultra Prime, right? They left the Sejuani dangling, and they said, you take it and we will punish you for it. FPX took it anyway, and now we'll get to see whether or not that punish ends up coming through. I expect to see Junhao try to outpace Shadow in that jungle clear, really start to establish an advantage in the jungle matchup in particular. You can see Jue might just look for an early flash on this and try to take Junhao's as well.
That would be pretty big. But to get any kind of early advantages whatsoever is the important aspect here. Oh, we're going to get the level 1 kicked off.
Okay, 1 auto attack apiece.
Let's go.
Massive advantage for FPX. There's no way Ultra Prime can come back from this now.
Might as well just put him into group ascent right now.
Yeah, done. All right, thank you. I'll see you all tomorrow, and that'll do. Assume, though.
Sounds good. Have a great night, everybody.
Have a great night. I do want to focus a little bit more on our supports as well, because I do think that Jue and Xiaojia have been, honestly, 2 of the underlying stars for these 2 teams. Even in the Alistair game that Xiaojia wasn't quite able to take the win on was looking very, very solid in that aspect. So definitely a player who's impressed me on his debut in the LPL, or debut split, I should say, in the LPL. So keeping our eyes on how well this Leona finds those engages, whether or not they're at the right time, and especially versus an aggressive bot lane like this Draven Nautilus.
Yeah.
As you can see, Dre already beelining it for engages.
Xiaoxia has been a really nice addition, at least as of yet. The Dredgeline magic, it continues from the best of one. Wako, he's going to regret that Jin pick now as well. He's down under 200 health, and Dway just finds the magnetic Dredgeline.
You can see the biscuits looking to work. Another hook comes through, and it's another couple of autos that takes Xiaoxia now down even further. And we now need to see probably a beeline down to this bot side to protect, because this is the type of bot lane duo that if they die,
all right, they got him. They got him. Auto attack, and there you go. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Assume we'll get the cash out. It will be the kill going back over to Xiaoxia, though, on the return.
It's just so worth it. Like, so unbelievably worth it to do that. To lose 5-6 creeps underneath the turret for Wako is truly devastating. Now, Xiaoxia, you might fancy this 1v1, you know.
Okay. Does get the base stop, at least.
That's actually really impactful. Like, the wave so one melee creep got pulled by Assume hitting under the turret, and then it pulled the entire wave out from underneath the turret. It should have been a full crash of 2 waves that would bounce back into Dway and Assume, but it didn't actually end up working because one of the melee creeps just targeted the Draven all the way back.
Oh man, that's so crazy. It's the little things in League that make it so nitpicky but so fun. We're gonna take a look back at that.
So this is the initial hook that is curved around Xiaoxia, and you know, early barrier comes through, cleanses away from the exhaust, and this is Xiaoxia not really having the ability to do anything particularly back. Second hook comes through as well, as picture in picture looks like Zhong's in trouble also. But this is just a dive that is so worthwhile. Look at that, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 minions probably lost under the turret here, 8 in fact. Denying 8 creeps worth of XP, absolutely worth it.
Well,
maybe they're going to do the same back.
Yeah, maybe a little rebuttal here by Ultra Prime's bot lane, but unfortunately it is a Nautilus Draven. I feel like that's a little bit more dicey to deal with.
I'm going to say there's a bit more damage coming from the Draven than a Jhin.
So
maybe.
I think something just happened because Jiang used TP, but he did not TP to the top lane. I don't know what just happened. His Summoner spell was like grayed out for a second when he was in the base. And then now it is just gone. So I don't know what just happened. But Sheer got the TP back to the lane, so that feels good. And he's up CS.
We'll put the detectives on it. Twitch chat detectives, get on it.
I'm really curious.
What happened to Zhong's TP?
Well, it's not enough for a pause or anything, so maybe I'm just crazy. But I do want to check on the junglers here. And because you were highlighting the supports, their connection is important to Shadow and Junhao. We're going to actually play on bot side 2v2 yet again. Not going to lead out to too much. Just Xiaoxia losing a little bit of health. But objectives are going to start spawning here. About a minute for the grubs. Already the dragon spawning. Junglers going to be pathing kind of opposite sides.
Yeah, and we touched on this in the pre-game as well, and you highlighted it a little bit earlier on, that these games have felt like whichever jungler gets underway dictates how this game is played and who ends up coming away with the win. So keeping our eyes on who it is that's finding that advantage and who it is that's making those moves nice and early could very well dictate how the game gets played out. For the time being, it's FPX with complete control over bot lane, complete control over mid lane, that are able to move in, find that first dragon, which usually we would see responded to with grubs, but that is not going to be the case.
Not at all. It's really good timing from FPX, and they also had that pressure top lane because of that whatever just happened. So they have full kind of map spread right now, which feels really good. They're getting pushed in bot lane now as well because of that lack of pressure for going for the dragon. Now also maybe a little bit of response was coming through or thought of coming through from Ultra Prime. They weren't able to get anything, but they're going to be coming up towards top for this grub spawn.
And I wonder as well if off of the reset, it's going to be a full commit into that top side. You can already see Xiaoxia and Dway making their way into the mid lane. But what about our AD carries? Are they going to make the journey up as well to abandon their bot lane home? Looks like Assume is making that happen, but Wako, with his tier 2 boots rush of plated steel caps, is feeling mighty useless in a 1v2 or in any sort of skirmish that he might try to find.
Looks like he might still try to move out there. But yeah, I mean, this is just going to be 100% neutral objective control so far from FPX. And kind of given by Ultra Prime in that case. A little bit of extra walking from Assume, but he should make it back down towards bot.
Yeah, so Assume actually missed out on quite a lot here. It was really interesting what happened. Because they didn't see anybody committing to the grubs on the top side, they assumed that they were invading in on bot lane. They had no vision on the bot side of the jungle. So Assume actually spent a good minute sort of walking between mid lane to that bot lane and scared to step foot into his jungle. Really just cognizant of where people could be. Ultra Prime were nowhere nearby, but it actually ended up costing him quite significantly, as that wave under the turret was going to be fully caught up by Wako, and yes, that 300 gold's there, but in terms of a gold lead for a Draven versus Jhin lane, honestly, despite Wako getting killed really early under the turret, he's probably quite happy with where he's at.
Honestly, yeah, why not? I do want to take a little bit of a check-in on the rest of the map, though. I think Shear's getting a little bit out in front of Xiang. I think that could be
just slightly
a troubling issue for Ultra Prime. We are getting the movement of FPX's bot lane up towards this top side. Even though grubs aren't going to be for a while, they're doing this preemptively.
Yeah, I think they're doing this to attempt to dive on this crashed wave. So Sheer will step up, clear this wave as best as possible. And then, with no vision, they're just going to look to try and dive Xiang here.
They just get the slicing veil. So Xiang is already out of turret. Oh, Chui gets the CC lockdown. But here comes Junhao. He does have the lilting lullaby. Assume just takes half his health from one tower shot. And Xiang gets the wave. So that dive did not go according to plan for FPX.
No, and you know, if that hook hits, maybe it would have done. But just about able to stave off any form of dive underneath that turret. Nobody's catching anything bot lane right now. So Wako is just getting free time alone on this Jhin to start to get back into the game.
Statements I never, would think of important statements as a Jhin getting back in the game, but with the way he's been played in the meta recently, it is important. TP coming in from Ultra Prime. Glacial Prison had already been thrown, though. Shadow getting a little bit low here, taking turret shots, but he tanks it beautifully. Dway also gets his, and now it is Sheer that gets the kill. They're going back under. They want seconds. They want the extras, and that's going to be a cash-in from Assume.
It is a beautiful juggle of the turret. Sheer takes the re-engage, takes the aggro once again on that top side dive. Make sure that the kill goes over to Assume, who cashes in on those second set of stacks. And all of a sudden, TPing down to this bot side, let me guess, it's going to be the cannon to catch a wave so that very minimal amounts are missed underneath the turret. Clinical from FPX, they get the kills. It comes at a cost. The Jhin is starting to come back, but you'll probably take this every day of the week. Get a replay of how it started off. It's an exhaust onto Sheer. And again, just a heal from Xiang. Keeps it nice and close underneath that turret. But one fadeaway Shuriken catches it. Sheer tanks it, walks himself out to safety, knows that he can drop aggro as and when he needs to. Picture perfect stuff.
Yeah, it's nice to see that level of execution as well from some of these teams where, again, the word of the day that we learned was consistency. And I think getting to see little moments helps in that regard. Maybe not all the way since it hasn't happened too often, but to be able to get dives like that, I think it is a really nice juggle of the hat. Dragon is coming up in 15 seconds. Now, FPX last time around were able to kind of offset the Dragon and the grubs. Those grubs are coming in about 20 seconds as well.
So, with those objectives obviously being a pretty big focus, you'd like to think, for FPX, they are in this position where they shouldn't be giving anything up, right? They've got this 2k gold lead, they've got an incredible advantage top lane and a really sizable advantage in that bot side as well. This is now their time to put the foot to the floor, right? Really try to choke out Ultra Prime and make sure that they can't get anything back. And so far as well, it's worth saying that this Lilia pick has been relatively muted, right? Was attempted to counterpick Shadow and make it so this comp didn't really have anything to do in the early game through this mid game, but currently has got built Liandry's and farmed up quite nicely, but is only 100 gold ahead of its counterpart and is not making the impact that it needs to.
I do like the Lilia clear speed as time goes on, but yeah, is it going to matter when you've given up so much control of what happens next to FPX? As the grubs are coming up, that's what's happening next here. See if FPX can move some of this pressure from mid lane over. Oh, Wako, you're in a lot of trouble. Jins can't move, and the Dread's line not going to go through, but FPX have already struck, and they took down Wako. That'll be the grubs going over. Grubageddon is near. We got to batten down the hatches.
Quick little pick there, and it again, like you say, results in a 4th consecutive neutral objective going the way of FPX. This choking of Ultra Prime is going exceptionally well. Now Care fancies a 1v1 with Xiong down on the bot side.
Okay, he wants to go for the angle here. Xiong is just getting chunked here. He's going to try to use the slice of dice to get away. Junhao is here. Two-Face Seal going wide, but he might still get the kill. Lilting Lullaby is there. Can he get it? Watch out, Eep, Care, as he's burning. Yeah. That Leandries comes up clutch and gets Junhao the kill back.
So a 1-for-1 here, and Junhao finds a little bit of gold into his back pocket. I mean, the Lilia this game can go nuclear. It's got a really good composition of player or champions to try to play against. I think you've got a really good opportunity to bully a Draven, to bully in particular the melees as well. But Junhao has got a lot of emphasis on his own ability. He needs to step into this game and start making a few more proactive plays. That gold lead narrowed just slightly by taking down the One, but finding those plays once every 13 minutes as it has been so far is not good enough.
God, Shear's getting so massive on this Kennen. Only 2-0, but he's up almost 2,000 gold over Xiong. And any flank, any kind of entrance like that with the Slicing Maelstrom is going to be game-changing. He's already almost on second items as well. We do have first item spikes for everybody, unfortunately, except for Wako.
Yeah, and you know, the 1,200 gold pit stop will do that for you for both of these players. They've rushed their defensive boots. And that's kind of the goal that they were hoping for, right, with those slight nerfs to where the boot costs got a little bit more and the power of them, you know, obviously decreases accordingly. But with this move down to the spot side now, is Xiong going to have to sacrifice even more gold, even more time under the turret. But Ultra Prime, they're here, they're ready, reminiscent of Game 2.
Okay, well, I think he's dead. He's going to be made into boots, and Assume gets the kill as well. So he gets to cash out, and now they're going to look at the turret. FPX, they are executing this one hugely. This is why, like, that game 1 was such a smashing, and now they're giving us another performance of that.
Yeah, it's just clinical almost at this point, right? Like, they zone out the support this time round. So you see Zhao's making his way down. Junhao was looking for something. There was no teleport from Saber, so they can't, you know, repeat what happened in game number 2. And just making sure that nobody can get in. The second that they look for that dive, the CC is layered really well between Jue and Shadow, and there's not really a lot for Ultra Prime to do in that instance. I want to highlight as well that for the Kennen and for Sheer, this was a player that we came into the day thinking if FPX were going to win out of anywhere, it would come from Sheer and from his great play. His laning phase this game has been incredible, and whilst he's not had necessarily the biggest impact, he's been a linchpin and currently is the proponent of the majority of their gold lead. Just because you haven't seen the Kennen 5v5 yet, you can't expect it to be anything other than excellent when it does.
And the beautiful thing about this FPX team, this is one of those teams that only got to play 3 best-of-5s last split and were eliminated early. This is a team that hasn't truly known success since those times of trying to get to playoffs with Milky Way, and even then those did feel lackluster. And you have time now for FPX to make it into Group Ascent, to be up there with the big dogs, and see if they can actually make the difference here.
Tier 2 turret, the focus up on this top side. 4 members of Ultra Prime here. Saber no TP, so if they go for this, they're going it alone.
Oh, they actually just go straight in. This is reminiscent of those dives from before. The turret's finally going down. Assume has targeted that one. Fourth shot goes a little bit wide. Now, slicing Maelstrom from Sheer. He takes one down. He's looking for a couple combos. But it is FPX who maybe just overextended a bit too far. Do get a lot of gold for it, though.
Yeah, it's a 2 for 2, and in that situation, just isolated, you think, okay, Ultra Prime are happy, but they did lose out on that tier 2 turret on the top side. It was only traded for a tier 1 down in the bot lane. But I think for now, plan for FPX was they've committed very heavily into this top side. They need to get to this dragon. Their Drake stacking is going really well right now. Their neutral objective game has been on point, but just a little bit too overzealous from Jue. I think if this had have landed onto Xiaoxia, it's a completely different looking fight. Much less HP on the Leona, and despite the tankiness, definitely a lot less. The observers hate Care, and that's fine, because he did miss his ulti, but he also got exhausted and slept, and immediately owned.
Immediately owned. I like it. But now we actually have to get set up because we have this dragon on the table. It's finally not an Infernal Soul, by the way. It's a Mountain Soul. But it does Salt Point nice. For FPX. They are just going to try to push out mid lane right now.
And with 6 grubs as well, you can see that just a couple of autos do make a meaningful difference to that turret's HP bar. Mid wave first, rule number 1 of League of Legends macro. If you hit the mid wave first, you can then move over to your objectives. Assume here with a Bloodthirster, happy to take this poke from the Zed. And it looks like they're trying to do the best of both worlds. Assume clears out the mid wave. You can see that down on the minimap there. Shadow helping out Care. They're trying to keep that tempo as high as possible, maximize what they can get away with. Because if they can deny the Herald as well, they'll be in a very good position.
Actually have heavy presence around this Rift Herald right now. And already started up that control ward, showing the engaged potential that FPX are bringing. Saber not spotted out just yet. Has a little bit of an angle, but Saber's been very quiet in this game so far. So has the rest of Ultra Prime. Oh, Xiaoxia has to flash away, gets Fate Sealed, and dies in the middle of the blast cone. Shadow's in the pit. He doesn't get that big Rift Herald, but he's going to get slept here. You get the big curtain call open up, but FPX just know where they want to go. They want to go take the enemy jungle. They want to go take the base as well as they're looking at tier 2 and mid.
And that's exactly the prize they should get. 3 people dead off the back of that Rift Herald fight. FPX coming out swinging in their time to put themselves in Group Ascend. 5-0-5. Assume and Jue have been on fire. They took this game from level 1 in the palm of their hands, and they are not letting go. A replay, though, of how it all breaks down. Xiaoxia walks up to try to stun Shui, but looking at the rest of the team, nobody's anywhere nearby. That is just far too far forward. And yes, the Herald is secured by Junhao, but it's just not enough. And Xia, again, just getting a little bit of engaged on.
No!
Care with the instant Q3 on Yone. Immediately, the second he lands, gets knocked up and killed.
He's like, you might have been able to get away with that against WE. You ain't getting away with that here.
Yeah.
He just sits him down, and now 5-0-5 on Assume, a guy that's bounced around so much around the league. And, this new FPX presence maybe even just fuel a little bit of the fire that is rekindling that rebirth form. As a charge will come into the top side by Ultra Prime, try to take some of the standing gold. But they're losing yet another tier 2 turret.
Yeah, I mean, this is good to get gold onto Saber, but I really don't like the Zed in this composition. Like, it's so difficult for him to assassinate anybody. Draven's got Bloodthirster, so he's just going to trade autos with you and sustain through your ulti. You've got Yone, again, not necessarily the easiest champion. He can also quite easily dodge out on your shurikens, duel with you. If you ult Sejuani, you're trolling. And Kennan's got a stopwatch, so he's going to have a Zhonya's, excuse me, at some stage. Although I'm saying that, and it's nowhere near his build path, so maybe you just can kill the Kennen, maybe, question mark? But he probably kills you as well. He's got 5 kills.
I'm just looking at some of the gold differentials right now across the table, and it is a wasteland, especially Tiang. I feel like really far behind. I mean, almost 2 full items behind Sheer, who has just been farming up a storm. And also had been pretty quiet in this series so far, especially that Ambessa game. But this Kennen game showing up big. Like, I love it because we were talking about Shadow's undercurrent, the kind of jungle setup there, the impact of the supports. But it's really these solo laters and Assume specifically as well really showing up in this.
Yeah, exactly. This is a really solid performance. As, he's able to
he's just
take
around.
A lot of damage. Yeah. And it is absolutely fine. He's even on levels versus Junhao, who's, again, you know...
No way you just start this, right? Okay. 7,000 gold up. I guess it just gives you the Giga Chat essence.
This is the best way to throw if you're FPX, so it's interesting to see how this plays out.
I'm ready for it. I am here for the chaos. Bring it on. I'm the Elmo meme, but it looks like Atacon just gets swept up here. Ultra Prime getting engaged on. Sealed Fate on the backline by Care. But look, it's Young. He just gets chunked 100 to 0. Assume might go down, but it might not matter. Saber is still alive, but they are now front to back against Shadow. It's just in a 1v3. He's a tanky Poro. Care's trying to come over, help him. Shadow's not even going to die. And that's a nice little shift there to get away from Jway, but damage is done. Atacon taken by FPX and the fight.
And in spite of good judgment, FPX still come away with a fight win and the Atacon. That was honestly as close as it's going to get for them. It was very, very nail-biting moments. A lot of low HP bars. A very real possibility that, you know, just with a little bit more gold, there's a very real world where Ultra Prime come away with that win. But I think FPX just knowing that they're a little bit too far ahead to make bad plays at this point. Surprised, honestly, that Wako lived for this long, but he flashes out a fourth shot, or with fourth shot, and gets his way out to safety. Saber also manages to kill Assume. There's a good sleep from Junhao as well. There's lots of really, really good things, like all of the check marks that you're after. Really, you know, they came to fruition.
This refocus was a little tough, but...
Yeah. Like, what are you going to do, right? Saber killed AD carry. That's a win. My AD carry survived their initial engage. That's a win. But at the end of the day, they still got Soul, they still got Atacon, and I mean the game is difficult for Ultra Prime. We never say the game's over, but the game is difficult.
Difficult's a good word.
Yeah,
that is one word for it in the English dictionary. That is a word. Yeah. That Mountain Soul just makes it even so much harder. Like it's so difficult, and it feels bad because it does feel like it's an iteration of Ultra Prime that is their kind of bread and butter. I would say maybe away from the Jhin. Still not a big fan of the Jhin, even if it is trying to tie things together here. But you know, we get the Saber Zed yet again. This pick of the Lilia that was that planned counter pick that you were talking about in the kind of 1-2 on the red side. It's just not working out for them.
No, and I mean, in fairness, right? Like Xiong has been absolutely bullied in this game. It is really struggling, and now Shadow.
Saber just ults on the Shadow, trying to dodge away from some of the CC. Baby, Assume with the snipe with the help of his jungler Shadow, and yeah, this cash-in just keeps happening. This Raven pick just keeps happening, and it was a confidence pick coming out of FPX on the blue side.
Absolutely, right? They saw Jhin, they saw Leona, they saw Leona, excuse me, and said, yeah, well, I don't care what you're going to play, actually.
Draven.
We'll Draven Nautilus you. What AD carry are you going to pick that can withstand Draven Nautilus? And their answer was Jhin, which has clearly failed. So, Assume very happy with the position that they're going to be in this game now, even without Baron, breaking open the base. Tier 3 mid lane, Tier 3 top lane. They're taking the inhibitors as well. Shadow's dashing forward.
Oh, they might find the final engage here. They're looking for it on the Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia's down. Another shutdown going over, or at least a cash out for Assume. Here's the curtain call onto Jway, getting him about half health. FPX will back off because they realize the Baron is up and available.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to go straight for it or if they just take a reset, let super minions do some work. Honestly, they should just turn for another fight, and that's what they're going to do. Don't face check Ultra Prime. Honestly, don't cross the threshold.
Oh, no, they crossed the threshold, and now they're about to be plunged into the deep dark, and this one, Sheer finds the slicing maelstrom, play out a Saber. Saber's down, so is Xiong. In the mid lane, push they go. TP's available, they can just go for it.
40 seconds on both solo laners, 25 minutes into this game. FPX are looking to be the first of our third place seeds to make it into the Ascend group.
And from Split 1 being knocked out, the last in their group to finding the Promised Land and finding Group Ascend, keeping themselves away from elimination for Split 3. The fires of the Phoenix are being rekindled by its new blood, and now they're a little bit stop heavy here as they get the last kills there. They get more minions coming in. The Mites are alive, but they can't finish.
Yeah, Assume did some griefing, I'm afraid. He got hit by the bowling ball, took aggro, and then took 7 turret shots. So the Draven wasn't there to do the damage. They're going to need to take... No, 7 may be an overestimate. I think with it being ramped up, then, you know, it would have died. But just don't watch Assume in this fight, and we'll all be happy, and we'll say the game ended. But overall, so Assume gets slept here, takes aggro, QSS's, tries to kill the turret. Yes.
Yep,
it was a good cleanse.
Was a play of all time.
It was a good cleanse. Gotta give him that one.
I can't wait to see this team in Group of 6.
Hey, man. They earned their place, okay?
They did.
They haven't yet. They haven't yet.
But honestly, they have a lot of upside to do some damage in Ascend if they do make it there, right? Yeah. You have to remember, it's double round robin best of 3s. And this team has shown a propensity to be able to wield meta compositions efficiently.
Yeah, exactly. And now that final bastion of real chance for Ultra Prime. Can they stop the Baron? No.
Joy's just taking the engage. Sealed Fate on the 3 members with Sheer and the Wombo combo. I said they've been steered forward by their new blood, but it's that Prodigy and Sheer, the transfer from JDG with a quadra kill. Go ahead and spread those mighty wings, FPX, and ascend to godhood as they will find Ultra Prime's demise. And they move to that group of 10 legendary orgs to move forward in the LPL split.
A slicing maelstrom that tears limb from limb the hopes of Ultra Prime. Absolutely monstrous. Sheer sets it up and knocks it down. There's a little bit of help with the Yone. There's a little bit of help from the Nautilus. But it was all that Kennen. The entire game was just Sheer dumpstering Young. And then finally we got to see that final fight, that final glorious Kennen ulti that had a wonderful, wonderful outcome.
Man, I know it feels so good for this. Look at Sheer. He's so happy. He's so happy. I know this FPX, like, this team has had a lot of controversy. Obviously bringing in these new faces, but also, like, trying to build off of what that split 1 represented and some of the catastrophe that was there. But they have showed a lot of strategic viability, but also just scrappiness, man. Like, these guys, like, in that game 1 versus game 2 contrast was so different, and then just come back in game 3 and smash it down like this. It gives you a little bit of confidence moving forward because they will be one of those 10 teams in Group Ascend. Yeah,
exactly. They're going to need to have some resilience to them, right? Because let's be honest, Group Ascend is difficult for all the teams in there. It's a tricky group to play in. And FPX probably go in as one of the weaker teams that are going to be in there. And they are going to have to be able to bounce back from a game 1 loss. They're going to need to be able to bounce back from maybe taking a game 1 and then losing a game 2. And if they show that here, that means that they can show it later on as well. And for the Phoenixes, they should be happy that they've found themselves in Group Ascend. That weight, that burden from having such a rough split 1, you move into split 2 where there's an opportunity for you to not even play split 3, and you're thinking, I mean, you know, if split 1's anything to go by, maybe that's going to be us. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Let's go. And for Ultra Prime on the other side of things, they are not done with their run to Group Ascend just yet. They will be knocked down to the bottom half of the bracket and be waiting that challenger from LGD and WE's series tomorrow. Shout out to Kelsey for putting this together on the fly and showing off our bracket. But FPX, they're qualified. They're through. They are in the Ascend group. And now we'll have to await our second group adjoiner.
2 best of 3s tomorrow to decide who is going to join FPX. It's going to be a grueling gauntlet, honestly, right? Like the upside versus downside for that run is night and day. There's a whole discussion about running a gauntlet in a playoffs bracket where you eliminate yourself, or if you lose you go home and you don't get to play anymore for that split. But there's a whole different ball game where it's deciding what you do for this split. Is it is it best of 3 single round robin, or is it double round robin, best of 5? Or the double or single round robin really is just the big ticket. And you're kind of scary to go from single of 5 teams to double round robin of 9. The difference in games is crazy.
Man. Yeah, and like you think if you were a team that didn't do good like FPX in that last split, you only had those 3 best of 5s, then you come to this split and say you're in the bottom of the dumps. Like, you just can't continue building on these things. But luckily FPX have changed things up and made things work for themselves. They had a pretty handed gold lead here the entire time. You saw that build up in that graph.
Yeah, it was a sequential addition, really. There wasn't really any pitfalls, nothing that particularly struck them as an issue. And this was, the second, honestly, really good dive, because Assume and Dway had found an advantage already, right? Like, why is my Draven top playing at level 5? What has happened to put us in this position? Well, they've already dumpstered bot lane so hard that they can let the Jhin do what he wants and then move into another dive on this top side.
It was clinical the way they used that 2v2 to kind of propel elsewhere. But not only that, but like having the lead on the top side as well at the same time, it made it so difficult to pressure anywhere for Ultra Prime. And I do feel bad for Ultra Prime. Like, it does not feel like we got a full genuine experience from them in this best of 3. Yes, game 2 looked really good. Their comp was really good, and they executed it very well off the back of some FPX mistakes there. But I think there's a lot of room to grow and to now study the opponent in that other best of 3 and make sure you're prepared for the next.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a tight-ish turnaround, right? Like 24 hours for today's series, right? Wasn't they would have loved 24 hours, but they're able to take a little bit of time, reassess themselves. They need to reset that mental, make sure that they're ready for the best of 3 tomorrow, because they know that whoever they're playing against is going to have that little bit more, not necessarily fatigue, but they're going to have already played potentially 3 games on the day tomorrow, so they are going to have some form of an edge when it comes into that bracket as well.
Indeed, indeed. Now we got to think who gets the MVP for this one. I think it's a difficult one. I think Assume maybe deserves it, besides this play at the very end.
I think Shia just gets it, to be honest.
Yeah? Okay.
I don't know that he was instrumental, but I think he had enough this alone.
He was instrumental, for sure.
We'll take an MVP for that. That's good.
We'll take an MVP for that slicing
looks pretty chill.
That's fine.
Yeah. And I mean, he like removed the Renekton from the game as well. Like, it's one thing to talk about what impact he had on the game that was palpable and tangible, but what we didn't see is a Renekton ever. Like, Zhong did nothing, and in a game where Sheer had maybe done less, he might have still landed that big slicing Maelstrom, but there may have been a bigger Renekton threat. So I don't know. My vote goes to Sheer. Assume as well had a very good game. Wouldn't be upset with either of those. Take your pick. I'll take Sheer.
Shadow maybe.
Ooh. I would tend toward maybe not. The Sejuani Gambit paid off. The Sejuani Gambit paid off, right? Like, I was talking big smack about how it was going to be a difficult game.
It's here, 12-0-6. Finally
Nice.
living up to his name since his transfer off of JDG.
Yeah, and this is the sort of thing that we were expecting from him in Split 1, but never quite got to see in Split number 2. It's been a completely different story.
Yeah, it truly has been. Now, that is it for our day. Before we get going, though, we got to give a huge thank you to our Elite Coffee supporter, Aaron Soup. Their pledged financial contribution helps level up the broadcast on a daily basis and give back to the cast and crew who try to bring you this wonderful product on a daily basis. Make sure you subscribe to our coffee, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube, and join all the fun that comes with that content. I got to give a massive shout out to Kelsey Moser behind the scenes, who's producing with one of the worst colds I've ever heard. You rude dude, you casted the whole night while you're sick as a dog. Thank you guys so much for putting all your effort and love into LPL. And everyone at home, we'll see you tomorrow for 2 more best of 3s to see who makes it into Group Ascend to join FPX.